I've completed the Ecology of Kanto through Unova, and now I've made it to Kalos, home of the Mega Pokemon! I've spent days waiting on every route, watching Pokemon almost drowning in the water routes as I swam deep into those waters, even nearly being eaten alive by some of them. And after spending thousands of dollars luring in Pokemon with French bread, studying their habits, and finding out their diet, I can finally bring to you the complete Kalos ecosystem! Hi there, I'm Kulik, and admittedly it's been some time since our last ecology video, so let's quickly go over our guidelines. First, we will only be considering naturally occurring encounters. This means Pokemon such as Malamar, who is not found on a single route throughout Kalos in a wild encounter, will not be discussed here. After all, we want these routes as naturally as we would find them without human interaction. Ecology is the interaction between animals and their environments and each other, or in this case, Pokemon, each other, and their environment. This also means we will not be discussing encounters within the cities themselves or man-made structures, though there will be some exceptions, of course, such as the Lost Hotel, which has been taken over by wild Pokemon after its abandonment. Speaking of wild Pokemon, there are a number of different ways that we can encounter Pokemon. Grass, flowers, surfing, fishing, you name it. So to simplify this, we will only consider Pokemon encountered within a specific level range that matches the grass encounters. For example, on Route 8, the highest level Pokemon in the grass is level 15. Meanwhile, in the water, there are Pokemon, thanks to the Good and Super Rod, that reach level 25 and beyond. So they will not be discussed on that route, and yes, that means there will be some Pokemon left out. Ultimately, by keeping them in, it would make things more complicated and actually mess with the naturally occurring ecosystem, believe it or not. I originally also wasn't going to include Horde encounters as they were rarer encounters, but then I realized certain key Pokemon would have then been left out of the food chain, such as Wingull, who are only encountered in Horde encounters. Plus, Horde encounters lets us know if there are dens of babies nearby, which is huge for some of our species. From here, our encounter rates will be combined for both X and Y, and will be our general guideline for how many Pokemon there might be in a certain area. We'll also discuss the geography of each section of Kalos as we get into it, meaning we get to start with Central Kalos. Central Kalos is located in the centric and southern parts of the region. The area is dominated by large forested plains with multiple rivers crossing it, with very few changes in elevation. Several towns are surrounded by walls of some sort, and there are also many old castles and chateaus. Many important human settlements and landmarks are located here, such as Vanderbilt Town, Saloon City, and a portion of Lumiose City and Parfum Palace. Finally, as I reveal Pokemon, if I have talked about them in past editions of this, I will only recap their info rather than fully reanalyze them. For new Pokemon, we'll talk about them as we come across them, and only use their inspirations as necessary in order to find their diet, preferring to look at their evolutions first. And at the end of major areas, I will paint you a nice picture with my words to really show you how the ecosystem works in motion, just for the ones that could be really fun to paint that picture for. So, without much further ado, let's begin with Route 1, a small and quiet country lane that connects Vanderbilt Town and Aqua Core Town, and is the only first route in all of Pokemon so far, at least, that does not have a wild encounter. Off to a great start, aren't we? So why don't we move on to Route 2. You'll find many Pokemon hiding among the tall grass that grows in tufts along this trail. Caterpie and Weedle are here in low numbers, inching their way through the grass and eating whatever grass, leaves, and other vegetables that they can get their little mouths around. Unfortunately for them, though, they have a number of different predators here. Pidgey, who are eating our insect Pokemon, and some small mammals such as mice, so Rattata would be on there if it was in this region. Zigzagoon, which are going to be opportunistic omnivores, pretty much eating any small mammal, bug, or anything else that they can really understandably or realistically hunt down. And then we can get into our new Pokemon of Kalos, starting with Fletchling. Fletchling is said to be very friendly and is well known for its beautiful songs, which are in fact sounds of warning. I've made the joke before, but again, beautiful songs we're having today. Just screaming at the top of their lungs. Absolute chaos happening in the Pokemon world. I love mornings in Kalos. It communicates by using chirps and moving its tail feathers to signal others of its kind. In spite of its typically peaceful disposition, it is relentless in battle and very territorial, attacking perceived threats mercilessly. Its body is warm and doubles in temperature when startled or excited. This increase in temperature spikes hormone production in its body. Wonder if, when we think of hormone production, that could either be developmental hormones or that could also be hormones for mating, for that matter. I'm very curious as to which one it is, or it could be a mix for all we know. We probably won't find out because we can't do a biological actual study on them. It can burn someone if they touch it with their bare hands when it is in this state. Fletchling live in both rural and urban areas and once had massive territorial fights with Squawkabilly in the Paldea region, so no direct diet is stated. Again, it's always important to look at the Pokédex info since there are Pokemon that do not follow the same diet as their real-life counterparts, such as Gloom eating bugs despite being based on the Rafflesia flower. So when we look at Fletchinder has a flame sack in its belly. It hunts by igniting tall grass and swooping down on bug Pokemon that attempt to escape the blaze. Once captured, the prey is cooked before being consumed. As its internal fire gradually heats up, it can fly at increasingly faster speeds. It is aggressive and territorial, even against its own kind. It often fights with its own kind for the right to feeding grounds. Its territory range has a radius of over 1 mile or around 2 to 3 kilometers. So, at least when we look at its evolution, we can get confirmation that at least it is eating bug-type Pokemon. But let's also just double down and look at real-life information on robins for the diet here. According to Woodland Trust, robins feed on insects, especially beetles and worms. You might notice one following you about as you dig up your garden, hoping to nab a few worms as you unearth them. Robins can also eat fruit, seeds, crushed peanuts, sunflower hearts, and raisins. They particularly enjoy mealworms. So yeah, that actually matches up with not only real-life robins, but our evolutions here. Of course, we don't know what its final form is gonna do because we don't really have that here, but everything actually matches up and isn't astray from each other in terms of fantasy and reality. We can then easily assume that our fletchling is going after any insect that is going to be smaller than it. That would help explain its higher population in this area. Though as something that you should note, very important actually, this is not a rule that we can use in real life, as typically there are going to be more predators than prey. Otherwise, the predator population would fall because there's just not enough food. What this means is that the bug Pokemon are hiding away as our fletchling hunts for them on this route. If ever it can't find a bug, then it'll supplement itself with seeds and berries. After all, any animal will eat anything if they can't find food and they are hungry enough. We have 2 more new Pokemon to discuss here that are found just as often as our Robin friend, with the next one actually being Bunnelby. Bunnelby's hand-like ears are strong enough to shovel dirt and chop tree roots. It can dig a nest up to 33 feet in just one night. Bunnelby is very sensitive when it comes to danger. Corviknight is a natural predator of Bunnelby. Should it hear Corviknight's flapping, it will quickly dig a hole to hide underground. Well, luckily Corviknight is not here. Also, another one that doesn't state its diet, though, it is a rabbit, which primarily feed on grasses and flowers. What's also nice is that it doesn't have any natural predators here, and any holes that it digs and abandons is perfect for Pokemon seeking shelter like our bugs, which in turn could provide our Robin fletchling to actually find bugs a little easier by looking for where those holes were. Our other Pokemon is Scatterbug, who eats various types of plants, including poisonous leaves and roots. The poison it ingests is processed and turned into a black powder that it scatters all over its body. This powder causes paralysis on contact and allows Scatterbug to deter bird Pokemon from attacking. The powder also regulates Scatterbug's temperature, allowing it to adapt to any climate. Grafaiai in Paldea is a natural predator of it. Amazing. So, just like that, we can actually explain why Scatterbug has such a high population here, despite both Pidgey and Fletchling being present, because those birds are being deterred by the poisonous powder on Scatterbug's body. And we got its diet as well. Great start. Fantastic start. Scatterbug going up on my list. Fantastic kid. So with that, we can actually paint a little bit of a picture to give you a taste of what that's like. As the sun rises on a new day, dew glistening in the morning light, Caterpie and Weedle separately eat their fill of vegetation. while Caterpie blends in with the greenery, Weedle sticks out a little bit more. But that's of no consequence when you have a giant horn at the top of your head, though unfortunately for them, their predators have learned methods of getting around this. The Zigzagoon making sudden rapid turns as they rush down a Weedle, unable to keep up with its zigzag movements. A Pidgey may swoop in and strike at a Caterpie, and a Fletchling may bounce along the ground to catch another Caterpie off guard as it bounces away. From shrubbery nearby, a Bunnelby watches without fear, enjoying a few dandelions and daisies in this route of peace for it, for there are no predators to take advantage of its peaceful nature. As the day goes on, a Scatterbug crawls about. While it may camouflage well with the night, it may decide to leave the darkness behind, or even the eve of the shade of trees in order to get its own fill of plants. It luckily can consume the many different poisonous leaves that other Pokemon avoid, allowing it to also cover its body in a black powder, as it does not have to compete with other Pokemon for food. And of course, when one of our birds attempt to strike it, the powder coats their beaks, dusting their body, and absorbs into them, causing the birds to become paralyzed long enough to allow Scatterbug to escape. Though, there's always the chance that a Scatterbug hasn't had enough poisonous vegetation to eat, resulting in not being coated in enough powder and being eaten itself. So, as we close out our first route, I do want to say thank you so much for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please make sure that you subscribe, share this video and channel with others, as I do want to see this channel grow and I love doing this, and you can even become a member for $3 a month or more if you so decide, allowing you to get a number of different perks, emotes, behind-the-scenes content updates, and get your name not only in the credits, but shouted out on the end of every video. But, as always, once again, thank you so much for watching, and back to the video. Santa Forest. I don't know why I said that with a Spanish accent, but the gentle light filtering through this sun-dappled forest makes it a popular spot for nature walks. Caterpie, Weedle, their evolutions, Metapod, and Kakuna, who just wait until they evolve or get eaten, unless you're Kakuna, in which case you have a spike that can come out of your chest and try to keep you alive. Pikachu roasting berries for food, the 3 pan monkeys not eating meat or bugs, for those of you that are mentally separating those, and thriving together as a trio, and then add in our Fletchling and Scatterbug. Shockingly, the fastest we ever have, or probably ever will, explain an entire forest in Pokemon Unova. Took me, I don't even want to know how long when I first had to go through the first forest in Unova. It was absurd. Route 3. The little rises and hollows of this lush forest are a favorite place of many kinds of Pokemon to play. Returning Pokemon include Pidgey, Pikachu, Fletchling, and Scatterbug. Dunsparce is eating mushrooms, potentially some fruit and vegetables, while digging away the second it hears danger. Azurill is doing its best to survive, since its nutrient-rich tail bulb contains everything it needs in order to evolve. It might swim, eat a few fish if necessary for calories, but it's overall just doing its best to not get eaten by any desperate Pokemon, or Pidgey for that matter, since it is a mouse and Pidgey will eat mice. It's a weird Pokemon. It goes from mouse to rabbits. Bidoof is doing as beavers do, eating leaves and gnawing on bark, maybe making a dam or two in the process, which is ultimately allowing biodiversity between all the trees in the area, just in case a disease comes through and tries to kill all the trees. Then we throw in Burmy, which this is actually the first time it has appeared without needing a honey tree, so let's talk about our bagworm. Burmy is a small larval Pokemon with a black segmented body and a coiled antenna on top of its head. It has a beak-like mouth and yellow eyes. It also has 3 forms: Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, and Trash Cloak. Burmy is normally covered by a cloak, with 3 known variants that consist of either twigs and leaves, sand and mud bound by its own silk, or dust and garbage resembling pink building insulation. Burmy, no, you can't eat the cotton candy from inside of the walls. It will kill you, let alone cover yourself in it. Stop. Even if it is born where there are no cocooning materials, it somehow always ends up with a cloak. The cloak protects it from the cold and will become thinner when the weather is hot. Burmy, if female, evolves into Wormadam, and if male, evolves into Mothim. When evolving into Wormadam, its form determines the form of Wormadam it evolves into, which is permanent. I've actually dealt with bagworms in the past, and they are incredibly parasitic, as they will literally create a big old bag or net of silk to nest inside, attaching to branches and eating all the leaves or needles that they can, and reproducing in massive numbers. They just swarm, and they look like, I don't know, How do I describe this? You know how caterpillar poop looks? That's what they look like. I can't, or at least the ones I dealt with looked like that. So I couldn't tell if they were just small bagworms, poop left behind by them, or what else was going on, because then you had actual bagworms moving about in there. I might have touched poop. I don't know. I had gloves on at the very least. This will ultimately, though, kill the trees, as you can't photosynthesize without leaves after all. So Burmy, too, shall hang from trees as it actually does, and use its clothing for food and food for clothing to at least semi-follow the lines of our real-life bagworms. Bumblebee and fledgling are also here. Basically, all of this means that the only real new addition is whenever one of the birds wisen up and eat a Burmy without a cloak. Alternatively, it is incredibly funny when you think of the idea that Bidoof might be nomming on some of these trees, cause them to fall over because they see a single leaf at the top of a tree and they're like, I want that one. I want that one and that one only. So then they just hyper-focus, cut the tree down, and in doing so, they knock a Burmy off. Who knows? Maybe the leaf that it wanted was attached to a Burmy. So the Bidoof eats away the cloak, the Burmy no longer has a cloak, and it is a lot easier to identify and get attacked by bird Pokemon. The circle of life is beautiful, isn't it? Route 4. This famed path's perfectly designed and executed guardians are its highlight and a special point of pride. All of our encounters are actually on yellow or red flowers, which helps us understand what flowers these Pokemon prefer to be among. If I don't mention a difference in encounter rates, then assume that they're equal or at least negligible for the most part, whether that's here or on future routes. Ladybug, even though there's not a time in this game, is primarily around in the morning based on its information, eating pollen and nectar only, despite also being based on the ladybug, which will eat more than just pollen or nectar depending on the type of ladybug. They occur 3 times as often on the red flowers, likely meaning they prefer those flowers for their camouflage. Ralts is here, consuming emotions and existing here only as a little pathway for it to go through. After all, Lumiose City is close by, and Ralts is primarily an urban Pokemon that feeds on emotions. So, this is just, again, a pathway that they take. Skitty the kitty, who lives in tree holes and is just passing through, and considering it is a cat, it is an obligate carnivore. Despite that, there really isn't any Pokemon here that is likely being hunted down by Skitty. Maybe a bug or two just because it needs food, but otherwise nothing consistent. Badoo is here just because this is a great place for flowers to grow, meaning the soil, sunlight, and water is likely in good amounts, which will hopefully help it grow in turn. Meanwhile, Combee, who is also eating nectar and honey, actually appears 3 times as often on the yellow flowers, once again, likely being a result of it camouflaging well with them. Then we add in Flabebe, our new Pokemon here. Flabebe is usually seen holding the yellow stigma of a flower called a fairy flower in the Pokemon the Series X and Y episode To Find a Fairy Flower. The flower has 3 stamens and rounded petals that can be red, yellow, orange, blue, or white. It also has a short green stem with 3 small leaves. Its crown is made from the flower's pollen, which has healing properties. Flabebe can control and draw power out of the flower, but is unsafe without it. However, it will continue searching until it finds a flower that it likes. Once it does, Flabebe will spend the rest of its life taking care of that flower. The Pokemon Journeys the Series episode Under Color of Darkness showed that if one of the petals on a Flabebe's flower falls off, it will be unable to float around. What's interesting is that they can have the ability Symbiosis, hinting at the idea that Flabebe keeps the flower alive, as it does directly state, and the flower actually keeps Flabebe alive, meaning that Flabebe doesn't necessarily consume anything and is much like a fungus within the wood wide web. It provides the flower with the best care necessary for it to stay alive and grow, and the flower gives energy to Flabebe in return. I don't think many Pokemon would ever really try to eat Flabebe directly, but any Pokemon that would eat the flower will effectively put Flabebe in danger. Maybe a Skitty will see the movement and become interested enough to pounce since it likes movement, but I don't think we'll find any dangers for Flabebe here. Also, if you want a Flabebe holding a certain colored flower, then go to the field of flowers with that color. Pretty straightforward. Route 5. Roller skaters from across the Kalos region gather on its hilly path to demonstrate their best skills. Bumblebee is back, Abra eats a berry and then teleports to Arceus knows where at the first sign of trouble. Doduo is eating plants and small mammals, putting Bunnelby at risk for the first time on a route, though it may have some trouble with our other small mammals found here, such as Minun and Plusle, who will fight back. In the meantime, though, they're just enjoying their berries. Gulpin is out here playing cleanup crew since it can't effectively digest basically anything with the intense acid that is within its stomach. It is the stomach Pokemon after all. And last of our oldies is Scraggy, appearing in hordes and eating insects, seeds, and flowers while fighting whatever comes across its path, including each other because it's just, a scrappy little fella. Then we add in 3 more Pokemon, one of which loves to be amongst the purple flowers here, as Skiddo's encounter rate triples within them. Skiddo can perform photosynthesis with the leaves on its back, which means that it does not need to eat so long as it has sunshine and water. Nope. It has a docile nature and is thought to be one of the first Pokemon to live alongside humans, who ride it to travel across mountains. As seen in the Pokemon the Series X and Y episode, A Race for Home, milk from Skiddo can be used to make dairy products. I have to admit, at least right now, let's just take a small tangent. I hide my small tangents a little bit better now. I know a lot of you miss them, but I also just hide them better. Anywho, small tangent. You know what I really miss? Sweetened condensed milk. You eat them with like a fried bread called buñuelo. I'm not Colombian, but I believe that they're more of a Colombian, like, breakfast-ish meal, like a light snack meal sort of thing. You literally just dip the fried soft bread into sweetened condensed milk, and it's so delicious. Oh my gosh, it's so good. And they're just buñuelos because they're just little balls of bread. They're great. And every time I think of goat milk, I think of that for some reason, even though I don't think I ever had it with goat milk. Anywho, going back to Skiddo, what this means is that we have a symbiotic relationship once more. Skiddo will only ever need to eat if there isn't enough sunshine and water, and since it is a goat, it will commonly just eat grass. Nothing surprising there, but I wonder if they're born with all of that like leafage on their back, or if it's something that grows on them due to their diet. If it was something that was like, a Galarica seed is to a Slowpoke, that'd be really interesting to find out, but I don't think we will. Pancham looks up to Pangoro as a leader and tries to emulate its behavior in an effort to learn how to battle and hunt for its prey. So it's hunting for break. Fantastic. That is a bit unexpected, but we'll come back to that later. If Pancham makes a big mistake, Pangoro will take away its leaf. It tries to make itself look serious to its foes, but its glare is not intimidating enough, and if it gets distracted, it ends up grinning instead. Despite its attempts to look frightening, it cannot help grinning if patted on its head. Just a cute little guy, bonk. Pangoro itself doesn't state a diet, but it does state that it will engage with duels with Obstagoon, so it might eat the Obstagoon line if it wins, and vice versa for that matter, and that Pokemon, again, is only native to Galar, not here. Now, let's learn about pandas in real life to try and figure out this diet a little bit better. According to the World Wildlife Fund, a panda's daily diet consists almost entirely of the leaves, stems, and shoots of various bamboo species. You probably knew this. Bamboo contains very little nutritional value, so pandas must eat 12 to 38 kilograms every day to meet their energy needs. But they do branch out, with about 1% of their diet comprising other plants and even meat. Here we go. While they are almost entirely vegetarian, I'm so sorry, pandas will sometimes hunt for pikas, however you say that, and other small rodents. And because I didn't know what a pika is, they're small, mountain-dwelling mammals native to Asia and North America, which look like mice, but are lagomorphs, being more closely related to rabbits and hares rather than rodents. So, we can assume that Pancham and Pangoro are likely eating small mammals, but still eating plenty of bamboo. I mean, we have a bear. What did we really expect? The final entry here, though, is Furfrou, which actually appears half as much in the purple flowers. Must not like their smell, I suppose. Furfrou used to guard the king in the ancient times of Kalos and is known to be loyal to its trainer. Furfrou is said to be very intelligent. It has 10 different forms, named after the style it's first trimmed, and dyed in: natural, heart, star, diamond, debutante, matron, dandy, leraine, kabuki, and pharaoh. It is commonly seen with its fur trimmed and dyed into various styles. However, only those it trusts are allowed to cut its fur. In the past, aristocrats would even compete over who could trim its fur into the most exquisite style. Cutting its fur increases the swiftness of its movement. Must be super heavy, I suppose. It primarily takes after poodles, which were actually used for hunting, especially for hunting waterfowl, since their fur can not only help them keep warm, but also very quickly wick away any water that was on their fur. Also, since we have a wild dog here, we can easily bet that they're eating whatever they can catch that is smaller than them. And if they can work in packs, they will go after anything bigger than them. This very well could put anything here on the route as the meal for a dinner plate, excluding Gulpin unless they want to have some real acidic haggis. I would paint a picture here, but it's honestly a bunch of Pokemon eating berries and grazing until Doduo decides to snatch up one of the smaller Pokemon, Pancham gets desperate enough to eat a Bunnelby, or Furfru comes in and cleans house by eating any of the Pokemon here, maybe even getting bold enough to attack a Doduo. And any scraps left afterwards is going to get swallowed by Gulpin. So we'll save picture painting for more interesting routes. Route 6. This tree-lined path was once covered with grass as tall as a man, but it was cleared by the palace. I hate the palace now. You know what? Down with the aristocrats! Take it down! Tear down their walls! Send all of their wealth to everybody else! We're done here! Send in the Golurk! Bash it down! Oddish the Wanderer has the highest encounter rate here and hides during the day, then moves around at night, so it doesn't get sunburned as it looks for water and nutrient-rich soil. Sentret is here hunting after bugs, small mammals such as rodents, and eating whatever berries it finds. Nincada being a cicada, eating roots of plants primarily. Kecleon is also going after insects, though it is a little bit rarer here. Hard to tell if that's because it has lower numbers or because it's just invisible. In rustling bushes, though, we have Venipede, who will actively attack anything and everything it thinks that it can beat and eat. And finally, before our two new entries, we have Audino, who is able to escape long before others get close to it thanks to its ears. It's just eating fruits and veggies and probably helping other Pokemon here and there. Esper is one of our first new friends. Its ears are quite large in proportion to its body and folded. Beneath its ears are two ring-shaped yellow organs. These organs emit Esper's intense psychic powers. It has no control over its power, and it would leak out if the ears were not sheltering the organs. It has enough psychic energy to create a blast radius of 300 feet, 90 meters. This psychic energy can send even a wrestler flying, so at least it isn't necessarily fatal, but the impact of you hitting whatever you run into after being sent flying might be. While its blank expression barely changes, beneath it is an intense struggle, trying so hard to control its psychic powers. Esper can fall unconscious if its psychic power builds up too much. Now, that doesn't state a diet, but its evolution Meowstic also doesn't state a dietary preference even. They are cats in the end though, and Esper itself specifically likely being based on the Scottish Fold breed. Though, again, since they are cats, we can easily assume that they are obligate carnivores as cats are. This puts Sentret in danger, and the rare Kecleon if it's so unlucky to get blasted by psychic energy accidentally. Esper is also small though, meaning that it may have a tough time against Sentret, who is not only larger, but also travels in groups, even if they don't have entire hordes here, which may actually show us that they don't travel in groups in this specific area. In fact, Esper and Sentret have the same encounter rate though, meaning that they are likely competing for food despite Esper not eating bugs. Honestly, this whole area is actually very terrible for Esper, especially when we take the next entry into account, Honedge. Honedge is said to have been born from a person's soul after they were killed by the sword that it resides in. Again, imagine just sink, well, at least I'm dead. Oh, I'm the sword now. Great. That's a tortured existence. Imagine doing that for anything else. If you die in the toilet, you become part of the toilet. If you die by a rock, you become a rock. How terrible is that? Just becoming the thing that killed you. Its sash is prehensile, and it holds its sheath when it is battling. Honedge is known to wrap its sash around people's arms and suck their life energy if they dare to grab it by the hilt. Great. It doesn't say anything about stealing energy from Pokemon. No, it specifically states that it steals life energy from people, the little vengeful spirit that it is. The rest of the Pokemon on the route are at least safe from it then. Route 7. The longest single road in the Kalos region runs straight alongside one of its greatest rivers, which is weird because you can't fish in that river. There's a lot of water in this region you can't really fish in, which makes me feel really weird about it all, but it is what it is. Flabébé is back, though. Smeargle is just a beagle eating whatever comes its way. Volbeat and Illumis are consuming pollen and nectar as they team up with Roselia, as they have in every other route we see them on. In fact, that's the first time we see these three Pokemon when they first appear in the games. They appear pretty much together on every single route that they are on. With Roselia, it is just doing plant things and stabbing anyone who wants to try and steal their roses. Krogunk is an interesting case, though, as I have stated in the past that most other fighting types won't eat other Pokemon, but Krogunk is a different case. Poison dart frogs are carnivores, surviving on a diet of small insects. Things like fruit flies, termites, ants, young crickets, and some smaller species of beetles. They're excellent opportunistic hunters, relying on their long, sticky tongues to flash out and catch fast-moving prey in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Blue Planet Aquarium. So yes, Krogunk is going after insects. Meanwhile, Ducklet is only eating peat and bog moss, despite being a duck. Our other duck, Psyduck, is also here in hordes, eating fish and bugs whenever its headache doesn't debilitate it. All while Hoppip also float through the area as groups in their horde encounters, just soaking up sunlight, aimlessly wandering around the world with the wind. Though what's interesting is that we now find on this route Spritzee and Swirlix. Spritzee emits a scent that varies based on its diet and enraptures those around it using a scent pouch. That's important. In the past, royal ladies carried Spritzee with them instead of using perfume. The fragrance changes depending on what it has eaten. Because of that fragrant pouch, and because of what it looks like, we're going to make a very strange argument for Spritzee's diet being based on it having the Plague Doctor inspired designs. When we look at the beak of the Plague Doctor, they would fill it with different items in order to fill their masks with good smells and odors. These odors are basically thought to push away the bad smells, meaning that disease would be kept at bay while also dealing with the dead and dying. By the way, they also thought that their clothing was bacteria resistant, when in fact, all the bacteria would go on the clothing, and they would transfer diseases and sicknesses between their patients. Great doctors. But within their beaks, they would stuff the tip of it with dried flowers, herbs, spices, camphor, or a vinegar sponge. Considering that we only have just found Spritzee here, where we also for the first time see both purple and yellow flowers, we can safely assume that Spritzee in fact does eat flowers at the very least, likely eating whatever seeds may also come from them. This would explain the scents that they give off, what they're putting into their pouch, and why they are valued for creating perfume. As for Swirlix, it only eats sweets, which makes its fur as sticky as cotton candy. I never ever want to touch it in that case. I'm sorry, it's cute, but no, I don't want to feel sticky afterwards. Though its fur is said to smell like cotton candy as well. It can entangle its opponents with white sticky thread. The amount of sugar it eats is equal to its weight. It is known to become grumpy if it doesn't eat enough sugar. So why is it here on this route? Well, because the berry fields are nearby. Well, yes, we the player have to jumpstart the berry fields. We can assume that they would eventually begin planting berries here, otherwise why is there a field? And even if we make a comparison with fruits such as cranberries in real life that taste bitter to us, cranberries have a lot of nutrients and sugars to animals such as cows, which will actually get drunk off of them. Or how robins can get drunk on honeysuckle berries as well. Those natural sugars, even if small to us, are a lot to other creatures. As such, when they digest them and it processes all the nutrients and everything within them, we can end up with a lot of sugar, allowing us to know that Swirlix is fiending after berries in order to get their fill of sugars. Not a lot of interactions on this route, although what interests me the most is if other Pokemon would eat Swirlix. It is a cotton candy Pokemon after all, so I guess if a Pokemon is desperate for sugars, then maybe we would find it being eaten. I will also take a small side tangent, or a small tangent, because I was originally making my own region. At this point, I'm actually running Pokemon Star Signs, which is a Pokemon D&D show that happens live on stream and has a playlist. Happens every Friday, 8:30 p.m. CST. original story, 10 years after the Alola events, back when I was making my own region, I actually made something called Roboing, which is a robin-based Pokemon that would eat honeysuckle. A form of honeysuckle within the world of Pokemon, I do suppose. As it would eat it, it would eventually evolve, it would show its other kind where they are, and they would be known to, at first, in their first form, kind of drunkenly dance around. In its second form, it would actually use that to their best advantage, being able to be like a Spinda in some capacity, and then, when it hits its final form, the only way it would do so is when there are too many Robins, or its second form, in an area, causing them to actually engage in a berry eating contest. The winner of that berry eating contest, eating so many of these berries that do make them drunk, would actually evolve the Pokemon from a normal flying type into a flying poison type, allowing it to basically use that berry juice as part of its own armory for the most part. So just something small that I wanted to share, and I didn't want it to be left completely in the past. Connecting Cave. This cave linking Route 7 and Silage City is notable for its great hordes of Zubat. So yes, we have the strictly blood-consuming Zubat, Wishmer, who is eating berries, Meditite eating a berry a week, and Axew also crushing up berries as it has not changed up its diet yet in order to eat other Pokemon as its evolutions will. Way less here than I was expecting in terms of the Pokemon within the cave, and they all just don't really interact. Yeah, sure, Zubat might pop in and try to take some blood, but it's gonna get smacked down by Whismer's loud screaming, Meditite being a psychic type, and then Axew just being a strong dragon type, honestly. And everyone has the same encounter rate except for Axew, which we could assume is simply because it is a dragon, a rarer Pokemon that is likely just here wandering through, somehow got here, and doesn't necessarily belong, as it does not call this cave its home. Route 8. This is a road of great contrasts, from the harsh rock of the cliffs to the soft sands of the beach. We're getting a lot of repeats here from past editions, but I am very curious as to how this area functions overall, so I will paint a picture at the end of this route. Spoik is eating mushrooms, Zangoose and Seviper are competing with each other and eating every other mammal in the area, as they have the same diet: eggs, small mammals, maybe larger mammals, because shockingly, yes, mongoose and snakes have similar diets. Absol is shockingly here, and we will come back to them later, as they're just a peaceful Pokemon avoiding battle and eating plants and potentially even roots thanks to its claw and horn. Then we have Drifloon, who will drag others away, potentially consuming souls, as that gets really weird overall as well. Mienfoo is an herbivore despite its real-life inspirations. And then we have Bagon, who we never got to talk about, and Inkay. Bagon live in rough terrains with cliffs and rocks. It longs to fly and jumps off cliffs to be able to do so. Frustrated at its inability to fly, it leaps off cliffs and smashes its head against large rocks indiscriminately. This process of continually bashing its head causes it to become as hard as steel. Well-developed neck muscles support its hard head. Actually, that's very much like a giraffe. This, combined with its powerful body, allows it to shatter rocks with its head. Bagon is known to be rather solitary, preferring not to form groups with others of its kind. It has been theorized that Bagon's habit of head bashing and pure belief influences the cells needed to help it evolve. You just gotta believe, gotta hit that Parappa the Rappa mindset. Also, yes, just to expand on what I said earlier, the reason, or one reason, why giraffes have a long neck is not just because, oh, we adapted our long neck so we can eat leaves. And I'm saying this even though giraffes are my favorite animal, so bear with me. We are just eating them so we can eat leaves that are high up so that no other animal can take our food. No. Because if you look at the fact of that, how giraffes go through their mating rituals, they will slam their heads into other male giraffes. Now, how do you make sure that you win those fights and can mate? Oh, you get a thicker skull, a heavier skull. Well, at some point, your neck is not going to be able to support that. And instead of getting a massive, just wide neck, the neck grew longer, allowing them to not only support their thick, heavy skull with a strong neck full of muscle, but also have a neck that they can use for, I don't know, something like centripetal force, kind of like a rock on a string, and slam with more force. So yeah, there's how giraffes work. It's wild, isn't it? Anywho, we don't get a diet for Bagon. We don't get one for Shelgon, as it doesn't eat or drink at all. And then we land on Salamence, which also doesn't state anything. It just states that it can be aggressive, will shoot flames all over the place, and is overall a very happy Pokemon because it can finally fly. Though, I don't think anyone will disagree with me if I were to state that Bagon and Salamence would be creatures that would likely eat whatever comes their way. Pokemon, plants, plant Pokemon, you name it. Whatever it needs to get by. It's rare here, hitting at about 5%, so it's not like it's making a massive impact and is probably just focusing on trying not to die as it jumps off of cliffs. Inkay can cause its luminescent spots to blink and flash. This behavior serves a variety of uses. If Inkay is threatened, the blinking lights will cause its opponents to become dazed and lose their will to battle, allowing it to escape. The blinking also serves to attract Inkay's prey, which is then ensnared and held in place by its tentacles. Inkay also uses various complex rhythms and patterns of light to communicate to others of its kind. Because of this, Inkay instinctively reacts to anything in its habitat to emit light or echoing sounds. By floating upside down, it improves its blood flow along with clearing its head. This also drastically boosts the power of Inkay's psychic moves and is what triggers its evolution into Malamar. Inkay clearly then states that it goes after something for prey. What makes it odd is that we know we can find them on the land or in the water. They're basically squids or cuttlefish, allowing us to look at their diets for a better idea as to what Inkay consumes. Thanks to the Antarctic Australian program, I said that in the wrong order, squid mainly eat fish and crustaceans. They're also known to be cannibalistic and may feed on each other. I'm sorry, now I'm just imagining a bunch of Inkay duking it out, especially when caught in nets. It is thought that squids can routinely eat 30% or more of their body weight in a day. They may increase in biomass by 10 to 15% per day in the first half of their life cycle. Meanwhile, with cuttlefish, thanks to PBS.org, cuttlefish are carnivores and probably one of my favorite sea creatures, preying on small mollusks, crabs, fish, shrimp, octopus worms, and other cuttlefish. They use their extendable tentacles to grab prey, which they immobilize with a toxic spike. Their beak, located at the base of their arms, is sharp enough to break hard crab shells. Somewhat the same diet between the two as we could have expected, but where are these supposed crabs at if they're on land? Well, if we look under some of the rocks, we'll discover two more Pokemon here. One of them being Dwebble, whom Inkay will prey upon. The Dwebble, being hermit crabs, despite being bug-type Pokemon, are going to also be opportunistic omnivores themselves, being the cleanup crew of the area. Though the other creature hiding under the rock, or more aptly hiding in the rock, is actually Binacle. Binacle is always found as a pair living in a single gray rock, and they need to cooperate with each other in order to survive. It moves by stretching and contracting its bodies and yanking the rock along in a hopping motion. The pair has a tendency of squabbling with one another. When they do, one of them will move and find a different rock with a different Binacle to live alongside with. They eat seaweed that washes up on the shoreline. Thank you, Pokemon, for making that nice and clear. Also, seeing a lone Binacle is kind of cursed, in my opinion. But we aren't done yet, because there's one more Pokemon within our level range that we can at least mention, being Luvdisc, who, based on its real-life inspirations, the discus fish, is eating small worms, crustaceans, plant matter, insects, and detritus. Luvdisc is the bottom of the food chain, essentially, also serving primarily as cleanup crew, but picking at those crustaceans which really aren't here, at least not for it, and it really isn't dependent on hunting other Pokemon, considering other locations that we find it in. So, we would moreover consider it a Pokemon that is a Detrivore. Our last two Pokemon only occur in horde encounters, which include Talo, who is strictly eating only insects, and Wingull, who is happily munching on fish, bugs, pretty much everything. Honestly, as others have said in the past, it would be a lot easier to list the things that seagulls, Wingull in this case, do not eat, rather than listing everything that they do eat. Before we get to the picture painting though, this is the only place where Absol has appeared and there isn't a major threat nearby, and that weirds me out. Every other place has been right outside of Kyurem's location, just before the summit of Mount Coronet, where Dialga and Palkia will be captured by Team Galactic, or in the past they appeared because of whatever happened in Hisui, in locations just outside of where the Regis can be found, and it's just, again, weird to not have a major threat here, yet our Omen Pokemon is found here. Maybe it just likes the yellow flower since its encounter rate increases, or rather doubles, to 20% in the yellow flowers here. Which, while it isn't a dog, most people consider it to be a dog, and dogs see the color yellow pretty well. In fact, just as another tiny small tangent, my dog Jaeger, his favorite color is definitely yellow. Everything, if he sees the color yellow, he will run to it. He loves it. But putting that aside, let's just get into the picture painting for this route. Spoink bounces onto the scene, balancing the pink pearl on its head, a treasure that it has obtained from the sea and happily carries with it wherever it goes. As it bounces along, it meets a friend along the way, Midfu, training in the sands of the beach. But Spoink dare not jump into the sand, otherwise it'll take too much energy to continue bouncing, and its heart may just stop. Unfortunately for our Spoink though, there are a number of Pokemon with their eyes on it for their next tasty meal. Well, if Bagon were more interested in hunting rather than jumping off of cliffs as they wish for wings, that would be another worry. But Bagon is pretty occupied with falling onto its head from great heights. No, rather, an unexpected Pokemon is here, ready to grab Spoink. Drifloon. The reason behind this is because Drifblim will actively hunt Clamperl for their pearls. Meanwhile, Spoink gets its pearl from Clamperls. This puts our little piggy here on the chopping block for Drifloon as it tries to swoop in and grab this pink pearl. But it doesn't work out, considering Drifloon can't really control its movement all that well, so Spoink keeps the pearl for another day as the winds carry Drifloon away. Bounding along further, Spoink is accosted once more, cornered by a Seviper who prepares to strike out and end the life of Spoink, only for Zangoose to tackle Seviper away. Though this is not an act of benevolence, this is simply Zangoose fighting its mortal enemy and potentially wanting to eat Spoink for itself in the future. Although, if it can kill the Seviper, that would prove for a great meal for today. As the two quarrel with each other, Spoink pogo sticks away rapidly. It finally gets to rest behind a rock overlooking the sand and water. Peace at last. And on that beach, we see an Inkay floating along in the air, checking one rock after another. It uncovers some barnacle eating whatever bits of seaweed have made their way on shore, but then it moves just the right rock to discover Dwebble. And while a bug would normally be able to handle a psychic type, when under the hypnosis of Inkay's rapidly oscillating lights, Dwebble is helpless and a delicious meal. That is until Wingull swoops in with a high-pitched squaw snatching away the squid. Dwebble finds itself a moment of relief, knowing there is always the chance that if it is found without its shell, it would be an easy target for other birds. So, as it tries to get back into its rock, unfortunately, a Talo quickly swoops in next to take the recovering Dwebble away for its next meal. An unlucky day for Dwebble, assuredly. Though, day in and day out, as the waves take and give, other Dwebble and even Lovedisk are able to do as the Detrivores do, and scavenge the scraps of the day away. We now close this route and move on to the next one. Route 9. This rocky passage was created by retired Rhyhorn racers who forged a path where there was none. Hippopotas, unlike a hippo's normal diet, has a diet that consists of whatever falls into its mouth as it swallows and expels the sand that it got into its mouth. This puts our other two Pokemon here in danger, one of them being Sandile, who is also just eating literally everything made of meat that crosses its path, and then poor Helioptile, who just wants to absorb sunlight and live its day basking away. So I just had the realization that I just rattled off Helioptile because of the fact that for some reason I thought it was from Unova. So, when just going over that part just now, I didn't think twice about talking about Helioptile. Well, yes, I was correct, luckily, in the whole idea that it doesn't need to eat food. So, let's just quickly go over Helioptile while I was in the editing process of the video, actually. It has frills that have cells that generate electricity when exposed to sunlight. This allows it to create its own energy and thrive without food in its desert home. The frills act similar to solar panels and are the source of Helioptile's electric moves. However, should this process get interrupted, Helioptile will be stressed to the point of weakness. As seen in one of its attack animations in the games, its head and frills glow with a pale yellow light when it uses certain moves. So, had to give justice to Helioptile here and properly talk about all of its information, because yes, it is really cool that its Helios is in part of its name, you know, god of the sun and all that good stuff, at least, well, god that personifies the sun within Greek religion and mythology. So, fun little Pokemon, and nothing actually crazy here. Though we know Hippopotas and Sandile are not interacting that much unless necessary, as they have the same encounter rate and are kind of ambush predators by all means, once again making them competitors in terms of food. There is a very good chance that they may even get the upper hand on one another, whoever is caught unawares, then becoming the meal for the other one, but not often enough that it is a danger and would cause them to evolve. Glittering Cave. Lose all sense of direction as you wander through this cave, where luminous moss grows emerald green. This cave, oddly enough, has no Pokemon from this generation within it, but I will still quickly go over the Pokemon here. Machop, being the highest encounter rate, building muscle, eating beans, berries, and lifting or fighting others. Onyx, being one of the big reasons this cave is formed as it burrows and absorbs materials. Cubone being the second highest encounter rate as it cries, eats berries, and waits for the day that it does evolve. Rhyhorn is foraging through the grass and eating it outside and smashing through the rock inside, creating more tunnels as it expands its territory. Kangaskhan is likely just using this as a resting spot, eating grass, leaves, ferns, flowers, fruit, and moss where it can, considering it is a kangaroo. Then we get the reverse anglerfish that is Mawile, waiting for someone, or something, to walk over and the camouflaged hair teeth thing that it has to snap at them. Doesn't matter if they're made out of meat, plants, rock, whatever, Mawile can consume anything as long as its jaws can crush it. Luckily for everyone here, it appears at the lowest percent. Then we have Lunatone and Solrock, who are self-sufficient, oddly enough, either absorbing light when they can or just persisting on nothing. If you don't wear a hard hat in this area, by the way, you're gonna get a concussion, as both Woobat and Ferroseed drop from the ceiling. Woobat eats bug Pokemon despite being based on a frugivore bat, which we do find Dwebble inside this cave. Meanwhile, Ferroseed is just scraping up moss and metals for its body to absorb. And that's really our glittering cave. Let's just get to the other side. And on the other side, we've reached Coastal Kalos. Let's talk about the geography here before moving on to the next route. Coastal Kalos is located by the vast sea in the western parts of Kalos. The mainly explored area is a strip between mountains and the sea. This area is dominated by rocky shores in the southwest and lush beaches and forests in the northwest. Most human settlements are located by the sea. The peninsula in the northwest is known for its menhir stones. There are many important locations such as the Reflection Cave, Geosense Town, and Shalar City with its Tower of Mastery. So we have Route 10. Countless stones line this mysterious path in such numbers and arrays that it seems overwhelming. This route is weird. There are dog Pokemon galore. So I'm gonna have some fun explaining the implications here after we talk about all the Pokemon here, because we really have a, what would otherwise seem like a dog-eat-dog world here. Eevee appearing actually for the first time in the wild. Eevee is rarely found in the wild, no duh, and is mostly only found in cities and towns. It is said to have an irregularly shaped genetic structure that is easily influenced by its environment. This allows it to adapt to a variety of habitats by evolving. Eevee can potentially evolve into 8 different evolutions, maybe more soon enough. Eevee can also start to adopt the face of the trainer that owns it. Eevee's genes are believed to have the key to solving the mysteries of Pokemon evolution. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it is believed to dream about which form it will evolve into. So Eevee is supposed to be a creature that you can vaguely remember in your dreams or from your dreams, though of course this means that it draws inspiration from dogs, cats, foxes, and rabbits if we look at its evolutions. In this case, to make this very nice and simple, despite those big old cute eyes that might just suck your soul away, we are going to be considering Eevee to be an omnivore. It makes the most sense considering its inspirations and that its evolutions will hunt for prey. Umbreon, Sylveon, so on and so forth. And only because it was created in this generation, I will make the exception and talk about Sylveon, because how can I not? It's in the thumbnail. Sylveon's ribbon-like feelers emit a soothing aura that erases any sense of hostility, enabling it to stop fights instantly. As mentioned in its sleep-style decks, Sylveon's soothing aura can allow any nearby trainers to obtain a good night's sleep whenever they go to sleep. When hunting, it swirls its feelers as a distraction, while the aura weakens feelings of hostility in its prey. Then it pounces on the victim. It will literally calm you down, saying, oh, I'm not here for a fight, it's okay, we could be friends, psych, and kill you. That is what we just learned. It will also wrap its feelers around its trainer's arm as they walk together, which allows it to read their feelings. When a fight breaks out between Sylveon and Dragon-type Pokemon, Sylveon will bravely charge at them even if they are much bigger than itself. In Galar, this feat is told as a fairy tale. So yeah, again, it is hunting other Pokemon, and it eating Greninja in the thumbnail? It's actually kind of a possibility, even though we can't find Greninja in the wild. Oops. Snubbull, Houndour, Electrike, all of our dogs, all of them are hunting after everything here. Or at least, we'll let you think that for now. Sigilyph is here, who doesn't eat anything, but is thought to be a guardian on patrol since it was first created by ancient civilizations. Emolga is flying, squirreling its way through, potentially attacking Yanma in the area as it collects berries, though Yanma may flip that around and eat it, other insects, fish, or other small mammals for that matter. Nosepass is likely here to leech up some metals where it can in hopes of evolving, and then Golett is also here, not eating anything, but rolling up some clay balls. The only other new Pokemon here to talk about, though, is Hawlucha. Hawlucha makes up for its small body with its proficiency in fighting, which allows it to keep up with bigger fighters, such as Machamp and Hariyama. It leaps around to stay in its opponent's blind spots and controls its position in the air by using its wings. A favored tactic is to strike from above because it is a difficult maneuver to defend against. However, Hawlucha has a tendency to show off in the heat of battle. Opponents can exploit its vanity to gain the upper hand. In Paldea, Primeape is Hawlucha's natural enemy. I mean, yeah, I could understand that too. Primeape kind of swinging wildly, angry, punch, punch, punch. You can't really predict an attack around that when its attacks are in 360 degrees at all times, unlike Machamp or some of these other ones, which have a more steady martial art fighting style, boxing, more straight punches, hooks, or jabs, maybe a couple of kicks here and there. It's easy to get around those, theoretically speaking, if you're trained. That's why you don't usually fight against certain martial art types when you are using a certain martial art type yourself. It's like actual type effectiveness and weakness. It's very weird to think about, actually. Like kickboxing, I would always imagine beat regular boxing, unless you just get the one good punch out. Anywho, I'm not an expert in that, so let's continue on. As much as I want to say it is a fighting type that is not eating other Pokemon, I simply cannot ignore Hawlucha having our hawk-like beak here. It is absolutely then tearing apart other prey such as Emolga or even some of the dog Pokemon. Though, I would like to present to you a counter argument for this specific location. All these Pokemon are here. Nearly all of them are aggressive. Nearly all of them are predators. Heck, Probopass is a predator that hunts after other mineral-based Pokemon. So Nosepass may even be hunting after Golett here for that matter. This whole area would be chaos. But I'm willing to argue that zero fighting occurs outside of the encounters that we have with trainers. Why? Because this is a Pokemon graveyard. Loyal Pokemon have gathered here. Dog Pokemon, Golett, Sigilyph, and other Pokemon that represent old humanity such as Nosepass. We can even look at Hawlucha and consider the idea of Lucha Libre, free fight. And while there is no historical record saying that Lucha Libre was used for freedom fighting, the pun is a little too on the nose for an area like this. Freedom, or the hope of it, from the past, as these Pokemon that are within their graves, their spirits are freed, and are no longer with us after that ultimate weapon had used their energy. This would not be the first and will not be the last time a location would be symbolic of a time in history within the Pokemon world, the people who lived here, or even beliefs held by people here. And I stand firm in stating that the Pokemon here are likely not fighting at all. We probably have some weird Fry's dog situation where all these dogs, despite not being around, assumedly, when the ultimate weapon was originally fired, just sitting and waiting for their owners to come back in a very sad way. Unless they're just passing through, like Emolga, in which case, you know, Emolga might get shot by Sigilyph. Oops. Route 11. One can feel the power of the Earth's interior from the crystals that sprout along this mountain path. It's also known as Mirror Way. This area is very interesting because we are going to see a lot of evolved Pokemon. When we see evolved Pokemon, we need to think about what causes them to evolve. There are a number of different ways, one being that there is an excess amount of food for them and it is a safe area allowing them to evolve. Another way is when Pokemon are competing with each other excessively for their food that they need to survive. And the final is when the Pokemon are being hunted consistently by other predator Pokemon, in which case the only way to survive is to either evolve or leave. Keep this in mind as we go through the Pokemon here and see if you can figure it out. Nidorina and Nidorino are eating whatever comes their way, if they can kill it. Though that is primarily Nidorino's job, while it is also searching for moonstones so it can evolve into a deadly monster that Nidoking is. Hariyama is an herbivore continuing its training here. Staravia eats both bugs and plants but not mammals. Chingling also hunts after prey, in fact hunting after birds. Stunky is an omnivore that prefers insects though will eat rodents. Both Throw and Sock are herbivores as they stay away from other Pokemon. And in Hordes, we find Nidoran male and female, and then Starly. Though before we break all of that down, we do have one new addition being Dedenne. Dedenne's upper whiskers serve as antennae that can send and receive electrical waves. This allows it to communicate with others of its own kind over great distances, sharing locations of food or electricity, and sense its surroundings. These simple lower whiskers are organs that can fire electricity. However, Dedenne is small, and its electricity generating organ is underdeveloped, making it unable to generate a lot of electricity on its own. It absorbs electricity from other electric Pokemon or from homes and buildings by plugging its tail into outlets. Dedenne are known to live near humans due to this behavior. When it is low on charge, it curls up and sleeps, and as mentioned in its sleep style decks, Dedenne will occasionally fall asleep while sucking on its tail. It is believed that Dedenne does this due to being happy with all the electricity it absorbed. I don't want to live in Kalos because of that. I'm not gonna lie. If my electricity bill triples because I didn't realize that Dedenne was coming in at night and stealing my electricity, I'm gonna throw a fit. I don't want to say I'll make them extinct because they are incredibly cute and that's really cruel for me to say, but like, shoot it out of a cannon, it'll survive. They get hit by Pokemon moves all the time. I'm sure it'll be okay. Now, Dedenne, it is based on either a gerbil, a Japanese dormouse, or a hamster. They will all have a similar diet in the end, though as we lean on the idea of the Japanese dormouse, we get its main food as insects, berries, nectar, or pollen. Though with our other two, we can add in grasses as it's added in diet, which would explain why we find it here where there are no flowers for us to at least encounter them within. So, did you figure out why there are so many evolutions here? And why there are hordes of Nidoran and Starly? Allow me to break this down. Throw and Sock are irrelevant here. Just get them away, they're training. Throw are literally throwing each other around, they can't resist throwing other Pokemon around, and Sock is completely solitary. Meanwhile, Starly would have normally been fine here, and so would the Nidorans have been, were it not for Chingling. In fact, we know that Chimecho does directly state, its evolution, that it hunts for prey. And I always suspected that they would hunt for birds, but they may actually hunt for our Nidos as well. Helps to have that psychic advantage over them. This would explain why the Nidos and Starly have actually evolved here and are only encountered in horde battles. Because the horde battles are actually you coming across their nests. And yes, you are a monster for attacking the defenseless little babies within them. What might throw you off though is Hariyama, who evolved from Makuhita only because it likes a challenge. Makuhita gets stronger every time it gets knocked down, literally. And what do we have here? Skilled fighting types, poison types, psychic types, and even Dedenne is a fairy type, making this the worst place for Makuhita to exist, but the best place for it to train and evolve. The last piece of this puzzle is simply to recognize that Nidorina, Nidorino, and Stunky are just foraging around for food, occasionally eating stray Dedenne that they may come across that may have fallen asleep in a random flower, as real-life dormouses may do, and yes, it is very cute, and yes, I will put that on screen now. But otherwise, that pretty much clears this route. Reflection Cave. The sheer faces of these rock walls reflect the images of people and Pokemon like nature's mirror. We primarily find Psychic-type Pokemon here, which is a little bit strange until we consider the fact that this place is basically just filled with reflective crystals. Crystals are seen as an amplifier for psychic power in superstition, so this all checks out. Woobat and Pharisee drop from the ceiling again. Mr. Mime is an herbivore, Wobbuffet is too. Sableye is eating gems, and our new Pokemon here, as it is likely having a heart attack from excitement. Chingling might be hunting small Pokemon found in horde encounters, such as Mime Jr., which would explain why Mr. Mime is here, but Roggenrola hasn't evolved, meaning that it doesn't eat rocks or rock types, anything along those lines. And speaking of Roggenrola, they just consume water so that way they can grow and evolve. Solosis doesn't eat at all, and then we have the one that is being preyed upon by Sableye, Carbink. Carbink is born from the high temperatures and pressures underground. Since then, it has slept underground for millions of years. It is also occasionally found during cave excavations. It is known to compare its hard body with those of Geodude and Roggenrola. It is known to be preyed upon by Sableye and caught by Gabite. Carbink are not specially rare. The jewels on its body draw the attention from people. Rarely, Carbink will undergo a strange mutation and transform into the mythical Pokemon Diancie. It is said that a pack of Carbink lives with a Diancie queen, however you say it, in a jeweled kingdom deep underground. It is also said that there lies a mineral vein housing another larger pack of Carbink with another Diancie queen. Carbink is also one of the few Pokemon found in the Area 0 Underdepths. I've explained this also before, but I may as well here. Coal does not turn into diamond. Carbon, very similarly to Carbink, will randomly go, once it's under the right pressure and heat, and suddenly just transform into diamond. It could happen instantly, it could happen millions of years later, and that explains why nobody actually understands how it actually occurs, and that it just happens as it turns into Diancie. Also, poor Carbink, born to be eaten by Sableye and sleep within crystal caves as it doesn't eat at all. It will never know the exquisite taste of chicken Alfredo, or pie for that matter. And yes, those are my favorite foods. We're gonna move on. Not much of an ecosystem to talk about here. I'm just feeling air. Route 12. Frolicking Skiddo can be seen and ridden on at the Bas de Mer Ranch. Sorry, I had to make sure I said that right. Located beside the breezy sea. Honestly, we have another route with nothing but old Pokemon, but we can at least use this route to see if it was designed with what Pokemon diets are stated to be, such as Heracross, who is found in the yellow flowers 6 times more often than in the grass. Slowpoke is wandering around here, eating what it can and likely moving to the water for fish. It shares the highest encounter rate with Chatot, who is a seed eater, putting Execute in a bit of a scary spot as it tries to absorb enough sunlight to evolve itself. Luckily, it does, Execute, have enough psychic power to drive away Chatot fairly easily, since it does so with Pidgeotto. Pachirisu scampers about, eating berries, avoiding some of our scarier Pokemon in the meantime, such as Pinsir, who is also here, but doesn't seem to care for the yellow flowers, considering there are plenty of other potential meals available to it. Though, it does have to be careful, because there are Tauros in the area grazing away, and they do charge in hordes. Speaking of hordes, this really follows the fact that it is a farming route, as we also find Miltank, who appears in hordes, and loves the yellow flowers. Mareep is also here in hordes, alongside Wingull, who fly over the sea looking for their next meal of seafood. Our seafood, in turn, has actually expanded, as following Luvdisc, we have Remoraid shooting down any bugs that fly by, if only there were a couple of our little bagworm Pokemon in the area. Tentacool eating whatever it drifts by. Mantike also eating fish but being friends with Remoraid. Clampo grabbing whatever fish passed by, and shockingly, with a 1% encounter rate, we do find Lapras here, who is a big fan of eating fish. Obviously, they have a very low encounter rate because they are a sought-after Pokemon, mechanically, but it also makes sense that it has such a low encounter rate because the waters cannot support a ton of Lapras, who, in the modern day, are said to have eaten so much fish that they are now putting other fish at risk of endangerment. Ironic, isn't it? Oh, and both Dwebble and Binacle are found through Rock Smash again. It's more of a farming area, nothing too excessive to talk about, again, with a lot of old Pokemon that now appear in the modern day together. And it all seems to make fairly good sense and is consistent with things we have said in the past, which is great to see. We can now move on. Azure Bay, the deep blue ocean of Kalos' coast, where Pokemon from distant lands are said to visit. Take away our farm animals and add in Chinchu in the water who is eating fish, and you already have this place covered with all the encounters that are there. We move on to Route 13. Since no plants can grow in the red clay of this Great Plain, it hosts the power plant instead. Okay, I gotta nerd out just a little bit, because red clay is actually typically indicative of a lot of iron oxides such as basalt. It's also often called terra rosa, or red earth, or scientifically, utilsol. Soil was what made me want to go to college, when I wanted to go for environmental studies, so it's always going to hold a very special place in my heart. Here, though, we do encounter the root-eating Doug trio, Trapinch, who just waits for someone to fall into its trap, Gibble, who is also just eating whatever falls or comes across its path, Graveler, looking for mossy rocks to eat, and finally Slugma, who doesn't need to eat. Nothing crazy here. We are officially in the last third of Kalos with Mountain Kalos. Mountain Kalos is located in the eastern reaches of the region. The area is largely mountainous, and the temperatures tend to be cooler than in the other parts, with some routes and settlements having snow covering them. To the north, there is a marshy area that is said to be haunted. However, the settlements are plentiful, and there are some important landmarks, such as the Kalos power plant that is built on a harsh wasteland, the Pokeball factory in Lumiose City, and the Pokemon League itself. Kalos City is located outside the 3 divisions and is only reachable by train from Lumiose City. The city is relatively isolated from other parts of the region, being completely surrounded by mountains. Route 14. The lush trees and boggy swamps of this trail give off an eerie vibe, even in broad daylight, and we have a swamp! Swamps are so cool and unique, even in real life. Such a special environment for specialized critters, and that's no different in the Pokemon world. Weepinbell, eating whatever falls into its mouth, is found here. Haunter is here too, stealing the life of anything that it wants, but luckily it has a low encounter rate of 5%. It's likely here because it's a nice shaded environment. Quagsire is living the dream, as this is such a moist environment that it doesn't have to stay in the water, meaning that this Japanese giant salamander Pokemon can eat its fill of fish, crustaceans, bugs, snakes, and small mammals, which is unfortunate for some of the Pokemon we're going to talk about next, such as Scorpy, who's going to eat whatever it can in terms of bugs and mammals, being an opportunistic predator. Codivine also takes no prisoners here, just like Weepinbell, and if it fits the Pokemon into its mouth, the Pokemon gets eaten. That is how Carnivine works. At least, it primarily eats insects. Unfortunately, that means we add Carablast and Shelmet to the list of creatures being eaten by more Pokemon here, since they are here as well. And Carablast does hunt after Shelmet. Both of them actually do make sense to see here, as ticks and snails would love a habitat like this, a swampy marsh. Because yeah, if you walk through a swamp, you better get ready to be covered in at least a ton of ticks. In hordes, we can fill out some of the diets as we get Bellsprout, who still eats insects, Ekans, who it's a snake. You use your imagination. But we still can't even get to our new Pokemon just yet, as through surfing and fishing, we get Stunfisk, just waiting in the deep swamp to be stepped on so it can eat its next meal. If the meal is too large, Stunfisk is just gonna flap away. Literally, just like fly or flap itself away. Otherwise, it's gonna shock it and then consume it. Poliwag, eating moss, at least in this area, and then Barboach primarily being a scavenger, but eating whatever it can as it tastes the world around it with its feelers. But then we finally get to land on the slug of the swamp, Goomy. On top of its head are 2 pairs of antenna-like horns. The hind pair is longer than the front pair. These sensitive horns are used to check its surroundings. Goomy is considered the weakest dragon-type Pokemon. Its body is mostly water, and it's covered by a germ-laden mucus membrane. This slimy layer causes physical attacks to slide off harmlessly. However, it becomes unable to breathe and will die if its body dries out. Because of this, it stays in damp, shady areas. Hence, we have our swamp here. Goomy's horns have powerful sensors that allow it to locate any sign of the enemy, allowing it to survive any kind of danger. As seen in the anime, its diet consists of leaves. Thank you, Pokemon, for making that clear once more, though I don't think this means it will be attacking the Bellsprout line anytime soon, due to its apparent weaker nature. This route is honestly just everyone eating bugs and then Quagsire, feeding on whatever is dumb enough to fall inside of its mouth with minimal effort. So, nothing too extravagant to explain here when it's all fairly straightforward. Route 15. This path became a popular hangout for the wild and directionless youths of Lumiose City. While we don't have any Kalos Pokemon here yet again, sad, we do have some interesting first-time interactions. Scorpy returns. Mightyena here is a strong and intelligent hunter who is going after anything made of meat. Opportunistic predators, not all that different from cats in that matter. Then we have Watchog, who is also going after insects, so Scorpy is having a worse and worse time here. Luckily, Watchog will also go after seeds and other plants. Then we add in Liepard, who is a cat, once again, obligate carnivore, and also a trickster one at that. Fungus, who is going to draw in anyone who eats mushrooms and attempts to eat them instead. Poniard, being a carnivore that'll go for the backs of your knees to immobilize you, then devour you. Klefki eating the metal ions, originally living within mines until they couldn't find metal in there anymore. And then we get hordes of Murkrow, which will be eating small mammals, bugs, seeds, berries, you name it. A little bit more than what your normal crows will do because they do have stronger beaks than normal crows. Then when we look at the water, we see Lombre, who will compete with birds for food. And considering its beak, I would dare say it's eating seeds if it isn't just photosynthesizing. Fultil eating what a normal otter eats, small mammals, but then you get a lot of seafood in there. And now, we can finally start considering everything found in the water as they are all within the level range of our grass Pokemon. Poliwag is back, Prob's eating seaweed as well now until it does evolve into Poliwhirl and taking trips on land to eat a few bugs. It has a mixed diet considering it isn't fully evolved. So I kind of consider it that middle stage between tadpole and frog, meaning it isn't an obligate carnivore just yet. But then we add in the Basculin line, well, the one Basculin and its two types, which are vicious creatures that will eat everything in their path, including the other types of Basculin with very few exceptions. That explains why Poliwag evolved, but what about the others? Well, the Basculin likely forced the evolution of Lotad and Weasel, so that's why they aren't here at all. We only get Watchog likely because Patrat couldn't keep up with being hunted down by multiple predators such as Liepard and Mightyena, and of course, they don't have their pre-evolved forms because they would be attacking each other and their young constantly, putting a lot of pressure throughout all of the Pokemon in this area and forcing everybody to be on that more evolutionary route. The Lost Hotel. This once famous hotel clings to the shade of its former glory after tragedy left it in ruins. Now again, because this is an abandoned hotel, we can consider it as part of our ecology analysis. Magneton and Electrode consume electricity, whatever little bit is left here I do suppose, unless they're going after each other a little bit. Litwick is consuming the souls of anyone that thinks that the little candle will guide them through the hotel. Poniard is back alongside Klefki, which the hotel being here explains why Klefki is here, all because there are probably a bunch of keys likely left behind that are easy metal ions for it to consume. In addition, it may have been a Pokemon that was being used within the hotel to keep important keys safe as per its lore. Trubbish is eating trash, but now we actually have Garbodor and Rotom. Garbodor is able to spray poisonous gas and filth from its fingertips, but only from its right hand. The toxic liquid from its right arm is so virulent, it can kill a weakened foe instantly. If that filth is blocked, its arm could swell up, causing it considerable pain and discomfort. It can also finish off opponents by belting them with its left arm and spewing an awful smelling toxic gas from its mouth. Garbodor prefers to live in unsanitary places, such as garbage dumps, where it devours garbage in order to grow larger. Consuming garbage also allows Garbodor to create poisons in its body, the type of which depends on the kind of garbage eaten. Alola was once home to many Garbodor, but the population shrank precipitously after Alolan Grimer and Muck, which prey on Garbodor, were introduced to its habitat. This is said to have made the remaining Garbodor population stronger than its counterparts from other regions. And yes, I know we're not in Alola, but I do believe it is always important to consider all information, because if we did end up with a Grimer or Muck here, which we don't have, we would have those conflicts and attacking positions between each other. Also, it's still eating trash, but it is a heck of a lot more dangerous. It also shows us that this place is actually incredibly unsanitary, not just falling apart. Also, we can now talk about Rotom, which in its base form, Rotom cannot be touched by anyone without the latter being shocked in the process. According to the Rotom catalog, Rotom in its base form is possessing a light bulb. Rotom lack any sort of circulatory system or pulse. Rotom have the ability to enter and control appliances. They typically use their abilities to make mischief, often using the household items they possess to pull pranks on unsuspecting people. Despite this, some Rotom have taken to inhabiting electronics with the intent of helping others. The Rotom Pokédex, Rotom Phones, Rotomi, and Drone Rotom are some examples. Additionally, in Galar, the Rotom Phone is used to power the Rotom Bike. Some of these forms allow Rotom to speak human languages and demonstrate that Rotom is highly intelligent, or all of them in general are highly intelligent. They tend to reside in abandoned buildings, hence why they're here, and research continues on Rotom and its ability to power unique motors. In the Pokemon series episode Rotom's Wish, a specific Rotom was shown to have the ability to time travel. That one gets really messy, and I've been contemplating a time travel video to just talk about all the different time travel stuff that goes on in the games, in the anime, everything, because it gets wild. Also, because it is the Plasma Pokemon, I will make the bet that Rotom doesn't need to eat and ambiently absorbs electrons from the atmosphere to fuel itself. There really isn't much of an ecosystem here, but we at least got to discuss some of those Pokemon, since we will probably never get the chance again in a natural environment. Route 16. This rustic path beside the glittering metropolis of Lumiose City is a well-known fishing spot. We don't really have anything new here in comparison to previous routes, but we will at least discuss two new ghost-type Pokemon found here, Phantump and Pumpkaboo. On Phantump, there are two small green leaves near the tip of each branch. Brewing these leaves can create a curative liquid. Phantump is created when a spirit possesses a tree stump. It is said that the spirit is that of a child who became lost in the forest and died. This Pokemon's cries sound like the voice of a child or eerie screams. People have become lost following the voice, but Phantump is just attempting to make friends. Look, just adopt Phantump. Don't catch them in a Pokeball, fill out the paperwork, adopt them. It's always weird to think about catching them. I'd rather it be something along the lines of, I don't know, a Pokemon Ranger. Just make friends with them. I don't know. Joking aside though, Phantump doesn't eat anything, and Trevenant is the same as we look at their information. They're really just spirits of the forest in the end. But, oh boy, we know Pumpkaboo is a little bit of a menace. Pumpkaboo becomes active after dark. The holes in its body can glow and illuminates the way for travelers in the dark. It is said that it also carries wandering spirits to the afterlife by storing the spirits in its body. However, its own spirit is trapped in this world. Pumpkaboo can hypnotize and control any humans or Pokemon. It does this task by releasing streams of light from the holes in the pumpkin. The size of Pumpkaboo is said to be the product of the number of lost souls that lingered in the area where it was formed. When taking spirits to the afterlife, small Pumpkaboo prefer the spirits of children to those of adults. Super-sized Pumpkaboo are very partial to the spirits of people who were of similarly superior proportions. Meaning, Pumpkaboo will eat your soul, it will eat your pet's souls, and will hypnotize everyone so that way they can take you without a fight. At least in Pumpkaboo's case, other Pokemon may not try to eat them, but it might lose its pumpkin to a Pokemon looking for a snack, which maybe Murkrow might be the Pokemon to do so and cull the herds. Route 17. Due to constant snowstorms and heavy snowfall, humans have no hope of traversing this road on foot. That's where we get to ride our Mamoswine, and it's super great, and I love it. It makes me happy. Anywho, 4 Pokemon, all of whom we have seen before. Sneasel, stealing eggs and ganging up on any Pokemon made of meat. Delibird, being an omnivore and eating whatever it can get its hands on. And then Snover and Abomasnow photosynthesizing until someone tries to take Snover's berries. Then Abomasnow lays down the law and erases them from existence. Which, yeah, Snover was likely being targeted by our other 2 Pokemon here, explaining the evolution. Frost Cavern. The drifting snow and impenetrable fog makes this cavern a place of fantastical illusions. I'm honestly going to save you the time and my own, since this is definitely a route that has most of the same exact Pokemon as other routes in other games, except we throw in Cubchoo and Beartick, which will aggressively freeze and then rip apart any prey that they come across, more specifically Beartick for that matter. If you haven't noticed, and this is something I didn't write into my script, I was deciding whether or not I say it, but a lot of Kalos has a lot of Pokemon from the past games. I believe, if I remember correctly, it has the least new Pokemon added to it if you don't include the Mega Pokemon, which makes the ecology of this a little bit of I don't want to say a bummer, because we've had some really good areas that are really cool to discuss, but otherwise it's a lot of the old encounters and the old Pokemon in similar enough environments that are at least consistent. It feels like Kalos has been more of a, I don't know, it feels more like a peer review of sorts, you know, where you look at something and you're like, okay, I have all these claims, I have all this evidence that says this Pokemon has this diet. Does it hold true through the new generations? And luckily, we have had to do very little adjustments to ensure that we actually have the right information and the right conclusions drawn from past situations. So again, it's nice, but let's continue and we will see some more of these special interactions at least. Route 18. This path is best known for its trolley, once used for the coal mine, and the curious inverse battle house. While again, we have seen every Pokemon here before, I will say this selection here does make it interesting. Returning, we have Graveler, Sandslash, which is going to eat insects, eggs, snakes, and small mammals, Pupitar, who is eating nothing except it's just thrashing about, causing earthquakes, Lairon being territorial and devouring iron, maybe other rock and steel type Pokemon, Torkoal, who literally only eats coal, Girder being an herbivore and lifting I-beams, Heatmor eating insects and steel types, but adapted specifically to eat Durant, and oh look at that, Durant is here, and they only eat plants. More specifically, they prefer to really only eat leaves. Geodude only occur in horde encounters as they eat rocks, and then Shuckle will only appear if you smash rocks. They just ferment berries and then they drink it once it's fermented. There are red flowers here, and we do see Sandslash, Pupitar, and Lairon encounters increase within them, while Torkoal and Girder decrease. I'm not honestly entirely sure why this is the case, because it's not camouflage and it's not the Pokemon that eat vegetation, so it is a little bit odd. I don't know if anyone else could figure that one out, but I could not find even the smallest of detail. Honestly, the entire route is a little bit odd. I'd be willing to bet that Heatmor might be taking a shot trying to eat Lairon on occasion because of the carapace that it does have, not actually being their body, but literally an armored shell, which would explain why we don't see Aeron here. Sandshrew had to evolve into Sandslash in order to take on Durant and compete with Heatmor. Pupitar exists, just in general, and so does Torkoal for that matter, both fairly peacefully. Girder's training here, and then Graveler just has trouble because of Lairon if it has any iron inside of its body. Again, nothing crazy, but a little bit interesting to at least note. Though as we move into Terminus Cave, a coal mine that was closed a few years ago due to rumors of a monster living deep within it, we actually get to see where these Pokemon come from. Pretty much the same encounters as Route 18, of course, except we remove Heatmor and Torkoal, which is a little odd because it is the coal mine. There, assumedly, is probably some coal outside that Torkoal can take advantage of, and maybe they don't want to enter and deal with what's inside. We do add in Larvitar and Aeron through their horde encounters, which explains where they are coming from. Aeron still eats iron and iron ore, and Larvitar is a dirt eater, just like our grandparents when they were little, strong immune systems and all that. Although, from this ceiling, you will be terrified, because not only do we have Noibat, who is, you know, eating fruit primarily, maybe some insects, but no, the real terror is the fact that there is a roughly 80% chance that whenever something drops down from the ceiling, it is an Ariados slamming down on top of you. And yes, they will eat anything that comes their way that isn't a plant. So, no thank you. I don't need to enter that cave ever. No wonder they call it Terminus Cave. Your life will be terminated. Route 19. This great valley can now be crossed thanks to its long bridge built with the help of many Pokemon. First up, we're going to talk about all of our returning Pokemon that we've actually seen in our swamp before. We talk about our new Pokemon. On land, Weepinbell, Haunter, Quagsire, Carnivine, Carablast, Shelmet, Stunfisk, and then in the water, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, and Barnboat. Pokemon from past editions we throw in are Politoed, who, since it is based on the Koki frog, who eats arthropods, such as insects, crustaceans, and arachnids. Politoed will follow the same idea. Whiscash, who will literally eat anything that gets close enough to it in the water. Arbok, who, again, snake. Gonna eat eggs and mammals, maybe whatever else comes by it that isn't a plant if necessary. Gligar, eating bugs and small mammals despite its scorpion fly inspiration, only eating fruit. Then another duo of Pokemon we haven't talked about before, Drapion and Sliggoo. Drapion has 4 segmented legs with pointed toes. Its most distinguishing feature is its huge claws. It can turn its head 180 degrees. That is terrifying. Imagine thinking that you're gonna get away from this thing, and it just full-on owl turns its head to look at you. It's a big Pokemon, and very aggressive, which it literally states. Drapion is a very aggressive Pokemon, attacking anything that enters its territory. It primarily lives in deserts and otherwise rocky environments. Drapion has a sturdy build and takes pride in its strength, being able to take down foes even without the use of its deadly toxin. Drapion has enough power to easily scrap a car, while its hard, armor-like skin can deflect sword strikes. Due to its vicious nature and brutish temperament, it's known as the Sand Demon, but is known to avoid fights with Hippowdon. Drapion tends to go on rampages and causes havoc on everything in its way. Easy to assume that it is eating everything in its path then. Well, anything that isn't a plant, since scorpions don't eat plants, and it was derived from Skorupi, scorpion. For Sliggoo, its gelatinous body forms a spiral shell-like structure on its back. Contained within the shell are its brain, heart, and other organs. I had to double check the visual for it, because I never imagined Sliggoo with a shell, and it just has that tiny little bump on its back, which is technically a shell according to Pokemon, so yeah, all the vital organs are sitting right there on its back. Doesn't seem like a great place to contain it, seems very obvious, and hard to protect, but whatever. Sliggoo excretes and coats its body with sticky mucus that can dissolve anything. Because it lacks teeth, it sprays this liquid onto prey and slurps them up once they are dissolved. Since its slime can melt through anything, predators stay far away from it. Its eyes have devolved, causing it to go blind. This makes it difficult for it to tell allies from prey, and it will sometimes attempt to melt its companions. Do not, I repeat, do not give Sliggoo a hug. You will die. And since it's acidic, that's not going to feel good. That's going to be a tortured death. Its 4 horns act as a radar system and are used to detect sounds and smells. Sliggoo only cares about food and will flee from its enemies whenever possible. So cool. A friend Pokemon that's going to likely melt me by accident. Everything I ever wanted. This doesn't really tell us what it eats though. Goodra also doesn't state its diet. And we now know that it kind of hunts after Pokemon. So unlike Goomy, it's likely not just eating grass or leaves or whatever it said it's eating. You eat leaves. So we can look at slugs to figure that out, which turns out that they can be herbivores, carnivores, detrivores, or just generally omnivores. Should have seen that coming with such a broad spectrum of a creature. But apparently, the carnivorous ones will eat pretty much anything that they can, even each other. Not to say there's many options for them considering their size and not being very combative, which explains why Goomy is the way that it is, but that also means that as this Pokemon grows, it is likely eating anything that it can, being truly opportunistic, especially since it is effectively blind until it turns into Goodra. I would even be willing to bet that Sliggoo is just eating bugs and Poliwag then, the ones that would be effectively about the same size and not too difficult to hunt down. In all reality, this route is just slugs, bugs, and bug eaters, and hunter, I suppose. That's why we see Skorupi evolved. Quagsire is already here, which explains why we don't see Ekans. Carnivine is a glutton, so any first form Pokemon are in trouble, anyhow, if they can't fight back, and then Drapion comes in and will just destroy everything that it can in its path, whether it is successful or not, being a miniature reset button, since there's no Hippowdon to stop it. Route 20. This path was designed to disturb the woods as little as possible, so it twists and turns among the trees. I can say this now. This was done not for the protection of Pokemon, but for the protection of humans because of what lies within this forest. Jigglypuff appears, not being the threat, Less so around the red flowers as well, by the way, eating berries or somehow filter feeding since it doesn't really have organs. I at least assume it doesn't have organs because its body, Wigglytuff, can kind of just inflate to incredible sizes and doesn't seem to have any problem with that at all. No damage or anything, and I cannot imagine that it would actually have organs at that point, so maybe it just doesn't actually eat. Noctowl is a carnivore, as owls will be, and it is often not found within the flowers. Gothorita is wandering around here eating berries and loves being around the red flowers. Amoonguss is waiting for anyone that will come near it so it can attack and consume them. In the meantime, it is a normal mushroom decomposer. Sudowoodo exists in horde encounters. Honestly, my past theory is that they use their green orbs that they have to, like a mortar and pestle, scrape up minerals from other rocks, but that's as close as we get to it really having a diet at all. Otherwise, it just kind of wicks away any moisture in its body and lives its life. And then there are also fungus in horde encounters, which would be fun to think of them as normal mushrooms growing in clusters or even forming fairy rings. And shockingly, we not only get the new Pokemon in Trevenant, but also in the wild for the first time, Zoroark. Zoroark can create illusions that are indistinguishable from reality, deluding many people simultaneously. It can even create illusory landscapes in the forests where it dwells to hide its territory and protect its dead. However, Zoroark is incapable of physically changing itself into another form. It is merely capable of casting illusions. When a Zoroark takes the form of a human, it is capable of human speech. It can make convincing illusions of attacks, and these illusions are extremely realistic, enough to fool even cameras and make one believe they're being physically affected, though the illusion does not have any direct physical effect. Lonely trainers tend to use Zoroark to create illusions in order to ease their own burden of solitude. There are stories of Zoroark punishing people who tried to capture it with illusions. Zoroark live in groups where unity is strong. It is extremely protective of those it cares about and will go to any lengths to keep them safe, including risking its own life. And it can hold grudges against those who harm its loved ones. Zoroark will hide its Zora young in its mane to protect them and carry them around. And of course, since it is a fox, it is eating rabbits, rodents, birds, frogs, earthworms, carrion berries, fruit, maybe some sticks, you name it. Omnivore, diet, thank you, woodland, trust. Once again though, we'll actually wait to discuss how they impact this area because we have another very special case scenario in this route. Trevenant can control other trees by using its roots as a nervous system. It uses this ability to trap people who harm its forest and will curse people who cut down trees. However, it is very kind to forest-dwelling creatures and Pokemon that reside within its body. Trevenant hates fire-type Pokemon, so lumberjacks usually bring them in to repel it. It is often even believed that Trevenant has consumed people, although it is unclear whether this is fact or rumor. I'm saying it is a rumor. I've said it 100 times. The lumberjacks are no better than Gaston from Disney. But as long as you aren't a fire type, or at least a destructive fire type, then you're fine around Trevenant. Also, don't destroy its forest. Respect its forest. It also seems to really like the red flowers here, as it doubles in encounter rates within those flowers, which we could look at other Pokemon such as Gothorita, who also appears more often in those flowers to show that they are at least very friendly with each other. So, I would argue, this route is very similar to our route with the Gravestones, a controlled route that is a bit more peaceful. Trevenant is going to keep the peace. It's why there are no fire types. In addition, the only obligate carnivore here is actually Noctowl. Otherwise, everyone else has a more flexible diet. Why would that be, you may ask? Well, you need something to control the population of other Pokemon here within the ecosystem. Your ecosystem will not function well without proper predators or other external factors that will kill members of species. Not wipe them out, just take away the sick ones, the elderly. Think of it like deer or mice. They reproduce fast, they spread around quickly, and they have a lot of predators. This is because with their species, they will continue to eat and grow in population as any other species will. The problem with this is that if one gets, let's say, chronic wasting disease, then it's going to spread like wildfire, and then all of the deer are more likely to get the disease, which can spread from deer to other animals. Heck, there are honestly a lot of different diseases that some animals carry that do not affect them, but then it can transfer to another animal and destroy their body. So, Noctowl, being an intelligent Pokemon, serves as a Pokemon that will keep the numbers in check without taking more than what is necessary, which works perfectly for our Forest Guardian Trevenant. It's also important or interesting to note that Gothorita is here, a psychic, not just in the power sense or the typing sense, but also in the tell the future sense, intelligence. Its evolved form straight up gets depressed because it knows all life will stop one day, it will lose its trainer, and it is inevitable. So, it would make sense that Gothorita is acting like a guide of sorts, helping, tell Trevenant, hey, you can't keep everyone alive forever. It actually would hurt more people if you did that. And so Trevenant keeps Pokemon such as Noctowl, Zoroark, and Amoonguss around. An obligate carnivore, a rare but powerful omnivore, and a decomposer that may hunt here and there. Also, it's important to note that Zoroark is also helping protect the forest, and it doesn't really have to worry too much about the other Pokemon trying to attack its young. So this is a great little place for it to be, because humans aren't going to be running around. Humans have already decided, oh, we should really be careful here. Let's create a winding path that is going to disturb the forest as little as possible by going through areas that may not have a lot of vegetation, areas that things aren't growing, so that way we're making as little of an impact on it as possible. The rest of our Pokemon here are essentially prey species, except Sudowoodo, who's kind of an oddball. And of course, we as humans do have to watch our back because we are not seen in a positive light by Zoroark and Trevenant. Otherwise, it's actually a really cool, secluded little forest that is self-sustaining. Pokemon Village. Legends say a place exists where Pokemon live in hiding, but no one has ever found it. Now, all the creatures here are from our old route, plus add in all the water Pokemon we've talked about before, except the Barboach, Line, Luvdisc, and Politoed. Though we do add in Garbodor and Banette within daily trash cans, which is pretty sad when you think about Banette. And just for posterity, Banette doesn't eat anything. It has all the energy it needs inside of its body. The only one I was not ready to see here was our ecological outlier, Ditto, who loves the yellow flowers more than the purple flowers for some reason. It's not a Pokemon that gets hunted by other Pokemon because it can't just become any other Pokemon it sees or has seen. It can photosynthesize by becoming a grass-type Pokemon. It is fairly conflict avoidance except with its own kind, in which case it just results in a transform of, oh, I can transform faster and better than you. Whatever. I'm gonna stop. I love Ditto so much, but in the ecological sense, it gives me a little bit of an aneurysm. They hurt me. So let's just move on to the next route, shall we? Route 21. This is the path of the chosen, designed to hone the stalwart trainers who dare face the Pokemon League. Scyther, who is hunting any Pokemon it could defeat. Ursaring, eating mainly berries but will throw down a Pokemon to eat some meat. Spinda, eating berries as it waddles around drunkenly. Floatzel is back, so is Lombre, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Basculin, and then we get some oldie hits, such as Dratini, who is a bottom-feeding Pokemon, and Dragonair, who we can suspect doesn't eat or may eat some fish. And finally, not only do we get the Seed Eater Swablu in a horde, but we also get Altaria, who we never fully covered before. This Pokemon uses its wings to catch updrafts and soar across the sky calmly and gracefully. It gracefully glides through the clouds, often while singing or humming in a soprano tone. Its voice seems to have a special property that induces dreamy states for listeners. Altaria can be very affectionate, enveloping people it has bonded with in its cotton-like wings. While normally kind, it can attack foes with shrill cries without mercy if provoked. As shown in the Pokemon The Horizon series episode Lyco and Amethio. Amethio? Yeah. Altaria's beak is strong enough to shatter boulders. According to Solana, in Ruby and Sapphire episode Pokemon Ranger Deoxys Crisis, Altaria uses geomagnetic fields to navigate their flight, and any disturbances can affect their sense of direction. This is actually not entirely out of the norm or completely unheard of when it comes to a number of animals. Altaria is often found living in forests, though it also inhabits mountain ranges, and has been shown to enjoy water in both the animated series and the TCG. Although if its wings are exposed to too much of it, they lose their fluffiness, revealing their actual anatomy. They look like rubber chickens, just to make that nice and simple. As mentioned in the sleep-style decks, Altaria is known to sleep while wrapped inside its wings. While sleeping in its soft, beautiful wings, Altaria may be enjoying the most comfortable sleep ever. I remember at one point someone also did point out, or at least mention, I believe it was in a live stream because I could not find the comment anywhere, that they could see Swablu being a normal seed eater and then Altaria becoming more of a hard nutcracker or vice versa at one point, thanks to their change in their beak shape. And I don't want to credit the wrong person, and I don't want to take credit myself, which is why I'm kind of mentioning it here, because I would have otherwise never known, and all I do know is that it makes sense and is genius if that is the case, and I'm all in for it. So I won't paint a full picture here, but I will break down this route because it is interesting to me. Starting with the water, we have Lombre and Floatzel on the surface as we find them when surfing. We know Lombre is vibing, getting rays, maybe even competing with birds over seed and plant matter to eat, as we have discussed before. Floatzel is absolutely waiting for prey, using its flotation device to float at the top of the water as it looks down into the deeps, waiting for it to use its own propeller-like tail to launch at high speeds and eat other fish or creatures that are found here. And the only reason we don't see Buizel here is because the Basculin are far too aggressive, causing all other Pokemon to evolve, especially since they can be found in high numbers everywhere that they are. And Floatzel only exists, or Buizel evolves into Floatzel, simply because they realized they needed to move faster, meaning they don't need to evolve via battling. Again, one day I will cover a video on all the Pokemon that evolve not by leveling up. I have it on my list. It would be very fun to do. Anywho, back to Ecology, as Poliwhirl exists because of Poliwag needing to evolve, but not being in extreme danger all the time. Dratini is rare here, though occurring at the same rate as Dragonair, so they really are just biding their time until they evolve. When we move on to land, Poliwhirl isn't there, but that could be because it is getting its fill of Basculin when it can. It also seems more dangerous on land because Floatzel is there instead, which otters occasionally eat small mammals, meaning that Spinda is likely in trouble here, which also explains why Teddiursa isn't here and we just have the mama bear of Ursaring. Scyther being aggressive and attacking whatever it can for food is also enough to make a number of first form Pokemon feel the pressure and evolve in their own right. I would not be surprised if Ursaring had a den nearby and we would find Teddiursa in there, even though they don't appear in hordes in this area. In fact, we can assume Altaria has a nest in this area, or at least is moving with a flock, because of the hordes of Swablu here itself as well. Stumbled that. One last note I found out is that this is the only location with Pokemon X and Y in which a red-striped Basculin can be caught using the Good Rod in Pokemon X and the Super Rod in Pokemon Y. In all other locations in which Basculin can be encountered in these games, blue-striped Basculin appears under those conditions instead. I usually associate the better rods being able to have stronger lures or heavier lures that could drop deeper into the water. So it would be very interesting to find out if maybe, typically, one colored type Basculin may typically prefer deeper waters than the other, which could help explain why, if they are living in the same lake, they don't immediately always rip each other apart fin to fin, because maybe they don't interact with each other as much. Maybe there's a higher and lower layer, and there's just that thin divider that maybe they interact with each other in. Maybe one likes colder water, one likes warmer. The ideas can spout from there, and I will let you take that as you will as we move on. Route 22. This lively path bustles with many trainers and their Pokemon all gathered here to train themselves. Welcome to our weird semi-finale, because this route actually connects to Central Kalos early in the game, so the encounters are going to be a bit different, but they are unique. Psyduck is back alongside Bunnelby and Dunsparce, but then everyone else is from past editions or completely new. And because I can break the rules, we're going to consider everyone here for the fun of it. In the water, we have bottom feeder Magikarp and its destructive reset button that eats everything, Gyarados. The aggressive Goldeen and Seaking are here eating other fish and carving holes into rocks for their babies. Carvana are here being a little aggressive, kind of like your movie piranhas, unlike real-life piranhas, and their evolution Sharpedo is the rarest encounter here that will also likely engage with disputes with Gyarados, and I'd like to say very, very far away from those fights. Somehow, Psyduck finds it safe to float atop the water, and Azumarill as well, who will save drowning Pokemon while fishing for food for itself. It becomes clear after we look at the water why it's Azumarill, because Marill and Azurill will not survive these waters with all those aggressive fish. So Azumarill is luckily here to keep other Pokemon safe whenever they venture into the water. Then we have our landlubbers. Farfetch'd is protecting its leeks and any reeds in the area, as it just prefers to eat leeks and reeds. Azurill is doing their best to survive and stay away from anyone who is seeking out their nutrient-rich orb. It, again, really only needs to eat a few scraps here and there for calories, since the ball has all the nutrients it needs to evolve. Maybe Azumarill is fishing and helping it survive since it is in the area. Bidoof is also back, but within the yellow flowers, we see Bibarel, who hasn't changed their diet but clearly loves to eat yellow flowers. Riolu is training here, and honestly, because I forgot to mention it before and I was corrected, yes, it is an omnivore, since Lucario do form packs and will actively hunt down other Pokemon in the wild. I've said it before, I'll say it again. One Lucario is scary enough. A pack of Lucario sounds terrifying. What would that be called? Like, I get it. I suppose we could stick to a pack if we want to be boring. But I say we call them a band, because that's what some people call coyotes. Let's just find something fun. I don't know. It's Pokemon. Why not? Anywho, we do get 2 new Pokemon here, with one of them being an evolution of Bunnelby, Diggersby. And then we also get Litleo. Diggersby's remaining limbs are small in comparison to the ears. The fur of the upper paws is white, while the feet are brown. Each paw has 3 digits. A sash or belt-like band composed of thicker, woolly fur surrounds its waist. It tends to tuck its paws into its fur. This fur is known to retain heat exceptionally well and was used by people for heavy winter clothing. This sash is divided into sections, brown on its sides and yellow on the front and back. Its short tail is also yellow and protrudes from the back section of the sash. I never think about its tail. I don't even imagine it with a tail, I'm going to be honest with you. Diggersby's face has a large brown muzzle with prominent cheeks. The coloration around its muzzle extends down onto its neck and resembles beard stubble. It has 2 large upper incisors, 3 whiskers on each cheek, a tiny pink nose, and eyes that appear to perpetually squint. I am reaching the end of this script, and I am dying slowly. So no new diet for Bunnelby, but there's a very good chance with it being in the yellow flowers, it may be not only enjoying them, but also digging out their roots for food, meaning that this will completely destroy the yellow flowers it eats and allow an opening for other vegetation to grow here. That way we don't end up with a monoculture. And if you don't know what a monoculture is, it is just exactly what we talked about earlier with the deer and the mice, but for plants, just to kind of oversimplify it. Litleo is our other here, as I have stated, who is a hot-blooded Pokemon that is curious by nature and is quick to start fights. In battle, its short mane radiates heat. The stronger its opponent, the more heat it produces. Litleo live in prides, where they are raised and taught to hunt by female Pyroar. When a wild Litleo is capable of hunting on its own, it is kicked out of the pride and begins to live alone. It lives in grassy plains and along cliff sides. And yes, the male lions don't actually do that much in the pride. It is really the female lions that really go out there, do a lot of the hunting, kick a lot of the butt. So, funnily enough, Litleo is likely trying to hunt down many of the Pokemon we have here. We do find all of the first 4 Pokemon in the grass, and then most of their evolutions in the yellow flowers or in the water, depending on which ones it is. As though they were just watching over their children, or this is supposed to be a safe place for them to be, or the children are just playing in an open field. And all of the land-based Pokemon can be fairly peaceful, with the exception to the rare Riolu and the more common Litleo coming to take a meal. The water itself is the most dangerous part, honestly, as anyone going near it might get their faces ripped off by a Carvana or a Goldeen on a bad day. Victory Road. This treacherous path to the Pokemon League will break the hearts of even the toughest trainers. I have some bad news to break to you. This is the 3rd game in a row where the Victory Road is unimpressive, and it just does not have an interesting ecology for me to break down. So, because I can break my own rules for the sake of fun and entertainment, after we discuss some of the new Pokemon here, we will talk about the primary 3 legendary Pokemon and how they have affected the ecosystem, even though they are not necessarily naturally occurring and often are just in hiding in their cocoons or split apart the entire world. I would have talked about the Megas, but I already have a video on that, even though I accidentally left out the menace that is Metagross. And as much as I wanted to make an argument for the Megas, because it's Kalos, I wanted it so badly, there's not much to say. They're really not impacting the environment all that much, outside of maybe Mega Tyranitar constantly shooting sand out of its back, for example. Other than that, though, it's like, where would they exist? Even if they did, they're not making enough of an impact before their bodies just revert to normal or break down, depending on, you know, the type of Pokemon that they are, because it's Mega Evolution and it can be pretty bad for their body. Either way, let's move on to Victory Road and the Pokemon here. We have a lot of repeat customers, being Geodude, Graveler, Haunter, Girder, Floatzel, Noibat, Lombre, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, both Basculin, Shuckle, Ariados, with their own Poliwrath, who will bop those fish as we know that they are fully formed, and an obligate carnivore frog, meaning that they're probably also going to eat some insects, of course, as well. And then we add in some oldies and some terrifying newbies. Lickitung, who is primarily, actually I believe, only eating insects, only eating other Pokemon if absolutely necessary. Fearow, who is primarily a carrion bird but is hunting after other meaty Pokemon of all kinds. Skarmory, who is also a bit of a carrion but is definitely a rarer and stronger competition, going after the small and maybe some larger mammals. Druddigon, who is aggressively carnivorous. And for the first time, we not only get Zweilous, but also Hydreigon. And I will say, we already know that Dino is an opportunistic omnivore, stating that it literally eats anything, but let's round out this species because this is probably the only time we will ever get this opportunity. Zweilous has the vigor and energy to eat and bite constantly without stopping. I feel that energy. My stomach is a black hole. Its heads dislike each other and are very hostile. If neither head is given equal attention by someone, they will fight out of envy. Each head has their own likes and dislikes. As a result, the heads often turn eating into a competition, each head trying to claim leadership by eating more than the other. Because of this, Zweilous always eats far too much and is covered in scars, even without opponents to fight. Are you telling me that they're accidentally biting each other constantly? That's kind of funny. This, though, allows Zweilous to become stronger without any allies helping it. It is a nomadic Pokemon. It migrates once it has eaten all the prey in an area, its two heads arguing over directions. However, Zweilous generally makes its habitat in caves. It moves on once it eats everything in an area. That is horrifying for an ecology standard. Everything being wiped out. A desolate land. Do you know what that could do? Not just, like, Pokemon being removed from the area, but let's say it is removing plants, seeds, anything. Even if you just remove grass from an area, grass holds dirt down. And the winds of change will come in, blowing through the soil, and quote-unquote turn it into nothing but sand, as it all grates down to basically nothing, and nothing will be able to grow in that area very easily whatsoever, unless they have strong, fast-growing roots. This is a destructive force, and it gets even worse with Hydreigon, who is a violent, destructive Pokemon. It will attack anything that moves, determining it a foe. However, in the Pokemon the Series Black and White episode, Cameron's Secret Weapon, Hydreigon is depicted as fairly obedient when around its trainer. The three heads take turns when attacking, not stopping until their target is defeated. Hydreigon can also use its three mouths to rapidly eat through anything. Despite its three heads, it is a singular entity. Unlike its pre-evolved form Zweilous, its secondary heads lack brains and do not move or think of their own accord. The little Muppet hands. I got the little guy right back there. Little Muppet hands over there. Conversely, with its central head housing its brain, Hydreigon is said to be highly intelligent in spite of its constantly destructive thoughts. So, great. Not only is it incredibly powerful, it is highly intelligent as well, knowing exactly how to destroy everything just right. Hydreigon lives high up in the air and has been known to ambush opponents from above. Many stories described Hydreigon destroying entire villages. However, Hydreigon is afraid of Noivern during nighttime. It is said its reason for being ferocious is due to ancient people loathing it. The ancient people believed Hydreigon was evil incarnate, hence always attacking it. You know what? You know what just came to mind? Zora was knocked out of villages, forced out, and it died in the wild, right? So it became a ghost type, it got its grudge and Hisui, so on and so forth. It follows the idea of the Kitsune and the legends behind it, which is really cool. Give me the opposite of that, but with Hydreigon and the Dino line, so on and so forth, right? Imagine it having a more benevolent nature. Give us another dragon fairy type. Give us, I don't know, something else. Give us that rehabilitation or that species that never got absolutely just ignored and mistreated, thus changing its entire behavior and potentially changing its typing for that matter. I would love that. But as we get back into its diet, its yokai inspirations includes the Yamato no Orochi, which is also an omnivore in the most literal of sense. And its shiny coloration even matches the yokai's description in some stories. So that's just a really cool little detail to just reinforce the idea that Hydreigon literally eats everything that it can. Well, let's move on from this route and dig into those legendaries, our representations of life, death, and ecology itself. You thought I could pass up talking about my boy Zygarde? You thought wrong. I am Mr. Ecology, man. I know I do other stuff now, but I'm Mr. Ecology, man. And because I'm so confident, I may regret this later, but because I'm so confident in my ability to talk about the three of them, I'm going to recount this from memory, okay? So here we go. Xerneas is our rainbow deer, the representation of life itself, and is known to be able to grant eternal life to those that it deems so. This is what we see when its energy is used in the first firing of the ultimate weapon, which gave Eternal Floette not only life once more, but eternal life. The radiation from that energy likely also steeped into AZ himself, which is why he has quote-unquote eternal life as well. Xerneas is also pairing up with Yveltal, the only one that can actually calm it down. In addition to this, when Xerneas has all this energy, is using it, is able to grant life, is able to grow grass and foliage and everything within areas all over the place, literally granting life to everything around it, and it runs out of energy, it basically just turns into its cocoon, which is just a tree by all means. A protective form for itself as it rests in a dormant state until it gathers enough energy for it to come out again, or when it is forced to exit this state once more. Before we go into that further, to explain Yveltal for that matter, Yveltal is the embodiment of death. Everything has to come to an end. We've talked about this before so many times through Ecology. You can't just have everything live forever. Resources are limited, and unfortunately, as much as I don't like agreeing with the villain, Lysander wasn't wrong in those ideas. He was correct in the idea of, yes, everything will run out. There are limited resources, and people keep taking and taking and taking, and if they do so without regards to others or the fact that these are limited resources, then everything will die. And then, of course, he decided to make some pretty bad decisions. Now, with Yveltal being the embodiment of death, it is able to take life energy, or in fact, infinity/bioenergy from Pokemon, which turns them into stone. This is something that we actually see with AZ and the ultimate weapon once more, as all the Pokemon used with the ultimate weapon turned to stone. That is also why we see so many of those grave sites in that past route. That is assumedly where all those Pokemon were laid to rest after their energy was taken and harnessed into that destructive energy that was then fired for the second time with the ultimate weapon. So again, first firing was for life, second firing was for death. A balancing of sorts between it all. Yveltal itself will also turn into its cocoon form when it is out of energy or anything along those lines, wanting to enter its dormant state, though it is said Then when it does exit that dormant state and use its ability Oblivion Wings, it can just and your life energy will be gone. You basically die instantly. Again, embodiment of death. Not the Grim Reaper, no, literal death itself. There is a big difference between the two. So we have this balancing of life in Xerneas, death in Yveltal, and what does that come out to? If you don't have the proper balance of it, then the world will turn to ruin. Disease runs rampant, resources are overused, maybe too many people die, and then all the species, all plants, all Pokemon, all people will come to an end because too much was taken. You need that balance. And ultimately, that's when one of my favorite Pokemon of all time comes in, Zygarde. You have the Zygarde cores. There's, in the games, there's only, I believe, 5 of them. But then you have the Zygarde cells as well. All of these are invisible throughout the entire world. They're basically, at least these cells, are acting as these little spy cams, I want to say, for the entire world, waiting for their moment to notice that something is out of the norm, that something is wrong, that something needs to be resolved. They report in, the cores call everybody in, and they can move incredibly fast at light speeds throughout the entire world, collecting and forming their 10%, 50%, or complete Zygarde forms. 10% being our doggy. The dog Zygarde is essentially our Pokemon that is our scout, appearing in emergencies, running fast, zooming, doing what it needs to do. 50% form is ruthless. It is going to try and attack and destroy whatever is in its way and put an end to things before it gets worse. You can have actually a 50% and a 20%. Technically, you could have, I believe, no, you can only have one 20% and one 50% because you need a certain number of cores per percentile in order to keep it actually stable. Then, when it gets to a 100% form, appearing only when there is something that is catastrophic in terms of something that will destroy and offset nature and ecology in its entirety, that is when our 100% complete Zygarde appears. It will erase whatever it is out of existence. It will be aggressive in doing so, and it will fight until it cannot fight anymore. Not only did it fight the Ultra Beasts in the manga, it also fought against, in the anime, Lysander's own creation of Zygarde, that he wanted to go ahead and absorb the real Zygarde and become something far more powerful so that way he could continue his own plans. Zygarde is balance, and its own ability flat out destroys or eliminates the abilities of Xerneas and Yveltal. It balances them out, allowing it, if they're ever put under the control of somebody else, again, like Lysander tried to do, to put them down for bed, send them away, just like Rayquaza does for Groudon and Kyogre, and put up the dukes. And he puts up, or it puts up those dukes hard. We're pretty sure that it speared Lysander and the Rock and killed them both. And then afterwards, it breaks down, sends its cells all over the place, and waits for the next time that it has to be called in to save the world. It's very interesting to think that it doesn't come in to help with the Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza situation, mainly because it probably knows Rayquaza has it handled. And we don't know the limit to the cells. We are just told they're all over the place. There could be more cores. There could be more cells than we could ever imagine. All we know is that they're all over the world, and they're here to keep the balance. And it is often regarded as a creature that draws its power from that balance, from the need of the earth itself. And I love it. Easily a top 5 Pokemon at this point, after learning so much about it, and I cannot help but gush. It's been 3,000 years since the last Pokemon Ecology video, but now we're back! For as I have delved deep into the ecology of the world of Pokemon from Kanto through Alola, we have to return back to Kalos, as Lumiose City has transformed itself into a green city meant to house people and Pokemon together. Entire wild zones dedicated to Pokemon as they dig through the earth, surf through flowing streams, even fly high above the rooftops. Each Pokemon claiming a habitat for their own before wild zones are used to contain them and the threat of Lumiose. All because, unfortunately, the flow of life energy has been disrupted. A great power rising within the city being the reason for all these wild Pokemon being drawn here. And here is where we find the secret as to why Mega Pokemon are appearing without trainers at their side. And now, after scouring the alleys of Lumiose, racing across rooftops, surviving encounters with Alpha Pokemon, quelling Megas, and completing the Pokédex, I can now bring to you the complete ecology of Lumiose City. Howdy there, I'm Krillic, and I'm beyond excited to talk about ZA's ecology. It really feels as though I was just destined to talk about this ever since the first ecology video on this channel before Legends ZA was even released, or the trailers of it. Now, while I have worked my way through this city, I am one man. As such, I may use some extra details from Cerebi.net and Bulbapedia to help me with some of these finer details and relevant spawn points outside of the area zones or wild zones. The interesting thing about Pokemon in these zones is that they are able to break out, but the game itself allows us to use the Pokédex in order to find their natural habitat. For example, we might see Gumi on rainy days, though its primary habitat is within Lumiose's sewer system, where things are always damp as this little slug likes it. As such, once again, I will be using their primary habitats to help us find their niche within the ecosystem. After all, the study of ecology is the study of interactions between creatures and their environment, in addition to interactions between creatures and each other. If I tried to worry about every single spot that a Pidgey lands, we'd be here forever, and this would get too repetitive and you'd click off the video because it's boring. I'm also making this decision because the Pokédex does note things such as when Pokemon have made habitats outside of the wild zones. This would include Pokemon such as Riolu, who are often found in high places when it's sunny. And there's a good reason for that, which I will explain later. And while we don't get many direct interactions we can see, the game makes it very clear that there are very strong reasons as to why every Pokemon exists within the zones that we find them in, and what interactions may occur outside of our view. To kick us off, there is zero possible way for me to talk about this city's ecology without mentioning Anj, the reason as to why everything even happens within the city to begin with. Now, Anj is a machine created by AZ with the purpose of absorbing and redistributing excess life energy, though the only way it can even distribute life energy is through the assistance of Mega Eternal Flow Wect, at least in a concentrated, proper manner. Without someone who can properly control the sheer amount of energy that is effectively being transformed into Mega Energy, then it has the chance of putting every single person within Lumiose and beyond the city at risk of death. Because yes, humanity is finally a part of the Pokemon ecology video, though there's only so much that can really be talked about without getting repetitive once again, so I'll pepper in all the fun examples of Pokemon-human interactions that I have found. For now, though, it is through the excessive amount of life energy coalescing into Lumiose, and more specifically into Prism Tower, that we find Pokemon being heavily attracted to the city. From here, AZ approached Quizartico and aimed to keep everything a secret, as AZ recognized that rogue Megas could appear here. And so the places where Pokemon gather the most were then transformed into wild zones, a secret attempt to ensure that if a rogue Pokemon were to appear, they would be contained and then appropriately handled. This isn't to say that these are prisons or perfect containments, though. These are habitats specifically created, improved, or catered towards the Pokemon that have made their homes within the city. Otherwise, they just kind of completely took it over and we haven't really had to do anything other than throw up a wall. And there are plenty of cases where regular and alpha Pokemon have escaped from these zones and into the city, causing problems of their own. A lot of the time, they're weirdly attracted to the Hollowators because of the energy that they release for some strange reason. And since I've now mentioned them, this excess life energy doesn't just result in Mega Pokemon. It results in Alpha Pokemon as well. I talk about this a lot in a previous video if you want to have all the details broken down for you, but I'll save the time here. As the game continues though, we find more wild zones springing up overnight. This isn't just a game thing, it is directly noted in conversation that these changes are happening overnight. all while crystals are forming all over the city, as they are formed through the condensing of mega energy within the atmosphere here. Actually, theoretically speaking, there are 3 ways that mega energy is actually moved, whether that be through convection, and I don't remember the other 2 off the top of my head because that wasn't my focus here. Now, I will say I often claimed that Pokemon may be eating or absorbing these crystals, which would also explain why we find so many Pokemon in areas where the crystals occur most, but considering that Pokemon have other ways to absorb latent energy in the atmosphere naturally, they may not need to consume these crystals at all. This will make way more sense later when we get to talk about Xerneas and Area 20. We'll also make sure to talk far more about Anj later on, because there's more to it than meets the eye. Now, with all of this out of the way and the basis for our understanding of how this city functions, let's dig into our Pokemon within Wild Zone 1. Wild Zone 1, be ready for attacks from wild Pokemon if you're going to enter this wild zone. Day, night, all kinds of weather, we will find every single Pokemon here at any time and in any condition. One Pokemon of note is Pidgey, with our conversation on these wild zones popping up to contain Mega Pokemon, now showing us that this is likely in the general area where the first Mega Pidgeot appeared, also the first Mega event that happened within the city before our arrival. Now, Pidgey are your average bird. They will fly far and wide but always return back home. They don't care for battling and will instead just use their abilities to whip away the grass and brush in order to expose their prey. This prey, of course, being bug Pokemon. In this specific instance, it would be Weedle and Scatterbug, which seems odd considering that they're all roughly the same size, a little over or a little under or exactly 1 foot tall. But Pokemon has a very strong tendency to stick to these predator-prey relationships despite size. Even more interestingly, with the right amount of strength, a lot of prey species are able to fight back or have the right defense mechanism necessary in order to survive, even more so if they're staying in groups to keep each other safe. Though, that doesn't always keep them alive and healthy. Other animals have to eat after all. Now with Pidgey and all the Pokemon here, they all do have the same chance of appearing, at least by data standards. So the same can't be said about their alpha chances, but we'll get there in a moment. Within this zone, the Pidgey are found on the rooftops where there's some grass and flowers, but they're able to use their gusts to reveal bug Pokemon here. Now, I only saw a Weedle up on the roof without any other Scatterbug appearing, but I'll come back to that. Now, it's also appear on the rooftops that we have a 100% chance of encountering an Alpha Pidgey, which pays into that understanding that the Mega Pidgeot appeared here. It is pretty secluded, but with a bird this large and being more aggressive, it's safe to say that it has a wider range of food than you would normally expect of its species. Outside of this, Pidgey can be seen throughout the streets of Lumiose, doing as many of our other birds will do, landing on lampposts, flying around, maybe even pecking at the ground, you know, bird biz. Now, just below that Alpha Pidgey, standing in a small area sandwiched by a pond and an overpass that connects back to the city streets, is a Pichu. They are easy targets, unfortunately, tiny little mice that can't properly control their electric abilities whatsoever. They'll send off little bits of electricity with any strong emotion that they have, making them a bit dangerous for anyone who would want to go near them. And here's where I have to make an important distinction in how this analysis is done and how real life works. Pidgey, even when it is an alpha, may still not be eating Pichu, though it would still be higher on the food chain if you want to talk about the food chain. This is simply because you will never see a Pichu actively trying to hunt down any other Pokemon, as it is effectively a prey species. And I know Pokemon becomes a lot more confusing because we have ambulatory plants running around, having emotions and making faces at us, but in all reality, plants in the real world are also being studied, as a side note, to potentially have a level of sentience that is just different from ours, so it's no more complicated than the real world, technically speaking. Effectively, the only thing to figure out then is what plants are Pokemon like Pichu eating, considering we know that it does eat berries at least. Are they just eating plants, or are their diets expanding into plant Pokemon, or having to pull berries from plant Pokemon like Snover, who aren't in this area, of course. Well, when we look at the rest of the Pichu's line, unlike regular mice who will eat insects, plants, seeds, and pretty much whatever else they can get their hands on, the Pichu line and most of their cousins actually stick to eating berries. And I'd still say they're eating seeds as well, making for a peaceful life by the pond where they get their fill of water and can prevent themselves from being startled as they seclude themselves from all other Pokemon in the area. That's why they are here by themselves. We also might as well talk about our other bird in the area, Fletchling, who currently doesn't have any firepower on their side and isn't all that different from a Robin. Though at least within these wild areas, they're fairly docile and friendly until you decide to throw a Pokeball or attack them. Then they will become very territorial and attack you, and everything else is now seen as a threat. Now, its evolved forms are very clearly predators, and Robins within the real world are known to eat worms, insects, grubs, snails, fruit, and berries. So it becomes a bit of a mix-up as to what it could be eating. Though considering we have both Weedle and Scatterbug as previously stated, I say it is safe to say that it will be attempting to get its fill of both bugs and fruit in the area. In fact, it may have had some better luck with Scatterbug, which would explain then why Fletchling sticks closer to the ground, while Pidgey is primarily found on the rooftops. Maybe they have some level of territorial dispute. Alternatively though, Fletchling could just be focusing more on eating berries, allowing Scatterbug to feel safe out in the open as it moves around. Hard to say for sure. That is though, at least until Pidgey attack from above, since they're definitely watching from their vantage point above the streets. Basically, to explain better, they're using the rooftops in place of the tree line as birds would do in a forest. Though, now we can also talk about our two bugs transitioning into Weedle, who is able to protect itself with its big ol' needle on its head, or the one on its tail for that matter, though it's not always going to be the best deterrent. Its best bet is actually going to be sticking to the shadows and brush nearby, while eating as many leaves as it can so it can eventually evolve into Kakuna, as we'll see in other areas. If anything, considering Fletchling seems to have a longer beak than Pidgey, there's a chance that Fletchling within Lumiose are able to get around those needles a bit easier to make prey of these Weedle. This would even explain why there's a Weedle on the rooftop completely out in the open despite a Pidgey being nearby, because Pidgey have shorter, blunter beaks, so it might not actually be able to reach the Weedle without some risk of damage or harm or whatever you want to say. The Weedle either A, is simply not afraid, or it's just very stupid. It all depends on just how effective those needles are. Meanwhile, when we look at Scatterbug, it definitely seems more comfortable on the ground level despite the number of Fletchling, and we won't find any of them on the rooftops, at least not here. Another reason we likely don't see them up there is because they won't find their food of choice up on the rooftop. For as we look throughout Lumiose's rooftops, we'll find green roofs everywhere, places where grass and flowers have been planted. And this will technically be a bit of a tangent, so bear with me, as this is an important part of Lumiose's ecology anyway, and I have to use the real world to explain this. With all these planter boxes, these swaths of grass, the flowers, and even whole trees in some places, it creates a number of fantastic special environments or resting spots for animals in the real world and Pokemon in their world. Although, I was also never taught to plant a whole freaking tree on a rooftop, so maybe don't do that unless you're sure that it won't grow too large to destroy the roof by crashing down, growing too heavy, or that it won't dig its roots into your ceiling. Also, yes, I say roof like roof and roots like roots. Deal with it, I guess. Bear with me. Now, I digress, because it is through these manicured roofs of green that we can reduce heat within a city. Water can be captured and even cleaned naturally, allowing for some potential extra uses. And it may also just serve to help a little animal in need of a little bit of help. Whether that be a bug looking for a meal or shelter, or a bird searching for a safe place to rest on their journey. Of course, this all depends on what the green roof's purpose is constructed for, but it definitely seems as though most of the green construction within Lumiose is an attempt to keep the city cooler while also aiding the Pokemon that may wander around outside of the wild zones. But since these rooftops are far more tended to or manicured than these wild zones, it means that Scatterbug's choice of food, poisonous leaves, and roots, told you we'd come back around, will likely not be found. This isn't to say it's impossible. In fact, there are a few places in which you might find Scatterbug, but you will definitely also find Sputba and Vivillon upon the rooftops. But those are often sections where other predator species aren't as close by, allowing them to feel safe. Because if they don't eat these poisonous flora, then they are unable to produce the black powder that paralyzes their predators on contact, thus making them defenseless. This is why they have to stick close to the ground, This is why they have to find these poisonous leaves and poisonous roots, and this is why you will not find them on the rooftops as often as you will find them on the ground. So pretty much every Pokemon here has an effect on another, and we can see how they would interact, even if Pichu is all by itself. Though, what about the Mareep that you find here, you may ask? Well, it's not doing much. It's enjoying its time peacefully in the area that would be closest to the professor's lab, funnily enough. None of the other Pokemon are going to bother it. Mareep just doesn't care about bothering any other Pokemon, and it's going to just graze upon the grass as it pleases. Theoretically speaking, now that I think about it, Mareep might be taming the grass because it's eating so much of it, and allows there to be open patches for these bugs to have to move between, thus allowing the insect population within these wild zones to be well taken care of, or at least controlled, by the birds that do appear on the rooftops or in the area generally. Also would like to imagine, not that it's necessarily true, that the Mareep might be used as electricity for the lab from time to time, because it's a little funny to me. With this wild area, it has plenty of greenery for our smaller Pokemon to hide in, rock faces for others to make shelter from, and the water that flows through here moves outwards and towards the canal fairly clearly, as we are now within Wild Zone 2. This is important though, as the moving water helps keep things fresh and clean, assuming there isn't a bunch of sediment being moved around as well. My old stream studies are coming out. Though, hopefully, what is being moved around are microorganisms and necessary nutrients for the area here. And I believe there are, as we have Pokemon such as Bidoof here, who rely on clean water and nutritious soil to become healthier, stronger, and have more potent poisonous spores. Hooray for all of us. It's a shy little guy, of course, and will avoid conflict, but it is immediately found at the entrance away from other Pokemon. There are unfortunately a Pokemon that would get attacked by any herbivorous Pokemon that may be interested in hunting plant Pokemon. As a clarification again, not all grass Pokemon are actually plants. I make the assumption that the Bidoof line are basically the Pokemon equivalent of Pikmin, ambulatory plants that mimic muscle fibers while still being a plant but allowing them to then move, while other grass types such as Bulbasaur are frogs that have a symbiotic nature with the plant that grows on their back. And then there are of course many other ones that just have plant powers or power over nature itself while not being a plant at all biologically. It makes things easier to then understand what Pokemon may decide to choose as their meal of choice. And if you want all the nitty-gritty details on that, I do have a complete food chain video you can watch after this one. Moving on though, Bidoof is doing its own thing, while as you cross the bridge, you'll find yourself accosted on either side by Magikarp. It seems like they're trying to attack you at first, which may cause you to strike them, but if you just wait and don't do anything at all, then they will just continually flop around without a care in the world. I found out though that the only exception to this is when there's an alpha version of the Pokemon, in which case these peaceful ones will become incredibly aggressive. These bad boys can survive in space, so don't worry. Being out of the water for a little bit of time shouldn't really hurt them. They're like the tardigrades of the Pokemon world, which tardigrade based Pokemon would go pretty hard. Adorable little water bear, please give it to me. That and Plankton in the Pokemon world. Now, Magikarp are bottom feeders at the end of the day. They aren't actually hunting for anything, and then they are also effectively no different than any other Asian carp that we would find in a small decorative pond. Though, of course, this pond is not actually decorative. The Magikarp will likely dig up sediment, eat whatever scraps of food people might throw at them, and live a pretty simple life. They're also found throughout the waterways of the entire city, even in spaces where it seems like they really shouldn't be, just because I assume they're getting their way through the sewer systems, any of the canals, you name it, which, I mean, technically they aren't found in the sewer systems at all, but they're found just outside of them all the time. And would you guess it, Asian carp are an invasive species within Paris and do make their way through the waterways, meaning that our Magikarp here could effectively be an invasive species within at least Lumiose City. I should also clarify, Asian carp is, to my understanding, a grouping of 4 different kinds of carp: bighead, silver, grass, and black. We would specifically be talking about the big-headed carp as one of the 3 invasive carp that entered Paris. Invasive species are also usually defined as being either harmful to the economy and other native animals that exist within the area. This is through not being known to the resident species, meaning that those resident species will not interact with it or even try to eat it. I've seen a spider completely ignore a Asian beetle that, you know, it looks like a ladybug. You wouldn't think about anything else from a distance, but the stench that they let off, it went directly under the spider and passed right on through. That is just how much invasive species can just get away with doing whatever they want. And because of that, these species are able to run rampant. In addition, they can have special traits that allow them to survive better and outcompete other animals, resulting in them completely taking over as they overpopulate areas and destroy food supplies. And it's not just animals, it's also plants. So, I'm sorry Magikarp, but I might just have to put out a hit order on your entire species, though in fact, thanks to an individual known as Professor Breyer, it was pointed out to me that carp fishing is pretty popular in France, which would then mean it's likely that this is their means in the real world of getting rid of the population. And then, of course, I could take this one step further, because at least within the Pokemon world, every Pokemon appearing within this city is being attracted to the power of Anj. So it's really hard to say what is or isn't actually invasive for sure when we don't know what the rest of Kalos looks like after these past 5 years since the events of X and Y. In addition, they are supposed to be tasty while also having natural predators here in Kalos, so Magikarp's population may be kept in check just fine and is not an invasive species whatsoever. It all depends on what the rest of the environment looks like and what the rest of Kalos looks like overall. Once you're across the bridge though, you'll come into contact with your first Binacle. Now, these will commonly make their homes near or within water as you would expect of a Barnacle, though they are more specifically goose barnacles in design, being filter-feeding crustaceans that do attach to hard surfaces of rock. So when you find them on tiles and shallow water, or you find them in the flowing waters of the canal or near pipe exits where the water flows past them, they're getting their fill of food as best they can. And it is a buffet for them. They still act as a bit of a proper barnacle from time to time as well, with a side mission focusing on how they keep jumping onto a man's boat, similar to how stereotypical barnacles would attach themselves to boats, except they're actually riding inside of it. Long story short here, we battle them and then they still try to jump onto the boat, and it is after the battle that we then understand that they just want to ride on the boat and don't have any ill intent whatsoever. From then onwards, you can always find the Binacle group chilling out on the guy's boat, and they are the captain now. What's interesting about this game in particular is that it puts a high emphasis on the #1 way to understand people in Pokemon is through a Pokemon battle. It's almost like the emotions or feelings of an individual are properly conveyed through the battle spirit or the emotional spirit or whatever the heck else you want to call it when a battle is occurring, thus allowing you to pick up on these feelings and understand them fully, even if you're not participating in the battle directly. Now, Binacle here in Wild Zone 2 don't really have to worry about any predators here. Honestly, none of the Pokemon here do, because the closest we have is Patrat, who isn't actually attacking other Pokemon at all. Throughout my Ecology series, in any other location, Patrat and even Watchog have never been consistently around any other Pokemon that they could call prey. Despite being based on chipmunks and meerkats, their diets don't include insects or scorpions or anything. Instead, they fill their stomachs with berries and plant life in ways that don't involve hunting other Pokemon, but rather foraging. They can then use any seeds they gain as ammunition for defense. And the fun thing about these guys is that they are constantly on the lookout for other Pokemon or threats overall. Whether it be here, on rooftops, or many other places that will place them, they are constantly positioning themselves where they can see more of the area around them via distance or higher ground, and we'll talk about them more later. Another Pokemon you'll find here stuck to a tree is Kakuna. They aren't completely defenseless and can still use their little spike to shank you with poison, but otherwise they're doing their best to bide their time before they can finally evolve. You get it? Bide. Now, I do find it odd that specifically Kakuna are here, yet we never find Weedle or Beedrill in this Wild Zone. It is very well noted that the Wild Zones, though, aren't perfect, and Pokemon can escape from time to time. So maybe, theoretically speaking, some Weedle find this to be the safest place for them to become Kakuna. It would make sense, as this is a very peaceful area with no real predators. It would then easily allow it to save its energy without any stress and evolve sooner into Beedrill, where it can then escape the area. After all, it is one of the higher level Pokemon in this area if we don't include our alpha Pokemon. So as a side theory, maybe these wild zones are made to hold a range of power, which would primarily be the Mega Pokemon or similarly Alpha Pokemon, but other Pokemon can make it through the cracks. So in order to prevent this, the habitats are specialized to be more enticing and keep the Pokemon there. This isn't to say the wild zones don't do their job, but again, we know there are those that can get out, and trust me, even game mechanic wise, I have been attacked from Pokemon on the opposite side of the fence, and even seen Pokemon use Dig to escape and hit me. It is terrifying! Now as I cool my jets, our last Pokemon to talk about before we talk about our alphas would be Staryu, who only appears at night. And Staryu gets a little crazy in this game in my personal opinion, though that's mainly when we talk about Starmie later on. Staryu is very interesting because now we can clearly and factually state that they come from space originally. Not to say that every single one of the Staryu that we see is born in space, because, you know, you can breed Staryu here on the planet, but they originally come from space. They communicate to the stars at night with their flashing lights, and we can assume, similar to Starmie, that they eat plankton, making half of this wild zone purely filter feeders. They're not only in the water, but also walking around on land, which is a bit scary until you realize that starfish can actually walk around like that, to some degree. They even use preferred limbs to help them stand up as though they were arms like our own, which that might actually terrify you even more, knowing that this is based on reality. Now, there isn't much to see about all of these Pokemon because most of their interactions are with the environment itself and not with each other. They're very separated from each other on different sections, almost islands, if you would, which is fine. That's still ecology, baby. What is interesting is that we also do get a 100% guarantee of seeing an Alpha Magikarp in the daytime and an Alpha Staryu at night. From here on, though, I will, just to save my breath, call them fixed alphas. Keeping these in mind, and knowing this is one of the first zones, we would then assume that this would have been where another Mega Rogue appeared, or was expected to appear, which you would then assume was either Mega Gyarados or Starmie. Despite this, the Rogue Pokemon that appears closest to this area is actually the Mega Beedrill, who appears in Vert Sector 5. This Mega Evolution really doesn't play that big of a part on the environment other than it being an event, but there will be Rogue Megas that appear later on that may better coincide with what happens ecologically. Otherwise, this is honestly just a nice and peaceful area, a stroll in a small park if you would, as long as you don't have a phobia of fish flying towards you. Wild Zone 3 is a strange place to me. It feels more like a very manicured urban area that got taken over by Pokemon rather than a wild zone that was built for them, especially as we have trimmed hedges, patterned grass, and a tower that overlooks the city and this area, of course. As a note, the 4 sections with the centerpiece show a Pokeball, Badoo, Roselia, and Roserade alongside a Roserade statue for your first hint of these designs within the ground. It feels very Parfum Palace in its design, very royal themes here, especially as we look at some of the Pokemon we do find here. In one section, we find Skiddo, sticking to the grassier areas by themselves. While all the areas have bushes, these are less manicured and may just have better hiding spots for them. Maybe they can get more sunlight here. Maybe that's why these bushes are so large in comparison to the other sections, which are squared hedges. At the end of the day, though, Skiddo don't actually need to eat anything as long as they're getting enough sunlight and water. In fact, considering they are domesticated species of Pokemon, they may actually like this semi-city, semi-natural design. And the same could be calming to many of the other Pokemon that we have in this zone. Also, for ease, if I don't mention that they are exclusive to certain weather or certain times of the day, then assume that any Pokemon I mention are found at all times and in any weather. There are actually very few exceptions throughout the entirety of the game. In the same areas that we would find Skiddo are the same that I, at least, was able to find Pancham. It is the only Dark-type Pokemon here, meaning that it won't be evolving into Pangoro anytime soon, though it will likely still find someone to emulate in behavior because that's just what they do. Pangoro itself, to explain or help us explain Pancham better, is a Pokemon that does hunt for prey. And to be entirely fair, pandas don't always just eat bamboo or foliage. But without a figure to teach Pancham to hunt, it may actually not learn to hunt after other Pokemon, making it have a different behavior than usual. This is actually something that we can say about a number of other Pokemon within Lumiose City. Though, at least in Pancham's case, there could be the exception that, let's say, Litleo, who's also in this area, might be teaching it. But we'll get to that later. Instead, Pancham may be getting plenty of its fill from the flora we find in this zone, alongside the occasional snacking from any greenery that Skiddo has on its body if Pancham decides to get a little bit more daring. What's more interesting to me, though, is that when Pancham did appear, I didn't see any Skiddo. This is something that can help us figure out Pokemon relationships. And in the case of Pancham, I don't think it would actually be hunting Skiddo, but might be a little bit antagonistic towards it. Kind of like how some Pokemon will bother Snover for their berries. And since I mentioned Litleo, let's actually move across the pond here, well, across the grass rather, and talk about them within their section. Because Litleo are, of course, lion cubs, and any cat is noted to be an obligate carnivore. Though even this is to always be taken with a grain of salt, because every single creature in the world will eat anything if they're desperate. And I've mentioned this in a number of different videos, but animals like tortoises, for example, have been seen hunting birds and succeeding. I just, try to stick to what our Pokemon's most realistic and common diet would be when I do talk about all this. Back to Litleo though, they're noted to be quick to start fights and are able to hunt on their own once they are taught by a female Pyroar. This actually lines up with the real world, as lionesses are the backbone of the pride. They do most of the hunting, teaching, grooming, and initiate mating time, because lions are kind of deadbeats until they're forced to do something, girl power. This actually then makes me question if Litleo would actually be hunting other Pokemon. Though if it isn't, then people will have to make sure it's getting necessary meals and nutrients, or else they would be struggling to survive even within a safe place such as this wild zone. Plus, hate to admit it, but natural instinct will eventually kick in, and it will eventually attack another Pokemon in order to survive. At the absolute least, I would be more than willing to bet that between Litleo being quick to start fights and Pancham being of similar rebellious ilk, that the two would be clashing a decent amount, keeping each other in check, making sure one doesn't dominate the area more than the other. Though, in all reality, this may even help us explain why we find a fixed Alpha Litleo here, because it is fighting a lot. It is being a bit of an antagonist, and it was the one that fought enough and was filled with enough excess energy from the area to become stronger, to become this alpha. Now, there might be one other fun detail to this, because in a number of wild areas, we will find alpha Pokemon that otherwise do not have a population of non-alpha forms in the zone. In this case, at the top of the tower, if you climb up those funny little steps, you will encounter a fixed alpha fletchling that is a higher level than the alpha Litleo, making it the highest level in this area overall, though you will otherwise not encounter any fletchling in this wild zone. And this tells us a bit of a story and may explain our ecology here. As stated, Pokemon are not perfectly contained by these wild zones. Least of all, our flying Pokemon are definitely not, as we find them all over the city, and with Pokemon such as Pidgeot, Talonflame, and Hawlucha, they are Pokemon that are only found in high places. These high places are their vantage points, locations that they can nest safely away from others, maybe build up a family, and then when they need to, they can use their sharp vision to spot prey anywhere in the city around them. They're then able to spread their massive wings and take flight. It would actually be very, very cruel to keep these Pokemon entirely in containment, as they would not have the space necessary to feel comfortable or to exercise. And so, these large winged bird Pokemon aren't kept in said enclosed spaces. But what of the smaller birds? If they can so freely roam the city streets and wild areas while making habitats for themselves in a number of different wild zones, what does it mean for the Pokemon in those zones? Well, it means that we will find that bird Pokemon will wander their way into some of these zones and simply become meals for other Pokemon. The same can be said about any other flying type Pokemon, any other bug that flies, you name it. Which then, my theory is this. Wild Zone 3, as I Oh my god, that was the nerdiest thing I could have done, adjusting my glasses. My theory is then this. Wild Zone 3 is not a habitat for fletchling because Litleo will hunt and eat them here. Because of this, with enough battling and encounters, an alpha fletchling appeared, being able to secure the roof for itself and other fletchlings that may fly by. This then, in turn, causes Litleo to keep attacking and trying to win until eventually an Alpha Litleo came into existence, though that Alpha Litleo is still not quite strong enough to topple this Alpha Fletchling. This then would solve our moral and ecological issue of throwing in a lion cub with a number of other Pokemon that we would find here that would be vulnerable to being attacked by Litleo. Pokemon that we would expect to have to constantly fight for their lives. One Pokemon would then be Esper, a timid, little adorable cat that was having trouble, or does have trouble, controlling its abilities to begin with. One wrong tug of the ear means you'll uncover their ear holes and get blasted to Kingdom Come, and so they isolate themselves pretty often. Funnily enough, the first time I actually ran into one was on the rooftops. It is a cat after all, so I'm not going to question how it got up there. Though, since it is a cat, we have yet another obligate carnivore that adds to the strange situation we are in if we don't consider stray bird Pokemon as a meal. Also, before I forget, because I didn't write it in my script, because of this area having a lot of regal or royalist themes to it, I mean, we have a lion, which is, of course, having the heraldry of the lion. We have fletchling, which you can associate with Talonflame, being a hawk and being another piece of heraldry. We have this Esper, who is a small, adorable cat, and a lot of royal people within a number of different places, or high figures. You look at Giovanni, you look at Alola, would have cats as their primary pet, so on and so forth. It's just this little area that has a lot of royal themes to it overall, and I'll have to explore that in a different video in the future. In the last section that we have within this wild zone, though, we get a bunch of Pikachu, which actually bothers me a little bit, considering that Pikachu are only noted to eat berries in the wild. I know I want to assume that they eat seeds as well, yet we don't see any berries here whatsoever, though that might just be me nitpicking the details of the game. In addition, a crowding of Pikachu can cause a thunderstorm to form, as lightning will then strike down on the group and revitalize their energy. Great for them, but yet another nightmare for any flying Pokemon who would take a trip to this zone. And because I started realizing the pattern here, I had to look it up and double check that pandas will also eat birds and their eggs, even if they rarely do so. So effectively, screw any birds that decide to fly through here, I guess, because this wild zone is just an absolute nightmare. I can understand why now we have this alpha fletchling here. It's fighting for its freaking life. Now, the only saving grace here is that Skiddo is friendly, and actually so is Flabebe, who you will find here. Not necessarily found in any specific section, and Flabebe, at least within the Pokédex, is noted to be found in flower pods or bushes, and that is pretty true, since wherever you find a colored flower, you will likely find a Flabebe of that color nearby. And as such, even though Flabebe is noted to appear within this wild zone is not considered a habitat through the Pokédex of Flabebe. And I will say, at least that this zone is noted to be able to have red, blue, and white Flabebe, though I think you could understand that, you know, I didn't get to see them all, and that comes down to just pure chance at this point. Now, Flabebe have a symbiotic nature with their flowers. They can survive without them. In fact, they are born without a flower and may wait forever before choosing the flower that they want to care for the rest of their known lifespan, which, if we look at Forges, is probably an incredibly long time, 300 years at a minimum. Though the only issue is that they are, Flabebe, effectively unsafe without the flower, as they use it to draw out power from it while also caring for it. Luckily, they shouldn't really have any threats here, as even Fletchinder isn't gonna care about eating their flower or eating the fairy Pokemon. You don't really know what it is. You know, you might think it's a fungus, you might think it's just a fairy, you might think it's an alien. Hard to say for sure. We just know it's a fairy type Pokemon, and usually fairy types are associated with celestial power, life power, the flow of life, or aliens in general. Digressing from that though, this effectively means that this Pokemon is the reason as to why all the flowers and foliage is likely kept healthy here. It of course isn't going to have the same degree of effect as what Florges has, but you know, Flabebe has to learn and start from somewhere in order to build the skill and habit that it will eventually master in its evolutions. And even if it doesn't stay here, it would make sense that this is one of the many places that Flabebe may gather to get flowers and then float off throughout this city. In fact, I am pretty sure that's exactly what happens. They float away, eventually evolve, and continue to help care for all of the flora throughout Lumiose, keeping themselves, other Pokemon, and even people happy and healthy through the added greenery that now resides here. And what's funny about this is that this whole wild zone has a huge rose motif to it, something that might have greater implications in a future video that I'll have to talk about. Now, funnily enough, while searching for Pidgeot footage, I actually ran into a shiny white flower Flabebe high up on the rooftops. It took me a second to register that it was a shiny and felt like a little blessing for what I was doing, which is me being over dramatic and goofy, but whatever. And before we do go to our next zone, if you're aware of the anomalous alphas that appear here and in 2 other sections, don't worry, I'll cover them later. They are noted to be an anomaly by Mabel for a reason and have a different ecological connection that we will talk about. And I do want to say, if you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching. If you're enjoying this so far and you're new to the channel, please do make sure you subscribe. I release videos every single week, and they are just as deep, if not deeper, dives than what I'm doing here, with a lot of focus on connecting Pokemon into the real world. In addition, leave any comments behind on anything that might expand on what I'm saying or might prove what I'm saying wrong. I am happy to be proven wrong with the right evidence, as I want to make sure that I'm getting this right and we're working together as a community to build on what exists within this world and making it more interesting together. In addition, comments and watch time are the #1 way to freely support a video and help it boost around and get more reach, other than hyping the video as well, which you can do. If you would like to go the extra mile, you can become a member for as little as $3 a month, which gets you behind the scenes access to videos early, and some extra posts that I do here or there, just talking to members of the community. But once again, thank you so much for watching, and on with the video. Zone 4 is our graveyard, which is pretty clever since there is the Japanese superstition of associating the number 4 with death itself. Now, I will always say I wish we got the French catacombs, but oh well. Might have been a bit too much for Pokemon, I suppose. But after ending the war, the bodies have to go somewhere, right? Anywho, we get to see Patrat here again, but only at night, making it work the graveyard shift as I make sure there aren't any grave robbers moving around these parts. In addition, a big reason it probably doesn't appear during the day is because we actually find Ekans during the day here. One of which actually surprised me, scared me, if I have to be honest, while I was trying to study Spupa behavior. It straight up appeared from the nearby bush, and they continued to do so, acting as ambushed predators and then following me as best they can in order to attack. Being snakes, they would be trying to make meals of any stray Patrat that we can't find during the day, though it is noted that snakes don't typically eat spiders. Ekans and even its evolution, Arbok, seem to not really care for the most part where their meals come from. It may actually even help us explain why we see an alpha Spinarak here alongside a regular population of Spinarak that are equal or lower in level to the lowest leveled Ekans we'd find here. Honestly, Ekans and Arbok just kind of mishmash a bunch of different traits from snakes together. They enjoy sleeping in trees, according to Pokemon Snap, they can swim, and it transforms from a rattlesnake into a king cobra with a magnificent hood. So it has a lot going on. As such, while typical snakes aren't going to be this way, I'm consistently stating that Ekans and Arbok will eat anything that has meat, including insects, but still has their preferred meal. With the Spinarak I mentioned, they can be found clinging to gravestones mainly, though the greatest collection of them is on the mausoleum at the back of the wild zone. I'm not sure who is in that mausoleum, but clearly they're important, and it isn't AZ who's buried there, which is really interesting considering that he is royalty. You'd expect that he would have potentially been placed inside alongside what could be other royals of Kalos, but nope. And nevertheless, Alpha Spinnerack and a grouping of Spinnerack are on this wall. Pretty spooky for our arachnophobes out there, and considering their size and how there are spiders out there that do eat snakes and do eat birds and pretty much anything else, it may be safe to assume that with enough disputes between Spinnerack and Ekans, whoever wins in their battles becomes the meal. Especially as spiders a lot of the time end up being opportunistic predators. On the rare occasion, they might eat a little bit of sap, they might eat a little bit of grass, or not grass, but just plants in general, but it's really a case-by-case basis. And with enough aggression, Spinnerack somehow didn't evolve into Ariados, but rather gained its alpha from these conflicts. And scarier yet is that there is a whole side mission where someone had ruined one of their webs within the city accidentally, not on purpose, accidentally, and they were entirely wrapped up within a cocoon from Spinnerack. Once we freed them, the Spinnerack didn't attack again, but were definitely very unhappy until he apologized. There's also evidence, I will say here in the Wild Zone, that it may be a predator to Spupa, considering that Spupa are found pretty far away from this exact location where the Spinnerack group together. In fact, the Spupa kind of stick to corners of this place and are only found during the daytime. Reminds me of those little thick webs that spiders make in the corners of houses to hide themselves, and then they have their babies and so on and so forth, right? Now, the thing about Spupa and many of our other Pokemon here is that they use some sort of poison for attack or defense. Ekans uses poison and constriction. Spinnerack uses poison to weaken prey, but that poison is not strong enough to kill any of its prey. And Spupa has a poisonous black powder that actually paralyzes its attackers. It seems as though this graveyard may not be as tended to as it should be, or is at least representative of the natural decay that is occurring here. I'd like to believe that it is the latter of those two options. Now, back to Spupa, it's also just biding its time, hiding in the shadows of these thickets as it is building up the energy it needs in order to evolve, while hiding away from more common predators such as our avian friends. Other than Spinnerack though, the only other Pokemon that appears at all times is Ghastly, a Pokemon that often appears in graveyards, and at least within the games, it makes it very clear that Ghastly is born from the natural decay of bodies and likes to make residence wherever the wind won't blow them away into nothingness. There was also a Ghastly seemingly trying to make its way inside of this one building while I was getting footage, which is a terrifying thing to imagine considering that they will just envelop their prey in gas to suffocate them before consuming their life energy, and I almost guarantee that if air is getting through that window at all, so can a Ghastly. And apparently, even if you're a steel type like Caparaja, it doesn't matter. That gas is effective, so screw your immunities, you will die. Now, Ghastly is noted to have a sweet smell, despite the poisonous nature of its body. And a very strange thing is that the decay of a body in the real world can be sometimes described as a sickly sweet smell. Pretty clear as to one way these Pokemon are born. The other being due to industrial smog according to the Adventures manga, which we are in a city, though it seems as though Lumiose is a very, very green city from obvious reasons. Now, Ghastly aren't going to be a picky eater. They're just going to swoop in, suffocate whatever prey they can, and then move on with their lives. Though they may also be sucking up all those decaying smells into themselves as part of a balanced diet. It's like the Ghastly food group pyramid. It's like souls, life force, nasty, stinky, decaying gas, smog, because apparently they really like the taste of smog according to the Adventures manga, so I half imagine— oh wait, no, I just reversed the entire pyramid. Ooh, it's okay, most of you just listen to my videos anyway. Most of you don't actually watch it. That's fine. Now, the last of our Pokemon only appears at night, but it is a strange one to me, as we have Honedge. Now, with Honedge, or Honedge, however you want to say it, I don't really care, it is stated to be born from a soul that attached to the sword that killed it. Though it is also very reminiscent in this exact scenario of one other yokai, known as the Tsukumogami, inanimate objects that have gained a soul after reaching 100 years of age. They are known to be either friendly or mischievous, depending upon how they were treated during their long existence. And while these are typically going to be tools, maybe things like umbrellas, straw sandals, apparently, kind of imagine a chancla being thrown at me, but it's a ghost, or other common objects, it seems as though it could just be any object whatsoever that becomes this Tsukumogami. This is not to say that every single gravestone here has a sword and everybody was a warrior, but that these Pokemon are representative of the many items left on graves that have been here for an incredibly long time. This would not be the graves of the people from 3,000 years ago, and I don't know for sure if the war that happened 300 years ago would have produced these gravestones here. Hard to know for sure. I will say though, in respect to Honedge, there is a side quest that reveals to us that it needs to sharpen their blades regularly or they get sick. Meaning there is always the chance that they could be sharpening themselves on rocks or gravestones, other Pokemon, or would-be intruders daring enough to cause trouble in this place of rest. At least within the side quest, it was either a Larvitar or a Pupitar that it had to battle in order to sharpen itself on and then actually regain its good health. Another one of the side quests, now that we're talking about it, exactly one of the first side quests, introduces a Sableye that took a ring that an elderly lady had from when her husband passed away, which really early on, they kind of hits you in the back of the head over the fact that they really aren't hiding the fact that death is a very real thing in the Pokemon world in this game compared to how they talk about it in previous games. Now, back to the Sableye, it takes residence in this zone, but we never see another of its kind ever again after this event, adding once more to this idea of some Pokemon being able to make their way in and out of these zones, especially if they're not intended to be in these zones or they don't make their habitat here. Lastly, the Rogue Mega Ampharos that appeared closest to the zone within Rogue Sector 6 is coincidentally the closest that there is to this wild zone and is also nearby the Looker Bureau, with Emma having a Mega Ampharos herself, though the effect that this Pokemon has on the ecology is one that I did not find conclusive, and we can move on. Zone 5 describes itself as having spacious areas with very few hiding spots, even in the sewers, and yes, we can access the sewers from the zone, so we'll take a detour through the sewers before the next wild zone. Right away though, I encountered a grouping of Bunnelby, Venipede, and Bellsprout in a bit of an open area, which is really strange for a number of reasons. Starting with Bunnelby, it is a bit of a cowardly Pokemon. They're rabbits and will nom on plants, flowers, roots, you name it, but they aren't the type to actually attack other Pokemon, even if they can be a bit aggressive with us within this game, because when they do perceive a threat to their livelihood, such as a large bird, it is stated that they'll dig straight underground in order to hide. Lo and behold, we have a very gluttonous Bellsprout and an incredibly aggressive Venipede to worry about. In the case of Bellsprout, they will often just wrap themselves around whatever moves near them and find a way to turn it into their next meal. They are not restricted to insect Pokemon, though they also need to root themselves into the ground to absorb water, making them an easier target, especially if they get so comfy that they tend to forget that they need to actually run away, or are even unable to run away until they uproot themselves, which is a bit of a process. This then may result in the Bunnelby mistaking these Bellsprout for your average plant and trying to eat them then. And with the new commotion, as one fights the other, they realize that it's a living thing and not just a random plant. They then attract a Venipede in their conflict, in their squabble, thus giving us a reason as to why there is a fixed Alpha Bellsprout here, because of the pressure from these two Pokemon, if not at the very least Venipede, who will actively be incredibly aggressive in any lore whatsoever. In fact, at least within Legends ZA, the entirety of the Venipede line is stated to be incredibly aggressive, even if Whirlipede is noted to not always be that way in other games or its Pokédex entries. Venipede will actively look at something, and if it thinks it even has a chance of defeating it in battle, it will strike out to kill and eat whatever it was looking at, which often results in it attacking a number of creatures that it probably shouldn't. though despite being a bug Pokemon, it is noted to be able to have strong enough poisons to be able to paralyze large bird Pokemon, so it can handle itself pretty well. This behavior then explains why we primarily see Pidgey perched above the ground or even flying above the rooftops in this area. And it is here that we actually have two different sections of rooftops that tell us even more of an ecology story. In one section, we have Pidgey and Abra. The Abra are vibing, living out their days, eating a berry and sleeping the day away. They're not affecting much, as if they ever feel threatened, they'll just teleport farther away. They're pretty non-contender within the ecosystem. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rooftops, we start to find Pidgeotto here. And something I've stated in my previous ecology videos is that when we see an evolution of a Pokemon, we need to think about what caused it. We need to figure that out. And evolution is typically caused by pressure or an abundance of resources. Pressure could be from a predator species attacking the Pokemon often, or it could be two Pokemon that are fighting over resources such as food or territory, even mates if you would. Meanwhile, if there are an abundance of resources, we could also expect a higher population of a Pokemon and then find that it is evolving due to sheer amount of time and general life experience rather than immediate pressure by threats. For example, there is a section within Sinnoh in which you will not just find Bidoof, but because the route itself describes itself as having a ton of trees, a ton of wood, and access of it even, that you will also find Bibarel there. Now, at least in this case, within ZA, within Lumiose City, the Pidgeotto exists due to a very clear threat within the area, because not only will we find a section with tons of Venipede led by a fixed Alpha Whirlipede, but we will also find Electrike in the area, these electric wolves that make their way up the buildings. In fact, the Alpha Whirlipede might even exist because of the Pidgeotto, and then the Pidgeotto exists because of Electrike preying upon the Pidgey here. In addition, a common theme we'll find is that electric Pokemon often find their way up the buildings within Lumiose. This could be because of the food that they hunt, it could be because they can draw electricity from the buildings, or even due to them having a higher chance of lightning striking them by being up high. It could also just be a combination of all those reasons, not just one singular reason. And in the case of Electrike, I would say it's because it is hunting our birds, and because it can tell when a storm is coming, as it not only uses friction from the atmosphere as it runs to generate electricity, but also its body will begin to give off sparks if a storm is approaching. That's pretty horrifyingly dangerous if you wanted that as a pet, but also it is a wolf less than it is an actual dog, so I'm not really sure how this Pokemon would even work as a pet. Either way, it's causing a lot of trouble for the bird population here, and it's hunting them down, and that's why we have to have the Pidgeotto. Now, as for that Whirlipede, just as any other mid-stage cocoon Pokemon, it is just biding its time before it can evolve, though this one is at least more dangerous and active, considering it has the capacity to roll at 60 miles per hour and then slam into whatever it deems unworthy to exist within its domain, stabbing them with those big old spikes that it has. All this allows it to protect the other Venipede in the area from the Pidgeot threat that is here. The last Pokemon of note is one that we've already talked about, being Binacle, though Cerebi and Bulbapedia state that they're supposed to spawn there. The game doesn't, show them, and I haven't ever seen them in this wild zone whatsoever. Like, the game doesn't say that they spawn there, at least by looking at the wild zone directly, but I suppose it would make sense for them to be within the section or any section of water that you can take that leads up to where the Venipede, Whirlipede, and those Pidgeotto are, as that water does move towards the sewers, and it would be a fantastic place for these Binacle to pick up any of the microorganisms, any plankton, you name it, from the water. And now that I've mentioned it, let's head on to our next destination, being these sewers of Lumiose. We'll begin with the main section of the sewers, and before you even get into the sewers, one of the Pokemon that makes habitat within them may actually greet you near the entrance as an Ariados hangs from the top of the tunnel. Ariados are pretty spooky Pokemon all in all. They're intelligent, can use you as a tracker to help it reach the rest of your family so it can have a buffet to eat rather than just eating you on the spot once it catches you, and they like to eat their food at their own leisure. No scarfing down your meals with this crazy guy. And in fact, once you enter the sewers, you likely won't find them unless you go through the canal access to a smaller section of the sewers. There is where you will find a large room where a group of them make their nest together. A nightmare scenario for any Pokemon that would be seen as prey by this massive spider, and trust me, every non-plant is on that meal list, which is funny to say because the only other Pokemon I saw in the same room with it is Skrelp, a Pokemon that is very much reminiscent of decaying seaweed. And as a side note, I actually got to find one of Mega Dragalge's inspirations personally when visiting a Florida beach, which is the little Sargassum here, who have these similar long blades that kind of look like the rotting and orbs that we would find on our Mega Pokemon. And yes, I was a big nerd, and I was by the water without my phone, saw it, ran all the way across the beach, grabbed my phone, ran all the way back, took a picture after, excitedly exclaiming it to my family, and then I ran all the way back again, dropped my phone off, and then ran into the water. I just couldn't resist. What do you want from me? But back on track, Skrelp are found in the entirety of the sewers and are actually incredibly friendly. Some Pokemon will run away. Otherwise, they might run around you and still kind of stay relatively nearby. Some might attack, and some just stare at you and don't really do much whatsoever. But Skrelp will just sit right in front of you and smile at you, and it's just so incredibly adorable. And it's not the only Pokemon to do that, but it was just nice while doing all this research to run into one Pokemon that wasn't running away from me or immediately trying to kill me. Their existence here may actually be by accident, considering that they are known to be poor swimmers that are washed away by storms, meaning that if they got caught up in the canal, they could be getting washed into these sewers by pure coincidence. Though this isn't much of an issue for it, as it has less enemies here, and with its main source of food being rotten seaweed, it may also be finding other forms of detritus to consume. And you know what? I realize I have no idea how real-life seahorses actually even eat. Seahorses, not seahorse. That sounds... You know what? We're going to move on. According to American Oceans, in order to thrive in their underwater habitats, seahorses have developed special feeding adaptations to consume the food sources available to them. As they lack teeth, these captivating marine animals rely on their ability to suck in and swallow their prey whole. Which this may sound peculiar, it does allow seahorses to feed effectively on small organisms such as plankton, tiny crustaceans like copepods and shrimps, and even small fish. Also, that article describes that these seahorses will eat about 30 to 50 times a day, and it is through their constant ingestion of small prey that they can maintain their energy levels. Kind of reminds me of how hummingbirds function. So that would make it a little bit strange to see that Skrelp would only eat detritus, especially as we do have Dragalge here as well, who may appear alongside them in the main sewers where there's enough space for them. And Dragalge, by effect, is incredibly territorial, spitting poison at anyone who dares to trespass upon its territory, and with poison strong enough to melt the hulls of metal tankers, goodbye Titanic, I think it's safe to say that staying far, far away from anywhere it calls home is in your best interests. Now, with them, these Dragalge are specifically noted to be able to hunt from within seaweed in which they blend in with. Though here at Lumiose, it seems like the best way for them to blend in with its body that looks like it's decaying is to be near the dilapidated walls or be in that murky sewer water, even if it doesn't look murky to us on the surface. And while it is stated to feed on fish Pokemon such as Finizen, yes, the fish Pokemon, Finizen, that totally isn't a mammal. Dragalge once again seems like it may be foregoing its typical diet, as a number of other Pokemon kinda seem to within this city, and instead may find itself feeding upon some of our other common residents that we find here, alongside any other detritus that does appear through the sewers. Now, I will say it is actually a little bit harder to pinpoint what Pokemon Dragalge may be feasting on here, though I will at least note once again that even though we don't see any Magikarp within the sewers, we know that Magikarp are found throughout the waterways of the city as a whole. All it takes is for a Dragalge to make their way out of this area for a moment, get the sunlight it needs to build up its draconic power, and then eat a few fish before returning back home. Though, if it wants an easier meal, you can argue that it has a bit of a buffet to work with, as not only are there Inke within these sewers, which is who I bet would be the primary target, but there are also Scraggy, Noibat, Patrat, and Gumi. Patrat is just being a security guard, as it has been in every other area we've seen it in, though at least within the sewers, we get Scraggy as our punk, hiding away in the cracks and crevices of society to make its home base. Funny enough, despite everything I've dug through and how abrasive this Pokemon can be since it wants to fight all the time, I have never been able to prove that it actually eats other Pokemon. If anything, I've proven that it just scavenges for seeds and anything else within places like the Desert Resort where we first see it. It actually, well, within Unova, of course. Now, it has a few different lizards that it is inspired by, one being the leopard gecko, considering how Scrafty's Mega looks like one after it sheds, though instead of eating its fill of bugs, as you would expect, it just never seems to do so. It never causes any pressure on other Pokemon, and the closest we could get to saying it has an effect on is Skrelp, though even then I doubt it's eating Skrelp. In fact, despite this being their habitat, they may very well be no different than the Noibat that we find here. In other words, Scraggy, Noibat, and many of our other Pokemon enjoy being in these sewers because it is actually warm here. At least by comparison to the outside world, we're not talking about it being like the tropics, the Bahamas within the sewers. No. You see, when I saw that there were a number of these Pokemon here, I started to question how in the world they were surviving. Why would they even choose a place like this? Isn't it cold? There's really not all that much food. They aren't putting that much pressure on each other unless they're being territorial. So the only possibility is that these sewers gave them an environmental benefit, being warmth and, by extension, space. There's a lot of different rooms that they can hide away in. So even as far back as 2011, there were plans for Paris to fuel 30% of its energy needs by 2020, and one of the new heating projects to help them achieve this was to have a school use power from the sewers, where the temperatures average between 12 to 20 degrees Celsius or 53 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit year-round. For our Pokemon, this would be far better than the colder weather you might experience outside in certain times of the year. You know, freezing when it snows. What's also fun, I realize, is that the sewers of Paris are very popular overall, and you can even make a reservation to go visit them, allowing you to go through tight tunnels and abandoned rooms to experience the vastness of it. So, I suppose I can forgive Pokemon for not having the catacombs of Paris, as I was ignorant to how significant these sewers actually are. Back to the world of Pokemon, though, and specifically Scraggy, it will likely wander around and seek food outside of here, though at least both Noibat and Inkay have the option to chow down on their choice of Pokemon here as a bit of fast food if they don't want to leave. Inkay will work to hypnotize their prey, confusing them with their array of colors before striking. But with our cephalopod preferring fish, crustaceans, and microorganisms amongst other options, it seems as though Scraggy is still safe from another threat, assuming that Inkay is following that diet of the real-life animal. In fact, these waterways make it so that our Pokemon just have to find a nice safe space for themselves and wait for the food to arrive through the sewers. After all the water has to come through here, right? Now, Noibat might actually eat a few Scraggy if they can manage it. There are species of bat that will eat lizards after all, and while a little bit rubbery, they are still lizards under all of their rubber pants. That sentence got really weird. I realize, and I'm sorry. But they are luckily just not part of Noibert's. Luckily, Scraggy are just not part of Noibat's regular diet, so they don't have much to worry about. Honestly, the most antagonistic Pokemon stay away from each other by separating into the main and canal access portions, these Pokemon being the aforementioned Ariados and Dragalge, though neither feeds on the other and they're just being very territorial. A Pokemon having a field day within the sewers and likely leading to the eventual collapse of the sewer systems of Lumiose as a whole, in my personal opinion, is Klefki. I say this because you might think that it just collects keys and absorbs their metallic ions, when in fact they only do this because humanity mined up all the iron deposits that they love most. In other words, Klefki were originally a cave-dwelling species that adapted to live in abandoned hotels and places such as these sewers, where it can absorb the metallic ions from whatever it desires. And while keys are still their go-to, I guarantee that it won't be long before they start drawing ions from the pipes themselves. Now, I won't go super crazy with this, but this is something I was learning personally for when I originally wanted to be an environmental engineer. Now, iron is fantastic, it's strong, it's stable, and if you really want to, you can make it even better. When we look at sewer water, a lot of stuff is being flushed through it. This could be everything that you are allowed to go through. Fecal matter, urine, some level of safe chemicals that you can flush down the toilet depending upon whatever it says on the bottle. But then it could also be the many hundreds of thousands of other things that should not be flushed down the toilet. Harsh acidic chemicals, strong bases, medication, babies, goldfish babies, and other large physical objects such as mattresses. Don't ask me about that last one. I toured a water facility plant in college, and a mattress was one of the things that somehow got into their system. Luckily, there are multiple levels to help with all of this trash. For simplicity, there are catchers to get the big stuff, catchers for the small stuff, and a bunch of neutralization processes that they use. Though, in order to even get to the point of being neutralized, the sewer water described as black water has to first arrive at the designated facility, meaning that these pipes have to be able to withstand whatever extreme types of chemical junk that might be going through them. Now, in order to do this, you have your strong, unreactive metal, but then you also line it with other materials such as an epoxy or cement, things that can help prevent leaks or electrochemical corrosion while maintaining stability and allowing them to last longer. There's definitely more to this, but I'll spare you all the extra nitty-gritty details, because the purpose of even mentioning all of these details is to say that once Klefki starts removing ions from these pipes, all it takes is for one bad chemical reaction and the rest of these pipes will start falling apart in a flash. So hopefully the Klefki are being well fed. Our last Pokemon are only found in the main sewers, one of which being Gumi, who is living their best life as long as nobody else decides to cross the water to go get it. Gumi is unfortunately the weakest dragon Pokemon in existence. Not my words, Pokemon themselves, and these Pokemon may very well be just one of the weakest Pokemon overall. It is a happy and gentle creature that really just wants to eat leaves and move on with its day, though here in the sewers, it might be eating whatever comes to it without any complaints. After all, snails kind of really weirdly have a massive array of varied diets in the world. Some of them are omnivores, some of them are carnivores. They eat leaf, they eat decaying matter if they're a detrivore. Maybe they don't eat at all because they're the scalyfoot gastropod, which has bacteria within its body that just takes care of all the processes inside of it whatsoever, and they don't need to eat at all, which is a very confusing thing that I should really read up more on my personal time at some point. Nevertheless, Gumi is all to itself, or at least trying to be, and what's adorable is that I never realized that I could change the music while using the camera until Muse Art World let me know midstream, and then I was able to watch this little Gumi bob and dance, smiling all happily at me. They'll also appear outside of the sewers when it rains, with Sliggoo also being noted as a potential encounter out there, but as a rare encounter. Now, hopefully in these sewers, it's left alone because the only Pokemon that might actually attack it would be one of these last three: Litwick, Ghastly, and Haunter. With Litwick, it's arguably not going to actually kill anything. Doing so would put it at a higher risk of not getting what it wants. Think like how the passenger pigeon was wiped out by Americans for food or accessories, and then there were none left to reproduce, meaning that there were no more goods or food to have had from a pigeon that doesn't exist anymore. It's like a farmer saying, oh, if I just, slaughter all of my beef cattle, I'll just sell more next year, even though they literally have no more beef cattle because they slaughtered them all. Oops. Now, it actually benefits Litwick to take only the amount of life energy necessary to get it to evolve. And I've talked about this in my last video, so I'll keep it shorter here, but life energy is not your spirit energy. It is effectively your body's natural reservoir of energy that it can refill. Meaning that at least Litwick won't kill you, or it might not kill you. The Lampent will take your soul when you die, and Chandelure won't even bother to wait until you're dead. It is burning your soul up on the spot. This just means, though, that Litwick will just be taking advantage of any lost or wandering people and Pokemon for any of its necessary fuel for its flame. though the same cannot be said for Ghastly and Haunter, who are here. For as much as this is my favorite Pokemon line, as evidenced by the freaking shrine behind me, they are deadly, even more so once they evolve. And then, when I was scouting out the area, an Alpha Haunter appeared that was absolutely out for my blood no matter how far I was running away. It was seeing through the walls, and you can't tell me otherwise. Assuming that it chooses anything as prey, it's going to stalk their victim while also beckoning them to come closer with those floaty hands that Haunter has. And with one lick of its tongue, the prey will be left convulsing on the floor until their death. And there's no escape from them, as they can just float through walls. And to make matters worse, at least in the anime, it can control any Pokemon it touches with its hands, meaning it can use another Pokemon as a bait, as lure for more food. But one detail about Haunter has me very, very curious regarding these sewers as a whole. Because through the main story, we have to go through an illusory wall that was created by Gwyn's Chandelure. In addition, we have Inkay, who is a psychic type, a typing often associated with illusions, and then Haunter, who is adept at creating illusions as well. And with Gwyn meeting Litwick here when they were younger, and continuing to use this place as a getaway from Ivor, it makes me wonder if they built up a negative or ghostly energy within these sewers, which eventually attracted more of the ghost Pokemon that we see here. Of course, there are still Mega Crystals that have to get cleaned out from time to time, as we learn from Corbo's missions, lest they block the pipes, so that's definitely a part of this as well in terms of attracting Pokemon into the sewers. In fact, obstructing the pipes would also harm not only the city's infrastructure, but also the Pokemon, making a massive issue for the cycle of ecology here. Long story short, these sewers are far more important across the board than they seem on the surface, which was an unexpected but very pleasant surprise. Whether you're looking at the ghost types that are attracted here, the psychic type, which is Inkay as I stated, or how any of these Pokemon may interact with each other, or make this a habitat in which they sleep in and then leave to go hunting. Zone 6 explains itself as having multiple heights to explore, from the rooftops down to the canal, and in said canal, there are plenty of Binacle filter feeding as the water rushes past them, in addition to a fixed Alpha Binacle, which I at least saw closest to where the water does come out. This would then give us our other example of why we would have an evolved or Alpha Pokemon, because there is an excess of food or resources for it, and whatever food it doesn't consume, the resident Magikarp that are actually in the canal, more down the stream, can get their bottom feeding on. Though I'm sure our canal Pokemon have to deal with a Houndour within this area from time to time. In fact, the Houndour and the fixed Alpha Houndoom really seem to control the main street here, like a couple of greased up gangsters snapping their fingers down the alleyways and coming after not only us, but the Pokemon that reside here. Now, no other Pokemon gets anywhere near them, and the second you walk in and they notice you, you are being mobbed by this pack of dogs. With Houndour being a canine, it's just gonna eat whatever it can sink its teeth into. They are already very intelligent and have incredible teamwork unseen in most other Pokemon, going as far as to not abandon the sick and communicating through various barks and howls. This is all noted by the Pokedex information. I know there are plenty of other very intelligent Pokemon, so, bear with me. Now, the howls are also used to declare ownership over territory, in which, of course, they are very protective over, and so that is why we might often see them howling before they run after us, making clear sense now as to why we also see no other Pokemon on the streets of the Wild Zone. Any Pokemon that do decide to come down are only going to serve as a potential meal. This becomes even worse for any prey in the area with that Alpha Houndoom I mentioned. It is an even more powerful leader, having been selected to lead due to being the strongest of its pack, which is a little funny considering it is a literal alpha. And speaking of funny things, the funny thing to me is that alphas aren't really a thing in the wild. Social hierarchy does exist in some animals, but that doesn't mean that they are actually the most aggressive or dominant. Instead, it could be an older but healthier animal, able to lead and help care for the younger and the elderly, which may surprise you is a thing in a number of different species. For example, We talked about meerkats earlier. Meerkats will actively decide to break the tails of scorpions to then give to the young and the elderly who don't quite know how to hunt yet or are no longer able to hunt, helping care for the rest of their species. For goodness knows, basically no benefit to their group or pack, whatever you want to call it, whatsoever. It's a beautiful thing. Now, the closest you can get to alpha is through lions and gorillas, but then again, the males aren't really in charge for lions, as we discussed earlier, and the gorilla is more about making loud sounds and running up to any other gorillas, trying to mack on their boo and then try to take them away instead of actually fighting. It just takes too much effort to genuinely fight another creature. It's a waste of energy, and you're already spending so many hours eating leaf. Why waste that energy, right? So long story short, anyone who seriously considers themselves as an alpha in, humans, pretty cringe at the end of the day. Despite all that though, alphas of course technically exist within Pokemon, though only because of an excess amount of energy has filled their bodies and they've grown dramatically in size and power while becoming very, very aggressive, which is kind of a big deal considering Houndoom is already a scary Pokemon. Fire and poison mixed together to burn a foe in ways that will never heal makes it so that as long as Houndoom can get a little bit of burning in, it's only a matter of time before its prey will collapse due to an infection-induced fever. Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. I didn't think about it until I was writing the script, but the fact that the wounds never heal mean that you are constantly bleeding, or it's constantly an irritant, or you have an open wound that bacteria can get into, resulting in you getting an infection. This is horrifying to consider, which would then also explain why we would then find the Baneri in this area are only found across the bridge, trying to stay far away from the trouble. In fact, remember what I said about Pokemon making their way in and out of wild zones? I can safely state that these Baneri wander in from time to time from the nearby park, and they could just leave if they truly wanted to. In fact, while it was obviously not supposed to happen, one dug its way out and nearly bopped me. Honestly, Baneri's presence here makes no sense to me otherwise if we don't assume that it's just visiting this small place as it pleases to make a small nest or habitat for itself. There's no food source, it puts itself at risk if it runs across the bridge, and it's just otherwise stuck to this tiny little area. It's a pretty dumb spot for it to be unless it just uses it as a miniature nest for itself and it runs to the parks nearby. That this is just a small area for it to escape to stay away from humans, to stay away from Pokemon, to stay away from the busyness of the big city. And Cerebi does state that they generally spawn in the vert sector, so it's plausible that this is the idea. The only other Pokemon on the ground floor is actually within the battle court during the daytime only. Here, the Meditite train, likely only battling against each other, soaking up the sun to improve their psychic abilities because they have, the third eye, the mind's eye, and eating that singular berry every single day. Apparently, what is interesting is that they actually can't eat more than that singular berry. They will become sick if they do, which I had originally thought was just part of their training, not an important part of their biology that they had to abide by, and I only found that out thanks to a random side mission that I accidentally completed while trying to get footage on stream. It's also hard to say if they're interacting with the Houndour and the Houndoom, but I'm willing to bet there's clashes from time to time, and the Meditite just decide to close the door on them and watch them bark and howl through the gate, assuming they don't actually decide to try and fight them as part of their own training. This would also have to mean that in order for the Meditite to get in and out of here, they're either floating away or they're running through the area overall, because there are not really any good places, easy places for them to get their one berry a day. As we move up the buildings, there's actually a third fixed alpha, being the only Pikachu that you'll find in this zone just sitting on top of a roof by itself. Once again, pretty clear to understand that electric Pokemon are seeking habitats on higher ground in order to get struck by lightning, though I think this is another case in which a Pokemon may have found itself in a bad situation, much like that Fletchling in the earlier Wild Zone, and had to now grow stronger in order to survive here and try to escape. On the main climb up, the other electric type we will run into is Flaffy, Same reasoning as Pikachu, though instead of becoming an alpha, it evolved. So these Houndour, to try and explain all this better, the Houndour and Houndoom are causing problems, and there may have been a population of Pikachu or Pichu and Mareep here, just like we see in Wild Zone 1 with Mareep and Pichu. Then the dogs moved in, and they had to retreat. Unfortunately, if there was a Pichu or Pikachu population, they were effectively wiped out here. As for the Mareep, they were forced to evolve to survive, and now that they can stand on their hind legs, they were able to climb up to the roof easier. Though there is that one shiny Mareep that appears on the roof of Zone 1 as part of a side quest, so believe what you will, the Flaffy still exists because of the canine threat here at the very least. Even higher than this, at the very highest point of this wild zone, we find Swablu. They find a safe nest up here for themselves and are right by these vents, which likely provide them some cozy warmth from the buildings they're on. They're friendly and calm Pokemon, their round beaks telling us that they're seed eaters, and they enjoy being near towns in the spring and staying in clean areas where they can be sure that their puffy feathers can stay pristine. Not to say they don't like bathing, in fact they love baths. It's their plumage that doesn't, as they lose all of their volume in the process. What I enjoy is that within Pokemon Snap, Swablu, primarily Altaria really, are shown to bathe in the natural caldera of the volcano, the heat probably ensuring that the volume of their feathering is retained and they don't become this weird little squishy, I don't know how to describe it, I'm just going to show you. This won't be the last time that we see Swablu on a rooftop this high, as there's another zone that has a very, very high perch, not just for it, but for another Pokemon that takes to the skies and needs a place of refuge from the dangers of this world. Moving on to Wild Zone 7, I will openly state that this is the first zone in which I got absolutely mobbed by the Pokemon. They are an absolute threat here and are incredibly aggressive. Though, before we talk about the ecology, there's an obelisk that we find here that bothers me because we know so little about it. Though it is only one of two in this game when there were originally 5 total within the original X and Y games. In addition to this, the Pokemon linguists and cipher solvers are trying to figure out what the heck the bottom portion could mean, and it's semi-conclusive so far. One thing that is agreed upon is actually something I would not have been able to solve without an individual known as Platinomox, who showed that these symbols on this obelisk match Rayquaza. I'd suspected it had something to do with the legendary Pokemon, but I hadn't put together that these symbols really are 1-to-1. All while these obelisks have a perfectly clear view of Prism Tower, making them seem so much more important than they're played out to be within the games. Watch as there's like the other 3 within Hyperspace Lumiose. That'd be absurd, and we have to like find them to create anchors so that way we can save Lumiose as a whole. That would, you know what, that might actually work. I want to hope though that we will get some sort of defined answer as to what's going on here, but the best we have is that these were brought in from Hoenn, most likely, and we just don't know the complete purpose of them just yet. I would share the speculations that I did discuss with others, but I would like to save that for a future video, and I would need to talk with them a little bit further. Instead, I will draw your attention to the Pokemon on top of the obelisk, the fixed Alpha Fletchinder that is an incredible antagonist within this area. And it's not as though it has any real predators here. No, in fact, there's an abundance of important infinite resources here. This whole area is blessed by an incredible amount of sunlight, as evidenced by the terrain and a number of the other Pokemon that we will discuss here. So, knowing this, and that in the real world that robins are typically seen as the first sign of spring's arrival and warmth, all of this extra warmth and sunlight has supercharged Fletchling to evolve into Fletchinder and become an alpha Pokemon that watches over this zone. It is stated that they do hunt for prey, but that would likely be done outside of this zone, as there aren't any Pokemon it would see as typical prey. In addition, it's kind of a really stupid idea for if you're hunting prey to be seen so perfectly out in the open, so there's no way it's hunting any of the Pokemon here. In fact, with it being so protective of its territory, it may even be protecting the other Pokemon here, further explaining why nearly every single other creature in the zone is so ridiculously aggressive. To this effect, because of all the direct sunlight, it has become a good home for Hippopotas, who spends its time bathing in sand and avoiding water at all costs. This of course becomes easy when there's such a large section of pure sand here, just nice, dry sand that gets in between your toes. I'm sure everyone loves it, which does mimic the desert life for it. This sand is vital not just for when it searches for prey, but also for protecting itself from germs, or even cooling off as it expels sand from its body instead of sweat. They swallow plenty of sand alongside their prey, though what could that prey be? Because hippos in real life may mess up a crocodile or literally any other creature stupid enough to enter their territory, but they aren't typically eating any of these animals. No, typically they would be eating leaves, roots, ferns. And when we look at other games such as Pokemon Snap, we find that its evolution, Hippowdon, can be found inside a watery oasis, living peacefully amongst other Pokemon, which is not always the case within that game. I have a full ecology of that game as well, with tons of beautiful visuals, so you can make sure to check that out after this if you so wish. Nevertheless, it does have a symbiotic relationship with other Pokemon that can help with removing any rock blockages from the vents on its body, meaning that this line of Pokemon isn't going to be horribly aggressive to everything. What would make the most sense then is that Hippopotas would be an omnivore. After all, it still does have those strong molars, best fit for grinding down fibrous material, and there are tons of roots growing around here, which are thanks to our other Pokemon that we find here. In other words, we may find that because of Floette and Roselia, there are plenty of roots for Hippopotas to feed on, which is actually kind of cute to imagine that these Pokemon are actively growing more of these thorny roots in the area just to help feed our little hippo. Because not only does our hippo get fed by them, assumedly, but because of the overturning of soil that it completes while it digs, it ensures that the ground is properly aerated for Roselia at the least, primarily if it does decide to dig into the dirt. After all, many of our plant Pokemon still rely on the soil, as we know with Bellsprout and I'm sure Roselia as well. Soil needs to have a proper balance of air, water, organic matter, and inorganic matter. It'll all just depend on the type of plant, of course, as to what that balance is. Though, no matter what, if the soil is too compact, then air, water, and nutrients, technically, can't make their way to our plant's roots, or the roots can't break through all this compacted soil, making Hippopotas' existence here just as vital for Roselia as Roselia would then be vital for Hippopotas and making sure it doesn't try to eat all the other Pokemon here. Now, Roselia is fairly docile. In fact, you're allowed to smell its roses, as long as you don't try to take them, pluck them from its body. Something that is very interesting to note is that many Pokemon that evolve via an evolution stone may not actually need that evolution stone. The stones are sometimes just a shortcut to their evolution, and one of these cases would theoretically be with Roselia, as with enough strong sunlight, it will be able to, assumedly, evolve into Roserade. This is why you can find them in the wild within some regions, and even if it doesn't evolve, this is just a healthy place for Roselia to live with all the sunlight here. Plus, there has to be a good amount of water below the surface, or else we wouldn't have the greenery that we do have here. As for the Floette that we do find here, being both the red and orange flowered carriers, they fully become attached to their flowers in terms of how they cycle their energy. They provide energy to not only the flower that they carry, but also to flower beds throughout this city. They even go as far as celebrating when there are blooms of flowers, all because they can draw an incredible amount of their power from them and use them for defending themselves and nature as a whole. And assuming that power never needs to be used, then the Floette will simply continue to care for nature and help it flourish. I may even go as far as saying there's a chance that the Floette here understand that there is an excess amount of energy, and despite there being Pokemon that might destroy the roots, they never destroy the flowers that we find here, meaning that Floette will likely never come into conflict or start any fights with any of the other denizens of this zone for stomping on a flower or two. Instead, it understands what is necessary to help the area grow and flourish. One Pokemon that is supposed to appear at all times is Audino, though I have never really had any luck finding it whatsoever. It then makes me wonder if it is anything similar to our Starmie event that affects Zone 16, or if I just have horrible, god-awful, terrible luck. Now, Audino is kind of a solid fit here. There are plenty of Pokemon cooperating with each other, meaning that it would be able to avoid conflict as it is apt to do. I mean, if it even hears any amount of conflict whatsoever, it just dashes out of there in a snap. It can also feel all of the positive, healthy energy that exists here, likely thanks to Floette. And then there's other, or at least one other thematic piece that we find, as there are ice cream carts within this zone. These very carts are the typical spawning point of where we will find Vanillite. Now you might be confused as to what's going on with Vanillite. Why is this ice cream cone in an area where there's so much sunlight if we know for a fact it will die if it melts? Well, that's because it knows that the best way for it to grow is by melting a little bit with the rise of the sun and then hiding away in the ice cream cart to let the water freeze again. Being someone who lives in Wisconsin, I cannot express to you the sheer size of icicles that I see on my home on one side of my house throughout the winter, because the sun rises on that side, melts the snow and ice, which then drips down, and as the sun eventually sets on the other side and everything starts to get colder again, everything starts to freeze again once the sun is no longer directly beaming on it, it will all eventually just freeze again and become longer overall thanks to this process. The icicles become over 5 feet long, and I become ever so slightly scared of them not only hitting my windows when I knock them down, but also maybe them hitting me, or more importantly, in my eyes, I could take a hit, probably not from my icicle. I fear them hitting my fiance. And let me tell you right now, one of these icicles did hit me, as it bounced off the ground and hit me in the crotch. I was not happy with that. I did not need medical attention, and it did hurt quite a bit, but I was okay. But hey, on the plus side, Jaeger was super happy. He loves the snow and loves icicles, so the winter is like the best time for him. Tangent aside, Vanillite even states that it is theoretically born from icicles bathed in energy from the morning sun, and it sleeps buried within the snow. These aren't actual pieces of ice cream, they're just icicles with some extra fluff on top, and have actually been noted to have inspired humanity's creation of ice cream. Funnily enough, everything then comes full circle, as it lives in this zone, and I would love to imagine that it sleeps within these ice cream carts, or even hides within them on hotter days within Kalos. Otherwise, it's just vibing here without a care in the world. Somehow I managed to not talk about a few Pokemon before editing, so here I am in voiceover only. There's Kakuna, who just vibes here, and then Ghastly and Shuppet, who both only appear here at night. These are definitely more thematic, I would say, as Ghastly doesn't want to be out here in the open with a lot of wind, and there aren't any other incredibly negative Pokemon for Shuppet to feed on, so Ghastly's probably just passing through. After all, Shuppet does feed, though, upon negative emotions of others, and the only thing I want to make a claim that it feeds on is some sort of latent negative energy from the obelisk that we find here. I say this because the other obelisk has a tie to space, with Starmie landing there in a side mission, thus tying together a classic connection between space and the afterlife, though this may need some additional investigating to really bring it together properly. From a zone that feels as though everyone is working together, to a zone where it feels like only the strongest and fastest will survive, we're in the zone where I actually got what is now my Alpha Crocodile, Florida Man. A very fitting name for the crocodile that absolutely wrecked my team as I was trying to catch it in the first place. Now, this place has 2 fixed alphas that are likely very aggressive with each other, one being an Alpha Crocorock, the other one being an Alpha Camerupt, and this zone is also the closest to Jean Sector 3 where the Mega Camerupt had appeared. Now, to better help understand this area of sand, we actually need to begin with Numel and Sandile, because in the case of Sandile, they are an ambush predator, swimming through the sand in order to catch anything made of meat. In fact, the entire line are ambush predators, but the difference here is that as it evolves, it becomes stronger. That and Crocodile doesn't have a habitat, and even if it did, it doesn't have a Flygon to team up with. Lucky us and every other Pokemon in existence, as it will decide to probably escape at some point and destroy any cars by biting them into nothingness. That'd be a really huge issue. Now, Sandile itself is like any other reptile, needing plenty of sun to keep it warm and happy. In addition, they work together, keeping others of its kind safe from any sort of threats, and technically, there are very few real threats here. There are Machop here, though. They don't serve as any threat whatsoever. They are here as a form of training, as they often are, same as they would be in any other location really. Though they may also be serving to ensure that the population of sandile and crocorock doesn't get out of hand. Oh, well, I'm sure they're eating their fill of food from the fruit stand that is in this area that nobody decided to remove before all these Pokemon took over, or after for that matter. After all, most of our pure fighting type Pokemon seem to not eat meat or hunt other Pokemon at all. Meanwhile, any of our dual type fighting Pokemon still hunt or still actively attack. I'm looking at Pokemon such as Grapploct or Lucario, who is noted to hunt in packs. The only other threat here is actually a rare one, which explains why we don't see its evolution, and we don't see any other Pokemon here evolving due to the pressure, as we have Gible. Little adorable Gible, waddling around in only the way its fat little body can and no other Pokemon can. I would absolutely love to take one home in an instant if I knew that it wouldn't try to nibble, or rather bite down on every little thing that comes near its mouth. They live in the holes found here in place of the holes and caverns it would dig and live in typically, as this is the best way for it to survive thanks to natural geothermal heat that keeps it warm even in the winter or cold environments. And to explain geothermal heat briefly, basically, core of the earth, constant reactions are technically happening, there's heat, there's pressure, things are moving around, and that heat has to escape somewhere. That heat is partially why our planet is warm alongside the sun and many other millions of different things that I am not going to talk about here, as I am oversimplifying this a lot still. And we're able to use that geothermal heat for our own processes, and in this case, at least within the Pokemon world, Gabite is making use of that geothermal heat somehow, which I guess would theoretically mean that it's able to feel where that heat's coming from and find the best places in which that heat arises, so that way it can dig, create a habitat for itself underground, and allow that heat to keep it warm when it gets cold. They're also known to be Pokemon that huddle together, play fight with each other, and then of course use their strong jaws to bite into their prey and drag them kicking and screaming into their nest. And this is when we begin to see how our Pokemon are affecting each other. Gible and Sandile are strong predators, do not mistake that. Though they will absolutely not just attack each other, but every other Pokemon in the area, including our last two entries who are Drillbur and Numel. Now, Drillbur is slightly more complicated than you would expect, because moles in the real world are going to destroy crops while hunting down insects or worms. They aerate that soil real good, but make things look real ugly, which is why people for the longest time thought that moles were eating their crops when the crops were just a hurdle to crash through in order to reach a juicy limb. The hard part with Drillbur is that I have seen it in so many different locations, yet have hardly seen insects in the same place. Even when they are in the same area, it seems like there's almost no pressure put onto them. It's almost as if whatever they are eating is something we cannot see, and it is not above ground, which makes sense. Again, it's a mole. Of course, it's going to dig for its meal. As such, it is very likely that Drillbur is here doing some undercover work that we will never see. Underground work, if you would, as it helps keep the wild zone healthy. Unfortunately for it, though, it's still on the dinner plate for our very toothy Pokemon who have the capacity to dig. Though, the one who garners the most attention as it doesn't dig underground is easily Numel, very big Pokemon. Now, Numel are typically not aggressive, but if they miss mealtime, they will go on their own little rampage. Otherwise, they will stay very docile until something hits them really hard, because they're built like absolute units that don't notice wimpy little punches. Eventually, though, with enough conflicts between aggressive Sandile going after Numel, conflict would occur more and more between everyone. This wouldn't immediately result in Numel's evolution, but instead the Sandile would continue to eat and grow into Crocorock, this Pokemon being the highest level non-alpha in the area, and it now needs a lot more food in order to fill its stomach. They move in groups, they have amazing night vision, even though they don't really move around at night all that much, and will even work to bury their prey together. A real threat in this area, but that's the food chain for you. This results then in Numel being targeted a little too often, And with all the excess energy, all the anger, all the just irritation of almost being eaten all the time, it goes a half step beyond evolution and becomes an alpha Camerupt. Its anger and aggressiveness coming out even stronger than when it would be on an empty stomach. But here's the kicker. Camerupt is a necessary component of this area. That's why the alpha form is always found here, because its body contains that molten lava within it. The heat radiating from its body and the heat that is released when that mini volcano erupts out of anger is going to create a microclimate that keeps everyone within this wild zone very, very happy. Everyone except for Krokorok, who doesn't care and just really wants its next meal. So then the Krokorok and Camerupt duke it out until eventually Krokorok becomes an alpha. And this then becomes a cycle that creates a very unique desert-like ecosystem in the middle of France. In fact, now that I think about it, it kind of reminds me of the man-made crocodile exhibits that are in France, these being the only places where you can even see these and other reptiles. And at the end of the day, though, the Camerupt does have the highest level of all. Let's just hope it can hold out long enough in its battles with Krokorok to ensure the fire in this zone never dies out. And that actually might be why the Mega Camerupt appears. Because maybe enough conflicts ended up occurring, maybe that Camerupt was really close to being eaten, and that Alpha Camerupt, being the strongest here, kept absorbing more and more energy, the Mega energy naturally being guided to it, because when it came to these Mega Rogue fights, when it came to all of this, and when these Mega Rogue fights are actually resolved, what happens right after the battle? Energy coalesces together in the air, and then a Mega Stone is formed. It is almost as if the energy itself has an attraction to itself, that it wants to be denser. It wants to actually have a physical form. This is why we then see the crystals. This is why we then get these Mega Stones. And then this is why we have the higher chance of seeing certain Pokemon become Mega forms and how they're able to track it. Because all of that energy is becoming dense within one area, within one Pokemon primarily, then resulting in something that can be tracked and something that can be handled and predicted through Quizartico and through any means necessary in order to prevent disaster. It's also really weird to think about it then, because if it wasn't Mega Camerupt in that area, theoretically, you could even argue that Mega Crocodile could have happened. Wild. There may not be any caves to enter within Lumiose City if you don't count the sewers, but there is Wild Zone 9, which incidentally mimics cave habitats. This becomes incredibly evident when you look at the types of Pokemon found here, being Carbink, Sableye, and Mawile. Pokemon that are most exclusively found in or near caves, and the reason they are here is twofold. One, because of the scaffolding in the area, which creates the cave-like habitat, and two, because of the absolute massive amount of Mega Crystals that are here. I mean, this is arguably the #1 spot, if not one of the highest amassings of Mega Crystals within Lumiose, which is crazy to think about considering there isn't even a massive event that occurs here yet. I'm going to say yet. And of course, due to all of these crystals on top of everything else, this wild zone gets a little wild. So let's start with the Carbink, who are attracted to the crystals. They don't eat the crystals, they are just reminded of their natural home, the Crystal Kingdom, and come here. This is a common case with any Carbink, often amassing wherever there are huge clusters of any sort of crystal within any cave-like environment. Not that big of a deal. As such, there isn't a lot going on with them. They stick to each other, help each other stay shiny through polishing each other, which sounds incredibly dirty, and I'm sorry. And then they blast away any threats with their high energy beams, which are emitted from the crystals embedded within their body, which them keeping themselves well polished is probably incredibly necessary for them to fire stronger beams from their bodies. Though, unfortunately, despite all of this, they still have to face the threat that is their natural predator, Sableye. The Sableye are most often found at the base of the scaffolding on the ground floor, the areas where it feels the most like a cave. And of course, they are on the hunt for any Carbink who have drifted down from on top of the buildings here, waiting for their moment to eat any of the gems from their fairy bodies. Though I will also say, I don't believe there are any Mega Crystals on that ground floor area whatsoever, and that's probably due to the Sableye. But to help balance things out and ensure that these Carbink aren't wiped out, there is Mawile here. You'd expect her to be a Pokemon that would eat Carbink, but that isn't necessarily always the case. We at least see within Pokemon Snap that they can be friendly with one another, and Mawile may not even care for eating Carbink. Instead, the Mawile I commonly find is the one hiding behind a tree, taking full advantage of the new type of cover to attract unsuspecting prey towards it, the only prey on the ground being these Sableye that I've talked about. You see, Mawile is a reverse anglerfish. It shows its bright, kind of yellow, kind of brown body, which looks much like a vulnerable child just waiting to be eaten by a monster. And when these aggressive Pokemon such as Sableye come close, it uses its hair, mouth, maw to snap down on them. Mawile notes itself that it is a Pokemon that can eat using its normal mouth, but will use its hair maws to eat anything that it doesn't like the taste of. This could include more than just Sableye, so it's best to keep a safe distance from this Pokemon, and I'm really hoping it's not eating chunks of concrete or anything else from the buildings, the ground, or otherwise. It's arguably not an incredibly aggressive Pokemon towards other Pokemon. In addition, close to this wild zone is Magenta Sector 6, which is where the Mega Mawile had appeared. So a Mawile within this area may have found its way up to the rooftop and Mega evolved, as we see much later in the game. All it would need to do is then eat that amassing of Mega Crystals. Strangely enough, the crystals seem to be attracting Psychic Pokemon as well, since we have both Esper and Kadabra here. The latter of which is fairly easy to explain, as once again, Kadabra isn't really a Pokemon that typically does much ecosystem-wise. Yeah, sure, it emits alpha particles or alpha waves from its body, which is a little terrifying because, you know, those are waves of radiation. Though admittedly, those aren't even that big of a deal as long as you're not basically swallowing them accidentally, which you're probably doing if you're commanding Kadabra to do anything. Though, when we take into account that Esper is trying to improve its psychic abilities, we may begin to understand that Kadabra may serve to be a role model of sorts to it, a Pokemon that can help Esper gain control over its incredibly destructive powers, and in doing so, Esper is able to evolve with little stress, as it has plenty of hiding spaces in the event that it ever becomes scared. Though, we don't actually get to see a regular Meowstic here. Instead, we get to see fixed alphas, which, while Bulbapedia swears it's a male in the day and a female at night, I had a fixed male during the night and a fixed female during the day. Nevertheless, their presence here on the rooftop is very telling because there are plenty of Esper primarily up here, which might debunk my Kadabra Esper Master Pupil theory, but I'd still say it's a possibility, at least thematically. Nevertheless, we have alpha psychic cats on the roof, and instead of seeing any fletchling, we only get to see Fletchinder here, making it very clear that our adorable little kitty cats are up here eating their fill of birds. And I will say, I can't quite pinpoint exactly when it happened, but Esper itself suddenly became one of my favorite psychic Pokemon and is probably my favorite cat Pokemon out of all of them. It's kind of like that one cat parasite that makes you have an absolute fascination with them. Can't explain what had happened, it just kind of happened. Also, take what I just said with a grain of salt, of course. That parasite is far more complicated than just that and is continually being studied. The only other Pokemon here is an alpha Manectric on the rooftops. Once again, we find a Manectric to begin with because it likely was once an Electrike, bounding across the rooftops in search of a meal and some lightning to occasionally hit it. It is a very strong and avid hunter. Though unfortunately for it, it messed with the wrong Esper a few too many times, and now Mommy and Daddy Alpha Meowsticks popped into existence. Though this had an adverse effect, as they are incredibly aggressive, being alphas, resulting in at least one Manectric to stick around and become an alpha in return. Despite all of this though, it is still a lower level than the Meowstic, and as such, I would like to believe that the reason we only see one of the Meowstic during any given time is because they are actively doing their best to protect their litter of Esper on these rooftops. To me, this makes the most sense and allows us to also explain why each of these Pokemon are here to begin with, and it also makes this zone pretty easy to understand and explain overall. It's a little war between the cats, the dogs, and overall survival. If you have thalassophobia, I feel bad for your son, because Zone 10 is a nightmare come to life for you. You may walk in and you might first see some Bellsprout wandering around and some very dopey, happy-looking Slowpoke. These adorable salamander hippo hybrid monsters are enjoying their time on land sometimes, and other times they will swim in the water, and it is also within this water that they fish for their fill of food. What fish are they hoping for? What fish are they hoping to catch? Well, that's a great question, because it is nothing but absolute terror within these waters, as the first Pokemon you will likely see in said water is going to be not only Carvanha, but also Sharpedo. And I don't know about you, but I have never seen a regular Sharpedo in this area, despite it stating that they do spawn here, that this is a regular habitat for it, which is weirdly small for a creature that lives in the ocean, or Carvanha who lives in rivers. No, I have only seen the Alpha Sharpedo here, straight from 1 to 100 in terms of terror and aggressiveness. Not only that, but I will also never forget when I first entered this area and both of these fish started to launch themselves onto land and continue to follow me. They did not flop onto the ground like Magikarp. No, they continued to chase me with everything they had, as they were determined to turn me into their next meal, their chum. And of course, my live stream chat was laughing at me, asking, well, what does this mean for the ecology? It means that everyone is to stay far away from wherever these Pokemon are. I don't care if it's the middle of the forest. I don't care if it's the ocean. It does not matter anymore. If they can launch themselves onto land, then you need to be far higher up in order to get away from their wrath and their gnashing teeth. That is, unless you're Tynamo, who is probably too small to be cared about. Though, it's actually really weird, nevertheless, considering Carvanha is here and is another aggressive predator, that if you make it past these very aggressive Pokemon that are hell-bent on eating everything and everyone that comes near them, you find yourself in the same area as one of the smallest Pokemon that we know of. The only explanation is that even if we are only finding 1 or 2 at a time here, there must be a group of them below the surface that are effectively turning this section of pool water into their turf. This can be supported as their information states that 1 or 2 don't generate much power, but a whole school of them, or a few of them linking together, can create a shock that is comparable to lightning. And if you're a Pokemon that resides in the water, I think you'd understand that it is in your best interest, in your livelihood even, in your health, to stay far away from the thing that will electrocute not only you, but everyone in the water if you upset it. Especially as this is the Tynamo's only known habitat within Lumiose. So effectively, despite how terrifying Carvanha and Sharpedo are, how Carvanha will just eat through boat holes and Sharpedo attacks literally everything that comes in its territory and eats it, these Tynamo are able to actually keep a stranglehold on them and ensure that they don't absolutely run wild, which makes sense why their habitat is here. They somehow made their way here and are being controlled, are being regulated by the Pokemon in this area. And this isn't the only one doing it, but we'll come back to that in a moment. Apparently, there are Staryu that are supposed to appear during the day here, according to Cerebi and Bulbapedia, but I only ever saw them at night, and it was just this little guy dancing on the stairs. You know, go, you do you, little buddy. But this is just another water Pokemon to help feed the predators here. Not that big of a deal, since Staryu don't care if their arms are eaten. They just regrow anyway. Though nearby within Blue Sector 9 is where Mega Starmie had appeared, and now you can find a great amount of Staryu in that secluded area that has an unobstructed view of the sky. It also seems as though with this area and the wild zone, that water is cleaned through the sewers and is used in wild areas such as this based upon the flow and drainage systems that we do find throughout this city. There are also 2 Pokemon that find their safety on the rooftops. The first of which is our avid guardian, who keeps an ever-watchful eye to ensure that none of the Sharpedo leap too high and enter the city by leaping over the roofs. And that is Watchog. And I gotta say, I love that its vest lights up whenever they notice us. It's something that I feel hasn't been properly shown until now, and it really adds to this Pokemon's aesthetic. They're just eating the flora up here, blinding anyone who is a threat, and then spitting seeds at them as their form of attack. They're effectively another gate of sorts and are happy where they can stay up high and away from any form of surprise or threat. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep these rooftops entirely to themselves, as we have Arbok, who has made their way up here and taken over territory for itself. In fact, the other two fixed alpha Pokemon we see here are Watchog and Arbok, showing just how volatile the two Pokemon are with each other on these roofs, with Arbok, of course, being happy to capture and crush anything it can coil around. They've also really managed to make a mess of things as we see these poisonous mounds, something I haven't really talked about yet, but to explain them, these are the best sign of there being poison-type Pokemon in an area, as the poison Pokemon in general seem to produce these hazards as part of just what they do. I have a feeling that the Watchog may have even tried to push out any Ekans that may have been here, assuming that the Ekans and Patrat weren't already getting eaten by Carvanha and Sharpedo, and that's why they had to move up higher. And then, when there was continued conflict between Ekans and the Patrat and the Watchog and so on and so forth, that they would have originally been able to drive them out until Arbok came into existence. And with Arbok being very aggressive, all it takes is for one to keep pushing for that delicious meal of Watchog, then resulting in the massive alpha that actually marks this territorial separation between these two Pokemon on these rooftops. Unfortunately though, the Alpha Arbok is stronger by leaps and bounds, and these Watchog are active, or have to be active, at all times of day and night, just like the Arbok are here, in order to ensure that the army of them don't sneak up and wipe out the Watchog population. And I know what you might be saying, this feels a little bit cruel for them to be in wild zones, but again, I need to remind you that these zones were not made with the intent of creating a home for Pokemon like a zoo or a habitat that, they just threw together. These zones were made to contain powerful and dangerous Mega Pokemon, to find the readings of where the most dense energy is coming from, and then create a barrier around it. And all of these Pokemon turned these areas into their own habitats all on their own, while Lumiose City enabled their behavior. All because it was all that Quizarticle could do, while they tried to keep things as secret as possible and worked towards a solution for the mega threat. The Saison Canal divides Wild Zone 11 into two separate areas. In the upper area, safe from pretty much every threat unless it jumps up there, we find Slowpoke and a fixed alpha Slowbro, which raises a lot of questions for me, because guess what Pokemon hasn't been seen within Legends CA whatsoever? That's right, Shelder, the Pokemon necessary for Slowpoke to evolve into Slowbro. But within the original Kalos Pokédex, we would find Shelder within the Coastal Kalos Dex. This would then mean that this Slowbro is an incredibly rare encounter normally, that it would have had to come originally from the coasts of Kalos and made its way here. And this is why in the Pokédex it is not noted to have a habitat within this city. And we can't say that Shelder are just incredibly rare, because we have Pokemon like Dragonair and Sliggoo who are considered very rare Pokemon, but are still noted to have a very specific area or general habitat within this city as per the Pokédex. Now, Shelder, though, doesn't appear at all. It doesn't float its way through the canals, and it isn't used by a singular individual within the main game whatsoever. I'm not going to say it's not in the DLC, because this game has put a major focus on giving two-stage Pokemon a third form. And while I don't believe it will give Cloyster a Mega, I'd rather not jinx myself, and watch us have two Mega Cloysters, considering Mega Slowbro is just a Mega Cloyster. I digress though, because it is through the extra effort of Alpha Slowbro that it is able to help keep its brethren safe and find food for itself, as the Shelder on its tail continually bites it and motivates our Slowbro here. Also, to be entirely fair, if it weren't for a Slowbro, and especially a Slowking, which is not here at all, at least in the wild, this Slowpoke will just die. They are very, very dopey, lovable, but very stupid creatures that will watch water, go away, not follow it at all, and then proceed to dehydrate until they die. They need a leader to show them the way. Now, Slowbro being here is incredibly important considering we do find a couple of different food sources that it and Slowpoke could fish for here, some being far more dangerous than others. Also, for note, this is the only habitat of Furfrou within the city, and it can be found on either side of this canal, which is an incredibly strange place to find it and leaves me with only two plausible explanations. Furfrou is a poodle, and poodles were originally the manliest dog there ever was. If you were a hunter, your job was to have a poodle as your hunting dog. This is because their hair is very special in the fact that they can run into the cold water, stay fairly warm, and then when they run out, their hair is able to be shaken almost entirely free from any amount of water that had collected onto them, ensuring that they do not get cold and they can continually be out in the cold despite running into the water. And this would then make the poodle the perfect dog for hunting waterfowl. But the problem with this is that, one, this is the city. You're not shooting ducks in the city. And two, there are no birds in this section whatsoever. And don't get me wrong, Furfrou is a dog. It's going to be eating anything and everything in this area, or at least trying to, especially since its fur is dense enough to help it resist physical attacks. The only other additional explanation for its presence here is that this is some kind of park, and there is an additional park nearby. So maybe the Furfrou just like these areas as they are a dog, being man's best friend, of course, and just want to take a stroll through here. Though as we make our way down from our vantage point and walk through the marshy edge line of the water, or rather just into the water in general basically, we find hidden within the thickets Stunfisk, the perfect little pancake just waiting for any Pokemon to step on it so it can joyously shock the life out of them and then be turned into its next meal. Unfortunately, a lot of the Pokemon here are very large or are staying far away from Stunfisk, so it is definitely waiting a long time in between meals, which isn't really that big of a deal. After all, the less you move, the less calories you need, so it can wait. Its meals may very well include our two small Pokemon here though, Clauncher and Inkay, and it is through Inkay's additional predation of crustaceans, which Clauncher absolutely is one, that we run into the issue of it being pressured into its evolution. This though isn't the only Pokemon here that is forced into evolution, as there are no Magikarp here, but instead only Gyarados. Meaning that because of the predation of Furfrou, Inkay, Stunfisk, and whenever Slowpoke magically remembers that it's supposed to be hunting or fishing for food, that we get the dangerous Gyarados and the Alpha Clawitzer here. As a side note, one gripe I do have about this Pokemon game is the size of the Pokemon. So many of them are just abysmally tiny by comparison to their actual statistical heights, making them feel very underwhelming. And I would have chalked this up to Pokemon controlling their sizes, due to the limitations of their habitats, like literally the Pokemon themselves controlling their own sizes or being limited in size due to the habitat. But when we get to some of our legendary Pokemon later, that logic falls apart completely. At least the alpha Pokemon are absolutely massive in size, and I'm happy about our giant chonkers. Back to Clauncher and Clawitzer though, they are Pokemon that will hunt after others. In fact, Clauncher is stated to shoot down any flying prey that enters its territory, meaning that there are most likely birds being shot down when they fly through here. This then causes a battle between Clauncher and maybe any Furfrou that would like to steal a meal, and re-solidifies our connection about poodles being hunting dogs, as Clauncher is our firearm, and thus ties why they are likely here, at least thematically. Though this strife amongst all the other strife or battles that we've mentioned will then create the Clawitzer that I've mentioned. And with a claw capable of blasting through metal, it kind of becomes a big threat in the big city here. Crazy fact is that both of our fixed alphas are much higher in level in comparison to our Gyarados, which makes me believe there's another reason as to why that serpent is here. Also, for clarification, yes, the Clawitzer is the other fixed alpha. Gyarados is born in lore once a Magikarp has experienced enough battles, of course, but rather more effectively when it has traveled up a waterfall that then causes the Magikarp to evolve. The Great Dragon Gate, if you would. And do you know what's a part of this wild zone? The tiniest waterfall known to man that does go under a bridge, very similarly to that of the Dragon Gate. Thus, at least making a joke as to why the Gyarados is so tiny here. And now there is one other Pokemon that will appear here as part of main mission 40, and that is Xerneas. And originally I was going to wait until the end to talk about it, but we're already in the zone it appears in, so why not just talk about it now, I say. When Xerneas approaches the city, Professor Mabel notes that there are spikes of energy appearing within the city all over. These spikes of energy are attracting Pokemon all over again, and have now resulted in 3 anomalous alpha Pokemon. This is a huge problem, as if this continues, we're just going to have the events repeat that we have seen before. And these 3 Pokemon are Steelix in Area 3, Gallade in 5, and Pangoro in 9. All Pokemon that do not make their habitats naturally within the city at all, or appear as alphas anywhere, with the exception to seeing them in Zone 20. These anomalous Pokemon have to be dealt with, and then we come back to this zone where we wait for the one that gives. And of course, the deer Pokemon appears near a stream of water, the majestic little monster that it is. Now, Xerneas being here is less about its actual arrival into the zone, and more about its effect on the city overall, and what it tells us about Mega Energy, Alpha Energy, General Pokemon Energy, and if you're inclined like I am, to explain Illumina Energy as well, and the connection between them all. Because Xerneas' power helps create Mega Pokemon, and even directly creates Mega Deontay in the movies. Funny enough, Deontay does come back within Legends ZA, and after having the event, catching it, battling it, you name it, we get to learn that the firing of the ultimate weapon causes Mega Stones to appear, which we kind of already knew, but to know then that the firing of the ultimate weapon from Lysander has now caused more Mega Stones to appear, thus affecting the general ecology and how Mega Pokemon appear overall. That all it takes is to fire this Mega Cannon a couple billion times, and every single Pokemon can have a Mega. Though that's a really bad idea, because all of that energy has to come from somewhere, and then all of that energy has to go somewhere. And of course, like I stated, at least within Pokemon Snap, it creates the Illumina Pokemon, in the case of Xerneas, of course. And here, it attracts Pokemon while also creating Alpha Pokemon, as we see within this mission. This effectively means that the general life energy of Pokemon is something that can create all of these things. That if there is excess energy in any amount, it has the opportunity to create Alpha Pokemon. Though this extends further into Pokemon like Totem Pokemon, Alphas in Hisui, and even the noble Pokemon of Hisui. But if you want all the nitty-gritty details on that, go check out my video. Lumiose City has drawn in masses of Pokemon thanks to the power of Anj, a biomechanical creature designed to absorb the power of life energy. The same life energy that is emitted by the Pokemon that gives, Xerneas. But all of this goes far deeper, as the life energy that Xerneas releases will create Alpha Pokemon. Yveltal becomes attracted to this excess energy, arriving in order to restore balance and take life away from all that exists within Lumiose. And Zygarde has already been here, preparing to reach the zenith of its power, not only anticipating the arrival of these Pokemon, but also the eventual mass destruction that Anj will cause at the peak of its power. A power that will create and attract masses of Mega Pokemon and flip the ecosystem of Lumiose City on its head. Howdy there, I'm Krillic, and we're going to begin with diving right into our legendary Pokemon that have made their way into Lumiose City. These Pokemon are not only attracted to the sheer amount of life energy collected here, but are also aiming to find a way to use and balance it. The same can actually be said regarding the many Pokemon that have migrated into the city, making habitats that are then enclosed through the power of Holotech controlled by Quizartico. But what's strange about the legendary Pokemon in particular is that they don't even arrive until after the climax of the main story, being the moment after Anj effectively fired its Light of Ruin. Something that would have as much power, if not arguably far more power, than when Lysander fired the ultimate weapon. I'll be explaining the meaning behind all of this, and then we'll be diving into the ecology of our wild zones throughout Lumiose and how they actually make perfect sense as habitats for our dear Pokemon. Now, I will admit I feel like a broken record, as I've said this in basically every video leading up to now, but allow me to throw some spice on this because I've figured out far more details as to potentially why Xerneas is here. Now, Xerneas, again, is the giver of life. Its power and Yveltal's power have been shown to have been the crux of all that has happened within Kalos ever since AZ used the ultimate weapon to first bring his Floette back to life. Because the purpose of Xerneas is to release life energy into the world of Pokemon evenly over the course of time, it might make a Lumina Pokemon in Lentil or create a Mega Pokemon directly, but its primary purpose is truly to keep life flowing. This energy being that which Yveltal takes from other Pokemon. When we look at its role before its short-lived arrival within Lumiose, it was used in firing the ultimate weapon, which has now been 100% confirmed to help create Mega Stones every single time that it has been fired. And it may have even been part of the reason why we are seeing additional Mega Pokemon within the Mega Dimension. The reason behind all of this is because Mega Stones are quite literally solidified marbles of dense life energy. It's something that has been indirectly confirmed for a long time within the games, and has been pretty directly confirmed within the Pokemon Adventures manga. It just took Legends ZA to catch the games up to the speed of the lore of everywhere else. But one thing we really don't talk about is what happens after Xerneas, or even the Yveltal after the events of X and Y. We often assume that legendary Pokemon are captured by us as the main character, then we just keep them for the rest of our mortal life, maybe throw them into a bird cage, underwater, you name it, right? A little aquarium for Kyogre, but that is hardly ever the case in lore. Even just by looking at the games, think of every single time that we have run into Mewtwo, the number of times we've run into Rayquaza, the legendary beasts, and so many other legendary Pokemon. Because while I do strongly believe that there are multiple of many of our legendary Pokemon, it would still make sense for legendary and mythical Pokemon to not be completely under the care of a mortal human. If we decide to look at the Adventures manga, it is actually incredibly dangerous to be the trainer of a legendary Pokemon. The sheer amount of energy required to bond and work alongside any powerful Pokemon actually puts a strain on the human body. Even just regular Pokemon battles have been shown to wear out the trainer in all forms of Pokemon media. But it is only within the Pokemon manga that we get cases like Cyrus bleeding from the eyes while trying to control Dialga and Palkia, or even champion Steven Stone dying from exhaustion after controlling the 3 original Reggies. And as a small note, the only time that you probably theoretically keep a Pokemon for an incredibly long time is Reshiram and Zekrom, who you have to catch, but even then, they will eventually leave you and then be chosen, or rather choose, another individual to be the hero of Unova. And while yes, we keep one of the dragons in a Pokeball ourselves, they're not always kept in Pokeballs. They just kind of form into their slumbering forms, but that's neither here nor there. In long story shortened, the legendary Pokemon are not meant to be under the control of a human, and so somewhere between the end events of X and Y and the appearance of our legendary Pokemon within ZA, they were released by our protagonist, allowing them to continue regulating the flow of life as intended. Now, Xerneas was already not back at full power within the events of X and Y. It was forcefully awakened and drained of whatever energy it was able to build up from its time hibernating as that big old tree, meaning that it's probably going to be another couple thousand years before it can get back to its peak power. This then means that after Anj fired off all that energy at the end of our story, Xerneas was attracted here as part of its goal to not only regulate the sheer amount of excess energy within the area, but maybe even to also restore its own power. And since Xerneas is still the Pokemon that gives life energy, its natural presence brings about the advent of 3 anomalous alpha Pokemon appearing in 3 separate wild zones. Pokemon that otherwise do not have a natural habitat within Lumiose and do not appear within the wild at all, if we don't include when they may also appear as alphas within Wild Zone 20. This then makes Xerneas fulfill its cyclical role within the ecosystem and the circle of life as a whole, by distributing this energy to others. But of course, this is only half of our circle, for there is no giving of life without the power of Yveltal, who takes life and allows for Xerneas to reincarnate those who are lost by death itself. Now, Yveltal is of course what helps make this all function, though it goes far deeper than just some long-tailed widow bird that absorbs life itself from everything it passes. In fact, Yveltal's abilities explain another important piece of ecology within Kalos itself, and that would be the Menhir Stones. These stones normally output energy in some capacity. In doing so, The energy is let out into the atmosphere for a reason we still don't quite understand. If anything, it is similar to how Xerneas releases life energy. As such, we can speculate that this is effectively the planet balancing itself out. And if we do, then it would make sense when we think about things such as the ultimate weapon. With the use of the ultimate weapon, it released massive amounts of energy into the world with both times that it fired. This energy doesn't get to just disappear. It has to be placed inside of something, used up in some capacity, you name it. And if all of it crashed into the planet or into the atmosphere and space, then it explains why we see megastones in meteors and we see them underground. Though for any energy not turned into megastones, it still exists and has to be used up. And to make matters worse, if a Pokemon is attached to these Menhir stones, then their energy can be drawn away from them, the very same ability that Yveltal has. Within ZA, Yveltal is first seen as a strange object flying towards the city before it is identified and eventually arrives at the Rouge District's Galerie de la Lune. And it is explicitly stated that the only real way to stop Yveltal is to catch it. This is because it can just recover life energy from everything and everyone around it and then fly into a rage. It is a creature that can effectively fight forever, just constantly drawing energy and killing others to fill itself back up and continue the fight, and that's assuming that it doesn't fly into a rage before we begin our battle with it, which would then spell true disaster and explains why we have to stop it. It is described to have been so powerful that it took out an entire Team Flare unit while still in its dormant state, and it took their very best to contain it, including Malva. Now, it's apparently fully awake and filled with energy. Ultimately, Yveltal isn't going to be a terrible issue as long as it doesn't go on its rampage in the middle of the city, because once it begins, there really is probably no way to actually stop it. It's less about how it affects the immediate ecosystem, and more about how it could affect how the entirety of the ecosystem even functions, how it could throw everything out of whack by even taking a couple of different sections of life away from the world. It's like pulling one gear out of a massive framework, which then stops the entire machine from functioning. Though now we can actually move on to the being that is Anj, a strange non-Pokemon that is also noted to be a Pokemon within the files of ZA, thanks to information from Bulbapedia. Now that we could talk about Anj, I actually want to throw in some information from a trusted individual known as Boltoy. They have entire pages upon pages of old lore of Pokemon that it was supposed to have, in addition to so much more that I would love to cover one of these days in full detail in how they could change the lore of Pokemon and how they were culturally influenced and why they changed. And no worries, I've been given express permission from them, though if you want a head start, please do make sure that you check out their website, which I will link into the description. One day I'll, again, do a video on what they have, or at least parts of it. Now, this little bit of info is tiny, but huge in its implication. Because with all of my claims of Anj being a Pokemon, me swearing it has to be one, of course not only does ZA note in its files Anj as last Pokemon, but Boltoy has been able to confirm a Pokemon by the name of, or at least given nickname, Tower, that was scrapped with the loss of the lore of Pokemon that was supposed to happen within Kalos. Now, with this, while it effectively means nothing, as Anj is still just this biomechanical weapon currently, I still want to hold a shred of hope. Breathe in that copium and pray that Anj does become a Pokemon we get to have. And by all technicality, we do get to have Anj, just not as a direct Pokemon. Anj is consistently claimed to be the Tower, but we know that isn't the case. Anj is the flower that grew 10 times in size that day and nearly erased Lumiose City from existence. And with Anj being this flower, we can easily make the claim that it is the very same flower that Eternal Floette holds in her hands. It's fairly straightforward, but let's walk through the details that confirm this in writing and plot. For starters, the flower that Floette holds is known to be an extinct species that was even rare for the time that it existed. It is a flower granted to her by AZ's mother. This already puts a massive amount of significance on the flower to set it up then as an object of great importance, or even character of great importance. Considering AZ would have made the tower roughly 2,000 years after his mother's death, if you want to be super specific about it, I don't know, 1,900
40 or 60 years, I don't know. Either way, he may have made it in her memory to some capacity. After all, the tower is not complete without the power of Mega Floette, though Floette doesn't even change all that much in its Mega form. It is the flower that she carries that transforms instead, absorbing that energy. This flower now taking on the form of the ultimate weapon in its design. There have even been plenty of claims that the marble statue we see in X and Y is actually something that could allude to Mega Floette, Florges, or the ultimate weapon as a whole. Though even without that statue, it becomes very clear that Ange, which literally means angel, is meant to represent many things within this world. It represents AZ's mother, the balance of life and death since it gained eternal life and is vital for controlling it, and of course it is the big scary plant monster at the end of the game. A monster that is contained like a beast, muzzle and all by the intentional architecture of the tower. It means to ensure that they could concentrate the life energy and release it where they intended to, like a beam. This guardian angel of Lumiose is effectively not only Xerneas when activated, but is more aptly one giant Menhir stone. This is because it takes another Pokemon to activate it, and throughout all the years it has been absorbing energy into its body from the environment. Every time a Pokemon Mega evolved, every time a Pokemon transformed or regularly evolved, and potentially any time a Pokemon or human died, this machine proceeded to absorb energy. This could be through convection, emission, or conduction. The three means by which Lysander Labs makes very clear as to how Pokemon energy can be absorbed or flow. To explain better, convection is the process of heat transfer through the movement of fluids driven by differences in temperature and density. We know that many Pokemon actually heat up right before evolution, during it, or even during Mega Evolution. Emission is discharge, something that is released, and every time a Pokemon Mega evolves, all those fancy little particles we see are not just for show anymore. That is the emission of energy from their bodies entering the air. This is doubled down on when we do see a Mega Stone form after defeating a rogue Mega Pokemon. And finally, with conduction, the process in which heat or electricity is directly transmitted through a substance when there is a difference of temperature or electrical potential between adjoining connecting regions without movement of the material. That, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, would be exactly what the Menhir Stones are. This is why Pokemon are attached to them, or at least one of the methods that the Menhir Stones actually gather energy or can do so. And this is why Mega Eternal Floette is vital to the process, because even the game itself states that Ange was using Floette's power, its Lights of Ruin. The two truly are connected as though they were stone and Pokemon. The final nail in the coffin for this is knowing that AZ made this machine with the intent to share the abundance of life energy held within his Floette. That in a crisis, her energy would be directly drawn from her and released towards people in need. So with that understanding, Ange is effectively a flower grown through life energy, a creature that will change in size based upon the power poured into it, much like any other Pokemon would transform with the right energy poured into them, whether that be into Mega, Terrestrial, G-Max, or more. Though with these three now explained, we only have one Pokemon technically left. But Zygarde is a Pokemon that is best saved truly for last, as this is actually a continuation of my last video, the complete ecology of Lumiose City. And once we close out all the wild zones, then we can speak about Zone 20, the many alphas there, and of course, Zygarde itself as it appears there for our final mission. Picking back up, we now have the coldest zone in all of Lumiose, Wild Zone 12. The place closest to where the Mega Frost last appeared, though once again it had appeared after we had access to this zone, which is perfectly fine. It just means that they could tell that Mega power was spiking in the area and were preparing by cutting off this zone. This place is also called Aimless Park, you know, like not having an aim or a goal, and I'd like to believe that it may have a double pun in mind, considering that this place is theoretically in whiteout conditions half the time. I mean, the Wild Zone jokes about making sure you avoid getting frozen, and there is a Pokemon that is completely frozen as part of one of the side missions here, so there's a lot going on. Now, the largest culprit as to why this place is such a winter wonderland is actually likely because of the alpha Abomasnow here. A regular Abomasnow waves its arms and you're instantly stuck in a blizzard, even if it does so gently, not if it has no care in the world. If it gets angry, it will cause whiteout conditions continually to the point where an entire climate may change after enough time. And here we have an alpha version, which is much larger and far more powerful. And not only that, but Abomasnow already dislikes being around other Pokemon. It will come out for a bit of sunlight and to enjoy the flowers in an area, and then it returns to its exclusion. And to take it even further, there are Snover all around it, meaning that they have children that they are incredibly protective over. This wouldn't be much of an issue were it not for the fact that Snover have little cranberries effectively that other Pokemon like to eat because they are incredibly nutritious and apparently delicious. I wouldn't know. I have not stolen any Snover cranberries. Police cannot prove anything. And while Snover will happily give its berries to other Pokemon it likes, there are other Pokemon that can be a bit pushy, and that's when all the problems begin to arise. For example, we have Machop here, who you would expect to be friendlier. But I'm sure there are going to be Machop that will be pushy when they push themselves a little bit too hard within this cold weather. In fact, that cold weather and an aggressive foe are perfect for training for this Pokemon, allowing the harsh conditions to help it evolve into a Machoke here. And Machoke being here makes perfect sense, even if it and Machop aren't trying to train against other Pokemon, as Machoke are stated to often be found in the mountains where it trains daily. And without mountains here in Lumiose City, this is one of the best locations for its personal training, hands down. One Pokemon that is directly noted to be an omnivore, though, within this area, is also very friendly with others, and that's Delibird, a Pokemon that is actually pretty timid around us as a player, running away at first sight. They're also apt to give gifts of food to both Pokemon and humans in need when they visit its habitat in the mountains. And of course, we would find Vanillite here as well, living just fine. With the next Pokemon, as we move along rather quickly, being Snorunt, who's a Pokemon that does eat ice. It isn't putting any pressure upon any of the ice-type Pokemon. It's just not the type to cause conflict, and it's just another timid little guy. I will also note, Snorunt specifically is my favorite ice-type, hands down. It's just an adorable little anxious tent of anxiety. And the last Pokemon that is in this specific section primarily is Go-Goat, another Pokemon that, as we discussed in the previous video, comes from the inspiration of mountain goats. Their thick fur helping them stay properly insulated against the harsh cold. And just the same as its previous form, it can survive just fine without food as long as it gets enough water and sunlight, both being in great supply here, as you'll soon find out. The only reason it is a Go-Goat instead of a Skiddo here is likely just because a younger Pokemon like Skiddo isn't going to have all the fat and abilities overall necessary to survive in this harsh condition. And apparently, the reason why the Go-Goat shuttle stopped running in Lumiose is because it's scared of Pokemon within the wild zones. And to be fair, I too would be terrified of massive alpha Pokemon myself, albeit Go-Goat is said to be heavily in tune with the emotions of humans. So theoretically, if the masses of people within this city are scared of wild zones, then that would explain why it would be afraid. Though there is an individual, I will state, named Lugo, who is attempting to restart the business. Now, as we look at this habitat as a whole, even just in this section before we move to the water down below, it feels less like Abomasnow is here because of pressure, and is more likely here just because this is the perfect environment for it. It's arguably reminiscent of Route 216 and 217 within Sinnoh, not perfectly the same of course, but close enough for jazz. Farther away from all of the main commotion, acting like the icebergs that they are, would be both Bergmite and Avalugg. These Pokemon are a bit strange because Legends Arceus are the only game in which we can find that they have a food preference, though that's just similar to being able to give berries to all Pokemon. It feels more like a mechanic than their actual typical diet. The only thing I know for sure then is that Bergmite freezes the air around it to create its icy shell, while it also avoids any Pokemon such as Glalie who would eat it. The Avalugg are very protective of these Pokemon, and during the day, the cracks in Avalugg's body will deepen only to return to normal overnight, which this is just the melting and recovering of ice through heat and cold. And I would go as far as betting that if it doesn't get its fill of water or stay within an environment in which it can get water and freeze it on its body, that those cracks may never recover. This is why it stays within the water, and it is once again thanks to this very specialized environment that we get its fixed alpha here, not because of pressure from other Pokemon. It's actually shocking that we don't see Glalie or Frostlass here, but it seems to make it clear that the wild zones may be self-regulated by the Pokemon within them, made up of Pokemon that are going to help protect each other primarily, or ensure that peace is kept overall. Regulating each other even if it's a bunch of carnivores going after carnivores, because of course there are exceptions, but the cycle of life and death is still incredibly important in the ecosystem after all. At the end of the day, these ice Pokemon effectively understand that through the collective efforts of each other, their new home can stay healthy and cold just the way that they like it. And before we continue, I just want to say thank you for watching. If you're enjoying this so far and you're new to the channel, I release weekly deep dives, multi-hour deep dives every single week. So please make sure that you do subscribe. Leave a comment on anything that you agree or disagree with. I enjoy reading the comments and learning through you guys anything that I may have missed or any evidence that might go against what I've claimed. That's part of the scientific process, baby, and that's the fun of what we do here. Plus, comments and watch time are the #1 way to help boost a video on a channel, as said by YouTube itself. You can also hype a video and just share this with your friends. If you'd like to go the extra mile, you can become a member of the channel for as little as $3 a month, which gets you behind the scenes access. You get to hear your name at the end credits of every single video, and you overall support this channel and videos for everyone to see. Also, I highly recommend join the Patreon for free. That way, if we get a minimum of 100 people on that Patreon total, I will start doing monthly newsletters, in addition to ensuring that you guys do not miss any uploads, just because the notification system on YouTube could use a little bit of work. But I digress. Once again, thank you so much for watching, and on with the video. Bugs galore in Zone 13, and because of the sheer number of insect Pokemon, it makes it very clear now as to why the Mega Victreebel had appeared so close to this area within Magenta Sector 9. A Pokemon so gluttonous that even its Mega Evolution produces acid in excess. So this is added in acrylic. I had to check, double check, triple check, then I saw it on stream, and for some reason, this Victreebel decides to appear or be placed within where Wild Zone 18 would spawn, which doesn't make sense for where the Weepinbell appear, but it makes sense for where a Wild Zone appears. Now, there's a warning placed here as well, stating how the bug Pokemon will attack interlopers relentlessly, which is not something that you would expect of Heracross and Vivillon, but of course you would expect and fear from Pinsir and Scyther. Actually, you know, this section just makes me think of National Park within Heart Gold and Soul Silver specifically. There were more bug Pokemon, of course, there, but it still included Scyther and Pinsir, alongside Butterfree as a flying bug type instead of, you know, Vivillon. Of course, mainly because, you know, Vivillon didn't exist at the time, but you get where I'm going with this, I hope. Now, Pinsir and Scyther can be pretty aggressive, as I'm sure you know, with Pinsir going after the same sap that Heracross will drink down and even hunt after other prey, crushing them with its large pincers, you know, Pinsir. Though something that has been made clear in the past is that while Pinsir and Heracross have a rivalry, when there is a common enemy such as Vikavolt, they work together peacefully. I would then like to propose that the groupings of Scyther found here at night would be the common enemy, as they cut down the very trees that these two Pokemon love to get their sap from, all while Scyther will still actively attack any other bug Pokemon for their own fill of food. They are aggressive and very carnivorous Pokemon. Heracross never actually states anything about eating anything other than sap, but at least with Hercules beetles in the real world, you can expect them to eat decaying fruit, in addition to tree sap, while larvae may eat rotting wood. So it's actually not so strange that Heracross would have a sap-only diet. Though if it is a Pokemon that ate rotting wood, we have the perfect culprit for creating plenty of roots within this area with their own undead power, Phantump. Phantump itself is pretty chill. They just want to play, they want to have fun, especially when the rumor of their creation in world is from a child that got lost in the woods and died. It's actually even more messed up if you look at the possibility of a child walking through this zone and getting slashed amongst the trees that Scyther cut down. modern day creepypasta right there for you. Just started up in Lumiose City. Get the Lavender Town syndrome just started back up all over again. We do know that Phantump and the fixed Alpha Trevenant are responsible for the many roots that we find here, as not only are they the only other grass type, but there is a whole side quest about Phantump creating a ton of these roots by a water fountain. Not to say that they are the only reason for the roots, which they are not, but they are the primary reason in this wild zone at least. Now though, we have to question the presence of Trevenant. It's a Pokemon that traditionally is very protective of forests and small Pokemon, and Phantump is the only actual small Pokemon in this area that is fairly defenseless. Because though of the aggressive nature of other Pokemon we have here, I would even expect that Trevenant may not be as much a guardian of the area as they are just primarily a guardian of their Phantump, making them a far more lethal creature in this area as it rages on as its alpha form. We can only hope then that it sees Heracross and potentially even the Vivillon here as friends, as they are some of the least aggressive here towards other Pokemon assumedly. And Vivillon doesn't note that it eats or hunts anything, but you can either say that it continues to eat poisonous foliage or drinks up that good sweet nectar as well, or both. Realistically speaking, I suppose. If only the foliage that Phantump and Trevenant created were confirmed to have some level of lethal toxins within them, then there'd be a really nice ecological link there between them and Vivillon. Now, breaking this whole section down, if we don't include the alpha Pokemon, then out of the 6 Pokemon who make their habitats here, only 2 are plants, and Weepinbell is the only one here willing to eat every bug it sees, maybe even the Ghost Child if it wants a light snack, I guess. And with that bit of info, I love this stupid idea that this Weepinbell with maybe the ability Gluttony becomes so excited and happy to see many of these Pokemon that it actually mega evolves just so that way it can eat more. It's like loosening its belt. Though, of course, eating more means that it needs more acid in its body, and it kind of backfires a little bit as it now has to use a different type of hunting method. To support this stupid idea of mine, the Victory Bell trailers actually take place in this zone. It's why we get to see it chase the same Pokemon we see in this section, which is a pretty clever detail, I have to admit. Ultimately, this section is just a natural buffet that tries to fight back. It's kind of like a living fridge that when you open it up, it tries to slam itself down on your head whenever you peek inside, allowing the evolution then of not only the bugs, but also the eventual mega evolution of that Victory Bell. Another great example of Pokemon simply taking over an area as if they didn't effectively populate all of these areas on their own is Wild Zone 14, the electrical substation. Built of steel, massive conductors, and it's a nice open area for Pokemon to move around freely. Unfortunately for humans, there are a few Pokemon taking advantage of these resources. One of the major players you'll likely immediately see is not just Aeron, but also Lairon, 2 Pokemon you'd typically expect to only see underground. While they both are out here getting their fill of iron from the area, they may actually not be eating the man-made structures here. Instead, there are plenty of spots with dry earth that they seem to stick around the most, allowing them to likely source their food from there. The only strange thing I find then is that Lairon is noted to be very territorial, often getting into clashes with other Lairon for the spaces that they reside in. And while it definitely seems as though they stick to each other and away from other Pokemon, I don't believe they have a reason to be defensive about their territory with other Pokemon to begin with. This is because the Pokemon we do find here definitely seem to have different interests from each other. This isn't to say there aren't any quarrels, but Lairon may just be here due to abundant resources. Though you may also be able to pose an argument that the Drillbur we find here have evolved into Excadrill due to these potential territorial conflicts. And to add another alternative reason as to why this may happen, Lairon may actually be attacking Drillbur for the nests that they make. After all, these little moles can dig very easily into the land here, making it far easier for both Aeron and Lairon to get their fill of iron. They aren't battling over food resources. Aeron and Lairon may just be a bit of a bully here as a possibility, invading Drillbur's spaces up to the point where Drillbur is antagonized so much by these 2 individuals invading its territory that it eventually evolves into Excadrill. And you'd think that evolving would solve your problems now that you're bigger and stronger, but now part of your body is made of metal, meaning that Lairon would be even more interested in eating you. thus the advent of the fixed Alpha Excadrill that we then find here, which is its own level of extra defense, becoming stronger, pretty straightforward. One other Pokemon popping up on occasion is Onix, who most Pokemon understand not to mess with. This is primarily because Onix is typically a massive monstrosity that creates fast tunnel systems for other Pokemon such as Diglett, though it's pretty puny in this game, and a lot of Pokemon kinda are. Now, I'm not entirely sure why Onix is here other than it popping up due to the commotion here, though you could say it may be hoping to absorb more of the iron deposits that must be in this area, which is why we have, again, all these other Pokemon here, eventually allowing it to turn into Steelix naturally, rather than having its body get slathered in a metal coat of human design. The last Pokemon are actually ridiculously elusive. One of them, for no good reason whatsoever, as gliding down from on high is Emolga. It roasts berries and eats bugs, so you might be asking, why in the world is it here when there are no prey for it? Well, there are 3 reasons, potentially. One is because, once again, poor Drober might be bringing up insects from the deep underground, and Emolga is swooping in to steal them. Reason 2 is because there are great vantage points in this area, and much like a bird, Emolga will sit in tree branches in order to eye up its next target. And lastly, reason 3. While it can generate its own electricity, there are many electric-type Pokemon that do enjoy just absorbing energy from their environment when they can, making their lives a lot easier. But the last Pokemon, and the one that avoided me the most, even when the conditions were supposed to be perfect, was Helioptile. The adorable little Helioptile has plenty of places to run and hide around here. There are even the massive boulders created by the other Pokemon that then could serve as perfect little perches to sunbathe. The most important activity for a Pokemon like this. They only appear during the day and when there's sunny or clear weather, as they need to be able to get as much sun as possible to stay healthy. Without it, they will grow weak and pretty quickly potentially die. And you know what? I don't think enough praise is given to Helioptile and Heliolisk. They are solar-powered lizards, not just in the cold-blooded sense to warm up, but literally all they have to do is absorb sunlight all their lives, and they never even have to eat. And they get little, cute little frills to boot. Now, considering this substation likely lets off a lot of heat, or at least the lands under Kalos, or specifically the Lumiose, releases plenty of geothermal heat as evidenced by the Gibble in Wild Zone 8, I would like to believe that Helioptile just dives underground on the most dreary of days, when there's no sunlight, and this really does exemplify the idea given by the old verses in Legends Arceus, this section, that when man has destroyed the lands and left it behind, the world will eventually return to being a home to only Pokemon, something that I guarantee Pokopia is leaning on. Yes, theory on Pokopia will be coming soon. If you thought Professor Krillic Ecology was going to not talk about that at all, you need to watch more videos, because that game is gonna potentially have some great confirming lore hidden within it. Moving into Wild Zone 15, this one is another zone in which it definitely feels as though it's just a mosh pit for those that go bump in the night. Except the things that do go bump in the night are still walking around the day. Uh-oh. To put this into perspective, there are actually only a few Pokemon found here at all times. This would include Larvitar, who is basically not even part of the ecosystem in this zone. It sits on the roof above this area and is likely just eating whatever soil it can from what's been planted up there. Really doesn't make much sense to me why they are up there either, unless you begin to consider that this very green Wild Zone was once a nice little place for the Larvitar until the rest of the gang barged their way in. And even if they did become stronger or evolve, they would just be a very sturdy and defenseless Pupitar, making it unideal to stay on the ground floor. The only other 2 Pokemon we actually see at all times are Pumpkaboo and an Alpha Gourgeist of the medium variety. The thing with Pumpkaboo is that it's just a shadow cat inside of a pumpkin. It isn't the pumpkin itself, though Pumpkaboo love to hypnotize anything that has a soul, and then it and Gourgeist will happily kill them. It doesn't even hide the fact that it drags people to the afterlife, taking joy in their suffering. Pretty messed up when you also take into account that they don't really care how old or young you are. You're all the same 4-letter word for them at the end of the day. Food. But taking a closer look at this zone, we find a number of Pokemon missing from it, and only finding their second or final forms. We find Beedrill during the day and Haunter at night without their prior forms. Both of these Pokemon we know are avid hunters of other Pokemon, or maybe people. We throw in Whirlipede and Scolipede, who are only present during the day, which brings about a high level of aggression within the zone, as if Beedrill wasn't enough angst bottled up into a 4-foot body. This would then explain, though, why we don't find their previous forms, as the beef here is on sight. The second they see anyone or anything that has a pulse, they are battling. Everything just becomes worse when we consider that Scolipede is an incredibly deadly threat. It grabs its prey with its legs, holds them close, fills them with poison, continues biting them, and then slams them repeatedly on the ground. All while being a 10-foot centipede horse, and God, do I fear centipedes, but man! Pokemon's really cool. Unfortunately, Beedrill can't really keep up with Scolipede in this area, in this contest, especially since Beedrill doesn't have a swarm to help it gang up on enemies with, thus resulting in the Alpha Beedrill that we have here during the day. But above all else, there is one Pokemon thriving on the negative emotions within this area, and that would be Shuppet, a Pokemon that does consume negative emotions as its meal and as a form of gathering strength, though it is also through Shuppet that negative emotions go away. What does this mean? Well, it could mean that the only reason this zone isn't painted completely red at all times is because Shuppet is able to quell at least some of the negative emotions within this area, though it can only do so when it appears at night, meaning that all is not always well within the zone even with Shuppet's help. And to drive it home, we do get a fixed Alpha Banette at night, the pinnacle of negative power, of grudge energy, something that I am sure the aggressive Pokemon in this area hold against one another. Banette doesn't really need to do anything else, it just gets the vibe at this point. At best, it's just continuing to soak up all the energy within the zone. Every battle bringing about more anger, more seething rage between Pokemon as they protect their territory. All up until we find out that the Rogue Mega Banette appears closest to this zone, meaning that what happens here only helps drive the Rogue Mega into existence, which is what happens with many of our wild zones. Well, actually, by all technicality, it's not the wild zones that drive this to happen. The wild zones just appear where the Mega energy is being measured to be its strongest. Then Quasartico throws up the holographic walls and hope for the best, that the Mega does not appear, and if it does, that hopefully it will be contained. But even then, not a single Mega Pokemon is contained in the slightest. Not until Jacinthe, throws out her own personal Jacinthe zone does this actually end up working. Please, somebody get that Fey Queen in here. We need her fairy magic. Science and technology are failing us in this world. Wild Zone 16 has another one of those fancy, strange obelisks, though this time we have a very timid Froakie sitting on top of it. No idea what the symbolism of that is supposed to be, but it's there, and despite being a frog, there's no real confirmed diet as to what Froakie eats. Frogs are also a little bit strange. As tadpoles, they're primarily eating pond scum and whatever plants that they can really find, but as they become a frog, their diets change to effectively be primarily, or if not solely, carnivorous. In the case of Froakie here, it's just born a full frog right out the gate, almost Benjamin Buttoning itself, though we hardly have any data to definitively help us determine what it's eating. With frogs it's inspired by being the Tungara and gray foam nest tree frog in the real world, who are also creating foam nests of their own, as per the name. Both of these frogs eat plenty of insects and arachnids, which would then just help us double down on this idea that Froakie is eating bug Pokemon. And while typically I would want to use Pokemon routes as evidence towards this, there's one important detail regarding Froakie. It's a ninja. And that sounds so stupid coming out of my mouth, but I am 100% serious. It is guaranteed to not be hunting any Pokemon here, as it is absolutely out in the open, just like the Alpha Fletchinder of Wild Zone 7. As such, because you typically want to sneak up on your prey as an ambush predator, I suspect that Froakie leaves this zone as it wishes, jumping clear over the barrier as it moves to hunt any prey it seems conquerable, very similarly to many of our flying-type Pokemon that come and go as they please. Other Pokemon that appear at all times only include 3 more. One is Phalanx, who are all over the place in this section. I mean, don't get me wrong, They opened this zone after the Mega Phalanx reveal, which is amazing, but these little Kirby Spartans are running all over the place. And the only reason they're here is because they're using the round design of this area as a running track, a training grounds, if you would. And I'm going to be real honest with you. I don't think Phalanx actually have to eat anything. They don't have mouths, they belong to the fairy and mineral egg group, and they just seem to vibe on the bonds that they have as a group. They are a bit of an adorable anomaly in my eyes. This then actually just kind of reminds me that I don't really get a choice anymore. The next ecology video has to be the Galar ecosystem, and that's going to be a doozy to get through with all the weather patterns. Back on track, the other two that appear at all times are Flaffy and a fixed Alpha Ampharos, though I find this to be incredibly odd, because the only thing that they really have going for them is the large amount of grass within this area, but there has to be a strong reason for them to be here. Something that explains their existence. Because, spoiler alert, not a single Pokemon hunts any other Pokemon within this zone. The only explanation I have is one of not coincidence, but rather a stupidly fun connection. And I mean really stupid, but fun connection. Aliens are taking Mareep, and it is up to Flaffy and Ampharos to protect themselves. And I know, wild conspiracy theory, but follow me on this. Because the water in this zone is fantastic for a couple of Pokemon. Froakie stays moist, there's a Barbaracle here at night, but its diet hasn't changed. It just means that there's more food for it here, and that's how it evolved. That's why there's, 7 of them instead of the normal 2. But then, also only appearing at night is Starmie. Though the kicker is that I've never found Starmie at night here, with only one exception. And that is after the Starmie Cult event. An event in which you cheer for Starmie from beyond the stars to come down to Earth. That with this group of other people, as you all send your hearts into the heavens, a shooting star actually does crash land within this area zone. And as you run here, you will now find a Starmie within this section alongside a Moonstone for you to collect. A nail in the coffin to show that Starmie really is from space after all these years of it being a rumor or a legend of the Pokédex. What this also shows, though, is that there are plenty of microorganisms in this water, enough for not just Barbaracle to pop into existence, but also for Starmie to choose this as its landing spot despite all the other locations within the city, which is pretty cool on the surface, but then it also makes my scientific mind zoom at 1,000,000 miles an hour as I desire to suck up this water, place it under a microscope, and see all the little critters that are hiding around in this water. Shifting back to daytime, we may find another tie as to why so many Pokemon are here, because this is a very wide open area that is a fair distance from the buildings around it, which then it allows for the weather of the world to crash upon it easily, for plenty of rain, plenty of sun, and a full clear sky to reign above. This would potentially grant greater storms for our sheep Pokemon, while also providing the best opportunity for plant growth. But then with all the sun and plant growth, we get attracted to this area, Florges and Medicham. We already discussed how this is a solid training grounds for Phalanx, though with that and the great amount of sunlight, it's also a great place for Medicham, especially as it is a Pokemon that only eats at most a singular berry a month. The sunlight is important despite not being stated in its Pokédex, because meditation and the connection to the sun is what is often associated with some stories regarding one's unlocking of their sixth sense, which is something that Medicham has not only opened up, but has also greatly honed as a skill of its own. And I do wonder if the obelisks, now that I think about it, have a sort of religious tie to them at all. I made the joke of them being reality anchors or even Menhir stones of their own in other videos, but if they are incredibly important, then they could have been originally a center of worship. Just a small thought before we moved on. Our last Pokemon of the zone is Florges, which is very strange because despite the game stating that they are found in this zone, they are not noted to actually have a habitat within this city. This is likely because Florges, like its previous forms, all reside wherever flowers and gardens reside, not technically within specific habitats. Florges being here specifically is very interesting to me because there are other places I feel have way more green to them, but this Pokemon likes to tend to large gardens, royal gardens even. Anyone who impedes upon the health of their garden is someone who won't live to see the next sunrise. And this also brings a strong connection of Flabebe being found in Zone 3, where we have the royal-looking tower and rose motifs alongside Litleo, Floette in Zone 7 with the other obelisk, and Florges here in 16. There are just far too many coincidences for this to be a mistake. There's got to be something vital about these zones, and if nothing comes out of it, I might just finally accept that I truly have lost my mind, but that is okay. We can move on to Zone 17, which has a lot of heraldry symbolism between Skarmory and Pyroar that do exist here. Though you can also learn about that in my explaining every Mega Pokemon video, because I'm here to tell you that if you respect your own life, you should stay very far away from this zone. The pride of lions that dominates the center stage of this zone absolutely decimated me multiple times over. It got so bad at one point that it felt as though the game was trying to personally kill me through the screen, as there were 3 alphas that spawned all at once. If it also wasn't clear, this is a legitimate pride of lions, with the male Pyroar, of course, being the alpha, for despite the male being effectively the laziest of the pride, it still had to be the alpha in this area, of course. I would say that I'm surprised that anything is alive in this zone, but everything that is alive is staying very far away from the section in which we find this pride. The closest you can get to a non-Pyroar being near this pride is Skarmory, who flies above, maybe getting a little too low from time to time. You might be asking me now, Acrylic, why is that Skarmory here? Why hasn't it been flambéed into a melting pile of steel so that way the Pyroar can eat it? Well, it's simple, my dear. Pyroar explicitly states that they do not like using their fiery breath on any Pokemon that they desire to consume. They want to ensure that their prey is still as fresh and raw as possible, which, while that sounds like a cruel joke, there are a number of reasons why this actually is vital for wild animals. For starters, blood is liquid. A stupid thing, I know, to say in hindsight, but with any predator that lives in a dry savanna or desert, water is of course very hard to come by. As such, the only form of thirst-quenching liquid you can drink down is going to be the blood from your fallen prey, making fresh, raw meat super important. Then we dig into the nutrition aspect of it. For you and I, we need to be careful, as our bodies are not quite built to handle the bacteria that will form on raw meat over time. For example, you can sear a steak just on the outside, and assuming it is prepared correctly, and it is a quality steak, and it doesn't have any big cracks leading into it, odds are you can eat it with the center being effectively raw. I've done it, I've loved it, but that's just me. Whereas with ground beef, you need to cook it to the proper temperature. And I know if, again, you are like me, you want that burger to be done medium rare. But that is unfortunately going to bring you risk of getting food poisoning from bacteria that has now been mishmashed from the surface of the meat into it and now residing all throughout the groundedness of what you're going to make your burger from. And despite all this though, cooking your food also burns calories off of it. It does also potentially burn the nutrients from it, proteins, vitamins, you name it. But that's why we have to cook our food a certain way. Find a balance between raw and fully cooked, depending on what it is. Of course, no one should be having medium well chicken. That thing needs to be properly done. So that way we can get the maximum nutrition, flavor, and safety from what we consume without risk of illness. Meanwhile, the powerful natural predators of the world can just devour that meat without a second thought, get every single calorie they need, and survive better until the next time they're able to get their claws on another delicious morsel. Something that may happen tomorrow, may happen in a week, or God forbid, the creatures that last upwards of a month or longer without a proper fatty meal. If reincarnation is real and I'm brought back as one of those animals, no thank you, just send me back in line. Long story short though, Pyroar choosing not to cook its food is the smartest decision that it can make regarding its health. It's a big boy. It needs every calorie it can get to make it to the next meal. For Skarmory, it is floating up on high and is a Pokemon that is a little bit odd in terms of its diet. This is because it has a couple of different animal qualities that place it somewhere between being a scavenger and an actual hunter bird. As such, I've always just said that it does both, with plenty of evidence for both to be true. One such case is knowing that on the lowest level of this zone, we can find both Diggersby and Chespin hiding away underground in the same area. On one hand, Chespin is happily just consuming berries. On the other hand, we have Diggersby digging up roots and plant material overall for its own consumption. And in the invisible third hand that has been looming over our heads the entire time, we have the Skarmory that attacked Bunnelby so many times that we are forced to only have its evolution here. A very fatty evolution that then even helps keep the Pyroar stomachs here very satisfied. These aren't the only ones to have forced Bunnelby to evolve here though, as apparently there's also a Talonflame that spawns here according to Bulbapedia. I never caught wind of it myself though. This would only help enforce not only Diggersby's existence, but also introduce another form of conflict to Skarmory. If you want to take this even further, you can say that these birds of prey are likely another reason as to why Litleo aren't here, and only their evolutions. As a small note, Skarmory does not fly when it's raining out. There's not a specific weather condition for storms, but it's safe to say that if it isn't the risk of rain causing it to rust, that lightning being attracted to a high-flying metallic bird is the clear other reason for it not being present. And when we move up to the rooftops, if, the lions let us, it gets slightly weird. Klefki are up here during the day, potentially waiting for a Skarmory to land so it can steal some metallic ions. It could also just be up here due to the vents. But one other theory is that it is up here trying to get its weird little tentacle ring wrapped around Lampent, who only appear here at night. Now I know what you're saying, Lampent isn't a steel Pokemon, Krillin, but it is a Pokemon that has a metallic body. I do find it strange that it makes its habitat here though, without a single Litwick being around, though with just enough conflict and so many Pokemon being relatively close together, maybe it's just having an easier time finding life energy and souls to suck away once a Pokemon does pass away here. The existence of these two alongside Skarmory does bring about the presence of one other unusual Pokemon, a fixed Alpha Mawile. And again, while I won't dig into it, this whole section is kind of screaming French Revolution. Skarmory and Pyroar for heraldry, Mawile maybe representing the guillotine, Lampent for death, and then I'm not really sure what the rest would technically represent. Mawile typically sticks to caves, but is found here for reasons I actually can't quite pin down. The best assumption I can make is what we see with many other alphas that appear without a population of their species in the same zone that they appear in. This Mawile may have come in here following a tasty treat of steel Pokemon and found itself trapped and surrounded by the Pride of Lions. Now it has to work hard to survive and attempt escape one day. It is the same level as our Alpha Pyroar, so there actually may be some level of merit to my claim. Look, this zone belongs to the Lions, and I doubt anything will be changing that at any point anytime soon, so it's their ecosystem. Noted to be an area where scaffolding should be used to reach the rooftops of the tall buildings, while Zone 18 has some high flyers in the clouds of Lumiose City. And in fact, this whole section is a bit of a mess, but we'll get to the reason why at the end. Let's begin with the rooftops and work our way down to the streets. At the highest vantage point, we find Swablu and Altaria during the day. Pokemon that, as any bird does, enjoys a high vantage point safe from any predators that may be found within the areas in which they make their habitats. Their rounded beaks continue to reinforce that they aren't hunters, but rather seed eaters. Though you may be able to argue that Altaria has adapted to be able to crack open harder nuts now. It really isn't doing much, but it is one of 3 dragons that has, for some reason, chosen to live in this area. The only other one appearing at night in place of where our birds appear, as we get to see Noibat and Noivern. Now this is a very interesting dynamic, especially as we know that they are avid hunters. More specifically, Noivern is such an incredible hunter that it will go toe-to-toe with Hydreigon and win in lore. The only issue then, though, is that Hydreigon has very poor eyesight thanks to its cave life and its previous form, Swilus, having its eyes completely blocked, so, fighting the 3-headed monster at night isn't really much to brag about. Nevertheless, Noivern is a speedy and vicious Pokemon, especially when you add in the fact that its sound waves that it can emit from its speaker ears can just dust a boulder. Though Noivern don't always hunt other Pokemon. They do enjoy fruit so much that if you give them their favorite fruit, they'll stop attacking you, stop being aggressive altogether. But something still feels off as to why it's here, something that we'll explain on the ground floor. The only other Pokemon on the rooftop is actually past where our flying friends reside, and it's Fennekin. And now, in real life, I've run into foxes during the day and at night, very active, very happy, very yippy, with Fennekin being no different as it can be found by itself at all times. And typically, you would find that foxes will be omnivores, eating anything smaller than them. As such, you might expect that it is trying to sneak up to catch a tasty meal of Noibat and Swablu, and I would be inclined to agree. It would explain why we only see one here, and why the second it knows that we've seen it, it runs away. It's trying to ambush its prey. But this little Fennekin can't be the primary reason as to why Altaria and Noivern are here, at least in my opinion. Rather, it is what we see on the ground that gives us two things. One, what the primary meal of our rooftop predators are, and two, the monster that dominates the streets of this zone. Our primary meal may have very well been a Beniri, as evidenced by the Alpha Lopunny that is here at all times, and yes, as a side note, I don't get so many complaints as I used to when it comes to pronunciation of Pokemon, but while I just mostly don't care about your pronunciation versus mine, because say, things however you want if you're happy, I have honestly only ever seen one person pronounce Lopunny's name correctly, and I'm not one of them. Lopunny is the proper way to say it, like a lop-eared rabbit. I believe I can thank Ruby Ryder for that one, so thank you, Ruby. Anywho, with giant bats, foxes, and things on the main street you likely already know about, but I just keep teasing you and not saying what it is for no reason whatsoever, Beniri was undoubtedly constantly attacked. Though, why do I say this? Because when we do look at the nearby area where we find a Bagon, it's a small enclosure with plenty of grass. A great hiding place for any timid Pokemon that needs to get their foliage freak on. Not mating, I mean eating all the greenery. Please, of all the Pokemon I just said that with, why did I say it about the rabbit? But for some reason, we find it in another very enclosed space. A space with tons of boxes and scaffolding. A place where it can easily hide from anything that flies in this wild zone. Neither Noivern, nor what I will now reveal as the fixed Alpha Salamence, will easily get to where Lopunny is. Their wings, or body in Salamance's case, are far too large and would make it difficult for takeoff or squeezing through here. Meanwhile, Lopunny is the last of its kind, still able to fight, and having to fight to survive from time to time, making mad dashes for its fill of food, thus explaining why it is specifically an alpha here. Now, Bagon makes way more sense being here now that we've established that this wild zone has a great vertical advantage from the ground for Bagon to jump from. This crazy Pokemon only surviving because it has that thick padding on its skull. Otherwise, with all the jumping from high ground to low ground that it does, you'd expect Bagon to perish. But its biology magically decides that it should evolve into what it wishes to have the most: a body with wings capable of flight. This constant action of jumping to bash its head into the ground as it tries to fly like the baby bird it isn't will continue to consume Bagon's every waking moment. We know it eats, but it kind of just doesn't really care to. Same thing kind of goes for Shelgon, even though that's not here. It is thought that they don't eat because they believe that it helps them evolve faster. Not humans, Shelgon itself, which gets into a whole other slew of questions as to why we know what it thinks, but whatever. And as for Bagon, I just have never really been able to pin down what it eats. I've just always just kind of marked it up as an omnivore. And while I still strongly believe that it is simply an omnivore, we can see that it really doesn't have any limits whatsoever and may literally just be an opportunistic omnivore. And the reason we actually have the Alpha Salamence rather than a regular Salamence is because not only are the Bagon working their way up the building, having to navigate the course to get up there, unless they're just, jumping up the walls of buildings, but they also have to fight the Pokemon residing on top of the roof that are being incredibly protective of their homes. And despite Swablu being peaceful, I was very shocked when Altaria came flying up to attack me. And I don't have any other locations to compare this behavior to, but this game has done a very fantastic job of mostly keeping to the behaviors that the Pokemon are described having within the Pokédex. So why change Altaria here? Why have it contradict its Pokédex, its sweetness, how calm and friendly it is? Again, it's all because of its proclivity to protect its little Swablu babies that are resting up here. Same can actually be said about Noivern, though that's already a bit of an aggressive Pokemon to begin with, so it just becomes more aggressive. So when you have so many Pokemon that are fighting over territory of the roof as its own resource space, we get the evolution of all of these different Pokemon, excluding Lopunny, of course. It's, just food, unfortunately, and has to defend itself. Salamence is definitely not going to be picky regarding its meals. Its entries even specifically state that it will compete with Garchomp mid-air as they hunt for food. This only gets scarier now for our other flying friends, as they've been given even more of a reason to be so protective of their young, especially as this Alpha Salamence is seen at all times within this zone as a fixed Alpha. But we then transition from scary to nightmarish, as Salamence is described as a Pokemon that, if enraged, loses all sense of self and flies into a completely uncontrollable rage, destroying everything around it until it tires itself out. So you're telling me, not only do we have a larger than average Salamence, but since it is an Alpha, which are generally raging and very territorial all the time, we effectively have arguably the most dangerous wild encounter within all of Legends ZA right here. Great! Look, Lumiose renovation plan may just have to turn into a Lumiose evacuation protocol with Pokemon like this flying around the place. Easily one of the worst places to live. Do not rent an apartment here. Which, speaking of, before we move on, now that we've revisited Lumiose, I might just have some fun and remake the best place to live in Pokemon video. Maybe I'll make it like the worst place to live in Pokemon. I don't know. You guys had a lot of different arguments for that video, a lot of different comments, and I loved it. All the different perspectives. Probably, arguably, has my favorite comments from any video, bar none. Let's take a trip to the park. At least I would love to enjoy the greenery in this scenery, were it not for the Mega Venusaur that appeared here, rampaged as a rogue, and then this area had to be transformed into a wild zone afterwards. But why? Well, why is it that in this specific scenario we had a rogue and then a wild zone pop up after them in direct response to them in this specific area where it was, instead of us being able to anticipate the event ahead of time? Well, we might need to look at how Bulbasaur itself acts, or how it does like grasslands and forests within Kanto. Likely enjoying the great level of cover paired with a very open sky for all the sunbathing it needs so it can photosynthesize more and more over time through its evolutions here, this location is an amazing spot to also relax and overlook this city. And Venusaur may have thought the same, these Pokemon typically being guardians, ones that will protect others, especially children or younger Pokemon or others of its own kind. When we put all these pieces together alongside some of the Pokemon that we do find here, it makes perfect sense as to why Venusaur was here, just as the rogue Mega Absol appeared in the beginning of our story to warn us of the oncoming disaster. It is this Venusaur who appeared to keep innocent lives safe. Unfortunately, both Pokemon would succumb to the immense power that would be poured into them as they Mega Evolve and lose control of themselves. And during the fight with that Mega Venusaur, it's releasing plants, it is growing things, so its energy may have still spread into this area. And to support all of this, one of the only Pokemon seen during the daytime and only within the same exact spot that the Venusaur appeared is Drampa, a Pokemon that is usually incredibly gentle, eats berries, and is also incredibly protective of young Pokemon and children. In fact, this isn't the only time that Drampa and the Bulbasaur line have been associated with one another, because within Pokemon Snap, you can even witness Drampa and Bulbasaur interacting with each other, how Drampa will fly while carrying Bulbasaur and will become enraged if you bully them. These two Pokemon are thematically tied in their behaviors, and to place them both within a zone like this is perfection. Their goal of protecting younger Pokemon stays consistent when we look at the rest of the encounters. Appearing only at night, we get Cleffa and Clefairy, primarily standing in that man-made structure with, one last time, clear visibility of the sky and, more importantly, the moon that they worship. There have always been claims that the Clefairy line eats other Pokemon, and while I've acted super frustrated in opposition to this, I strongly believe that this zone helps clarify even more that they are Pokemon that are not eating other Pokemon at all. They truly are just dancing in the moonlight, drinking water in the morning, and maybe you could claim that their natural diet consists of berries if we want to consider the diets of many of our other Pokemon here. There's a fixed Alpha Clefairy at night, of course, all because it is likely supercharged with all that good moonlight energy, allowing it to not only evolve, but to reach this higher powered Alpha form. What's strange, in antithesis to this though, is that Furfrou is here in this zone with a fixed alpha of it during the day, which seems a little scary on the surface. Also have to give credit to Kelsey Hoover in the comments, also thank you for being a member of the channel, for correcting me on the last Eco video as I mistakenly claimed that the canal was the only place where this Pokemon spawned. I have no idea why I claimed that when I had made an outline of the entire 2 videos, got all the footage, and then wrote that final script. My only excuse, I was probably tired, but I do actually appreciate the very kind correction that I did receive and the remainder of the comment. Because in addition to that comment, her own claim was an interesting one we should absolutely consider. Because not only do we have the assumed omnivore that is Furfrou, but we also get Eevee here, which makes for an interesting Fox and the Hound situation. And that might actually be the best way to describe this, because much like Patrat has been in other wild zones in serving its role, Furfrou within this zone might actually be a patrol or guardian Pokemon. Even if it isn't a Pokemon trying to keep other Pokemon safe here, then it is still a dog in a park, a place where it can have plenty of fun running around with other Pokemon, including other Furfrou. But back to Eevee. I have staked many a claim that it and many of the other evolutions are omnivores, as you would expect from any fox. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Leafeon, but we're not talking about the evolutions. Instead, we've already discussed a fox's diet. An Eevee is a hybrid fox, dog, cat, something that was intentionally designed to evoke the vague memory of an animal that you would see in your dreams and nothing more. I most often see the Eevee here hiding between the hedges, though it never actually attacks until you throw a Pokeball or try to attack it first. It will run back and forth, run all around, make plenty of sounds, but it will not necessarily run away, because the Eevee here are playing with us and the other Pokemon. This further shows that this zone does not have a natural predator preying upon other Pokemon here, and instead they go against the natural order that you may see in the true wild outside of this city. If any of the Pokemon do play a little too rough with one another, there is of course Audino, who is actually found here. There is always that other zone that claims it has an Audino, but so far not even you in the audience have found it there, so I'm assuming it's locked until a side mission is complete, and then you can start finding it there. I don't know. Nevertheless, Audino wouldn't be here if it was a place of strife. It dislikes being around conflict and will turn tail at the first sign of it. It was born to heal, and so it will heal others and keep a good watch over this park. Sort of like a special attendant of sorts, which is kind of adorable. The last Pokemon here is Kangaskhan, carrying, of course, the other baby of this zone. Too bad little baby Kinga will mostly be asleep in its mother's pouch before, Cleffa arrives to play. Kangaskhan isn't eating other Pokemon, it's very much enjoying the scenery, taking her child to the park with the other mothers and their children, and if anyone does decide to hurt her baby or, put them at risk, a wrath unlike any other will be unleashed upon the offender. I wish they did go the extra step of giving baby Kanga within the pouch a separate model so that it could be seen playing as an idle animation. It would be perfect for when you take picture with your Pokemon or when you enter the zone, since it repeatedly states within its Pokédex that it lets the child out when it truly deems the area to be safe. Overall, this area is super simple. Just another park and a bunch of Pokemon effectively representing human life in a very interesting way. Though before we can even move on to Zone 20, we have to take a little bit of time to explore the city and find the habitats of Pokemon who make residence outside of the wild zones. With such a large city and greenery all over, there are plenty of places for Pokemon to make homes for themselves, though some of these green spaces are not what these Pokemon even prefer to begin with. There are some that confirm diets of Pokemon that I've actually claimed for a while now as well. I'm primarily speaking about Spritzee and Swirlix, whose habitat is actually within the market stalls here in Lumiose. Meanwhile, when we look back at the original games, we'll find Aromatisse within flower patches and Swirlix on the route just outside of the berry farm. Here in the market stalls, not only are there plenty of different aromas from breads or flowers, but there are also tons of berries being sold here. In fact, it's the best way to stock up on any berries if you're just looking to buy them. The many different aromas are vital for Spritzy, and in a side mission, it is revealed that the smell of the Spritzy is entirely dependent upon its diet. So at least in the wild, it would make a lot of sense that it would be eating tons of flowers, anything that is aromatic. Though, if you want more explanation on that, you can always check out the complete Kalos Eco video. As for Swirl Lakes, the reason it is located on that route and here in the stalls is because of all the berries being a vital source of nutrition for it. Though, when I say nutrition, I mean sugar. Lots and lots of sweet sugar, which is really all that it cares about. Both of these Pokemon are incredibly docile, sleeping in the area or just watching you as you pass by. Though, if you're like me and you found yourself here early and decided you want to try and catch one, they are a higher level than you might expect, and they will bring the heat. There are also a number of Pokemon, moving away from them, that are most comfortable on rooftops. I talked about this in the previous part, but you'll find Pidgeot, Talonflame, and Hawlucha on these rooftops. This is because they are birds of prey. Keeping high on the rooftops is not only a great place for them to find space and rest where other Pokemon can't get to them while they sleep, making sure that their eggs are also safe, but it is also a great vantage point to which they can find prey easier with their sharp vision. What's also funny and probably more horrifying than funny is that a lot of birds will prey upon their own kind. Small birds will still attack large birds, and large birds, well, they obviously can just grab one or two. These creatures, these birds, especially the red-winged blackbirds, kind of just don't care half the time. Red-winged blackbirds specifically being the aggressive miniature cats of the bird world, in my personal opinion. In other words, you could claim then that many of our second form or fully evolved bird Pokemon are just hunting each other outside of the wild zones, though, strangely enough, Dedenne is also noted to be a Pokemon who makes habitat in high places. This is not because it hunts for prey, but rather it is a dormouse that likes to absorb electricity from buildings or electrical outlets, and based on its habitats, its very typing, and its real-life inspiration being said dormouse, it is only eating part of that animal's diet as it focuses on flowers, buds from trees, fruits, nuts, berries, you name it. Basically, it just isn't eating insects. Unfortunately, it's definitely on the dinner plate for our bird Pokemon who do hunt. So, hopefully it finds good residence within the flower pots and can continue to pull electricity from homes. A trio who are stated to make habitat in high places but are more likely to be found throughout the trees of the city and not just on rooftops would be Panpour, Pansear, and Pansage, the trio of monkeys who have finally reappeared since their debut in Unova. Something I've well established is that this trio don't hunt other Pokemon either. Instead, they tend to work together, forage for berries, cook them, and even provide healthy water as they share their abilities with one another. They're friendly at the end of the day and are more apt to contribute towards keeping other Pokemon alive than anything else. Dratini and Dragonair also love being up high as opposed to their usual place that we would expect them, being at the bottom of ponds, making their place in the ecosystem a little bit more strange now. I definitely believe that Dratini may have originally been a scavenger, but a lot of comments over the last couple of months and other eco videos that you guys have made have been convincing me that by sitting at the waterfall it tends to be at, it is able to conserve energy while also being able to still get meals brought to it by the flow of water. Not just eating whatever scraps come down, but still hunting in its own special way. This would then line up way better with my original claims that Dragonair and Dragonite are definitely hunting undersea life. Though without extensive sea life here and the ability to fly, there is a chance that they might be eating flying Pokemon. Though we could take another idea into mind, another theory, knowing that with their inspirations, the orbs that they have would be incredibly vital towards their evolution. The orbs hold the power necessary in order to evolve, and in a place like this with excess energy flowing everywhere, it can speed up the process, not caring about food, but rather just absorbing energy and evolving. I'll let you, though, decide what you want to believe. The last few that make their homes in high places include both Absol and Riolu, with the Absol I found being in the Blue District just sitting on a roof next to Area 10, which this specific location is pretty much smack dab in the middle of a bunch of different wild zones. It's watching over the zones, waiting for when it may need to act, and protecting others. As for Riolu, I found it on the big mall that effectively resembles a large track with hills and mounds, a place where Riolu would feel most at home, especially as it has been noted to train by crossing mountains and going into ravines. Though Riley was effectively a jackal at the end of the day, and much like its evolution Lucario, it is likely hunting Pokemon for food. I always second guess when I say jackal, because it's like Egyptian, coyote, jackal, dog. It's got a couple of weird mixes in there, and my brain always mixes it up, so I apologize if I messed that up. There are also Spritzy up here on this rooftop, but they're seemingly left alone as they breathe in whatever perfumes waft up from the mall below. And if you travel down alleyways within the city, you're less likely to get mugged and more likely to run into Garbodor and Trubbish, who line back alleys wherever trash is stored. As such, people have to keep the trash farther away from their establishments. This also leads to arguably my favorite interaction in all of ZA. A simple one where after you leave the Trubbish away, the person who starts the side quest comes to a realization that even if we want to live in a harmonious environment with Pokemon, that we should still have some level of separation and distance, some level of personal space. This is not just applying to humans and placing Pokemon in wild areas, it applies to all living creatures, that there is a safe and respectful distance that every creature desires and needs, no matter how much we love and care for them. And it is through respecting this that we can grow to live in harmony together and actually meet the needs of those that live within our world. This applies incredibly well for said real world and animals, that everything needs a safe space for growth. Even if they need our help, our job is to help while upholding safety for them and ourselves. Now, I'm going to get off my soapbox, and Trubbish and Garbodor are just thriving in the back alleys because it's where all the trash is being stored now, away from the public eye and away from where these Pokemon can group up and be shoulder to shoulder with humans or other Pokemon that will get sick from their natural odors. They really have nothing to worry about and are actually pretty docile, friendly even if we talk about Trubbish specifically. Gengar doesn't have a habitat, though I do wonder if it would have one inside of any abandoned buildings. I suggest this just because within part of the main quest, we've had to clear the Gengar line out from a building that was being moved into. So who knows what other buildings may hold. They could be absolutely full of many different kinds of Pokemon seeking shelter. I think, though, it is about time that we move on to Lysander Labs. In this abandoned lab, there are a number of Pokemon that found their way in thanks to it being broken down, and there's a massive hole in the ceiling. It effectively works then as a cave that has been taken over by Pokemon, each section seeming to be a territory for groups or species of Pokemon. Houndour and Houndoom stick to their own open areas. Ekans and Arbok are closest to the multi-level hole, the same place where we find greenery stretching its way down, showing that this has been destroyed for quite some time, likely because of, the ultimate weapon. Even Electrike and Manectric can be found here, often near any electrical equipment, as they are likely absorbing any electrical energy passively or are able to use it for their own advantage in a territorial dispute. Each of these Pokemon so far are avid hunters, strong predators, and they don't really have any sort of advantage against one another. They're creating nests within a place abandoned by humanity and thriving in their own way. Even as we work our way through the next couple of Pokemon, they also hardly have a disadvantage or advantage over each other, making it feel as though the entirety of the labs exists no differently than a true part of nature that has been taken back from a place that humanity once controlled. While these Pokemon may attack each other, and every single one we find within the labs may eat one another, with only exception to 2 lines of Pokemon found here, they may more often work their way into the surrounding area to find food outside of the labs, returning here for rest as they all respect each other's territories for the most part. This is something we can definitely claim with Noibat and Noivern within this lab, though I never actually found a Noibat myself, considering the Noivern stick to the long hallways or tight spaces where nobody can sneak up on them, and that is a bit scary to turn the corner and witness. This location is also the only place in which Beldum and Metang make their habitat in their own little room. I suspect that they, like many other Pokemon, are primarily attracted to the holotech found here. The magnetism allowing Beldum to evolve into Metang, as strong magnetism is necessary for it to fuse with its kind and evolve. Actually, I'm going to correct myself right now, there is a specific side quest in which we literally get to find out that a Beldum is attracted to the hollow elevators and then evolves later on in the game into a Metang. But even if this wasn't quite the case, these Pokemon do still hunt other Pokemon. Lucky us, it only sticks to those with metallic iron in their bodies, creatures of metal rather than bone. And unfortunately, we do have the final room before the Menhir Stone found here, being a room full of Honedge and Doublade. Our first entry into this zone would actually also grant us a battle with an Alpha Aegislash that will not appear again. These Pokemon are Soul Stealers, Life Absorbers, Pokemon without care as to what they consume from, making everyone here a target. Though the only reason they are regulated and prevented from attacking all the other Pokemon is just by the existence, likely, of the Beldum line. Sure, they are Psychic Pokemon, something that is weak to the Ghost typing of our swords, but that hasn't stopped a number of Pokemon from preying upon each other or fighting back, and at the end of the day, Batang will still clamp onto their foes and rip them apart similarly to their evolution Metagross does. So this whole place is pretty volatile, but there is one Pokemon that was hidden here the entire time. A Pokemon that has been caught for over 5 years, as Project M reveals that Team Flare caught Mewtwo when it was at the Unknown Cave, and they were planning to use it in their schemes. This really just mirrors the Pokemon Adventures manga once more, so if you didn't know that this happens, I may recommend that you check it out. I have covered the red and yellow arcs on this channel, so you should check those out. They're effectively audiobooks, especially the yellow arc. I'm very proud of that. Now, Mewtwo has been a Pokemon that keeps other Pokemon safe. It has attracted all sorts of Pokemon to it thanks to its power, but it has apparently been dormant since the end events of X and Y, and was not even Mega Evolving for Team Flare back in the day when they were conducting tests. But Mabel questions why we have the Mega Stones for Mewtwo, why Mewtwo is reacting now, and what is even going on? And the answer? Probably just, woke up because of the sheer amount of energy that was released by Anj at the climax of our story, in my hypothesis. And this is going to be the primary reason, I believe, why we likely see any Pokemon appearing within Lumiose for a while, especially legendaries. No different than why regular Pokemon are showing up here. As a side note, when I did go to complete this mission, I made the mistake of only having 4 Pokeballs on me, and of course that failed. I beat Mewtwo, had to try and recatch it, and it was very embarrassing as the artist I like to commission most, Muse Art World, was there to witness this, and yeah, that was just painful. The skeleton of Prism Tower left behind after Anja's Hyper Rogue event. Here is the center of where all of the Mega energy was being held, and now under the tower, you will basically always find 2 alphas spawn in, drawing in the energy that is left behind from that event. These alphas, I did not get footage of every single one, because it would be ridiculous to actually try and get it, especially as effectively every single Final Form Pokemon can be an alpha here, and it's completely randomized as to who appears. So you won't find an Eevee here, but you will potentially find an alpha of all the evolutions, or Alpha Dragonite, Alpha Vanilluxe, so on and so forth. And on my run into this area, while trying to get footage for this, I found Alpha Raichu and Leafeon. You probably won't believe me, but I swear I wrote that part of the script before even knowing that a Leafeon was gonna pop up. The rest of our common Pokemon appear at all times and at all weather, as per usual, though it takes a couple of runs around the area to see everything, and those alphas do respawn, and no! Nobody wants to be a friend here. They're all aggressive, except for Gardevoir, who just doesn't run away, floats away, but I digress. The first area we will talk about is an area full of metal and debris, as we find Aggron, Scrafty, and Garbodor. A full-on Aggron is here, which shocked me a little bit, which is a little bit wild to say, but with all the destruction that occurred, someone has to clean up the mess. In fact, Aeron has been used to clean up metal by humans, at least in the anime, specifically within the Latios and Latias movie. And with enough metal, it could, theoretically, gain the energy it needs to evolve all the way to Aggron. And with it being such an aggressive and territorial Pokemon, you would think it would be dangerous, but it isn't. In fact, Aggron patrols its territory and is a Pokemon that will move topsoil, plant trees, and restore any territory that it claims as its own. It is a Pokemon that sees Lumiose as its home and is working to help restore this area that it is now claiming as its territory. For Scrafty, it is typically another territorial Pokemon, set to attack anything that does enter what it calls its home. They don't leave for long and are not trying to actually be antagonistic, it turns out. They are working to take good care of its loved ones and its turf, meaning that once again, we have another Pokemon that is actually not fighting others, but rather helping restore the area here, creating a pattern that we are witnessing. As for Garbodor, we can assume that it started out as a Trubbish within this area, and through the consumption of other raw materials or toxic materials, moreover, it has grown in size and of course strength. The pipes in his hands aren't for show. Those are likely metal pipes despite it not being a steel type. This just serves to tell us just how many trash heaps there were after the massive amount of destruction, especially considering this is literally the trash heap Pokemon. Moving around our circle, there is a rocky, almost desert-like section that has Tepig, Charmander, Hippowdon, and Lucario. Hippowdon is a bit more strange, but this is when we start to dig into how this land may be transitioning into something new, not just from the destruction, but due to Pokemon changing the land to be more in their favor. These 4 Pokemon preferring to live in drier or sandier climates, and Hippowdon is able to grind down the soil and turn it into sand, creating more and more sand until the section it governs over is to its liking. From there, other Pokemon move their way in. We can make claims then that the Pokemon here are hunting, but that is hard to know for sure considering the imbalance of this miniature ecosystem. They may primarily be coming here for the energy, and many of the Pokemon here are in their final forms with the exception to the starter Pokemon. If the Pokemon do decide to hunt each other in this area, I think we'd want to make sure kids don't come anywhere near this wild zone unless you want them to witness a bloodbath unlike any other, especially as so many of these Pokemon should be far more aggressive with each other and nowhere near each other. There may even be the chance that Pokemon within their sections are working together, aiming to turn Wild Zone 20 into something better fit for their own kind. And this would potentially make the most sense considering how this area is split into so many different sections, so many different walks of life, so many different types of Pokemon. As such, you could claim Hippowdon is eating anything within the ground, how Lucario, even without a pack, is going after any other Pokemon it can defeat and eating them, Charmander is roasting up prey as it deems fit, and Tepig is getting its fill of roasted berries. But then we begin to discover the new problem. If any Pokemon completely overtakes the area, then the other parts of necessary life within it begin to struggle. So, what I truly want to claim is that many of these Pokemon are here to help each other. They are here to enrich the land, take this wild zone as their own, and make it better for them all through their collective abilities. Because we had a section of mankind, we just had a desert-like area, and now we can move on to the watery zone, a section that holds Squirtle, Totodile, Malamar, and Dragalge. And I don't know about you, but not only is Dragalge's presence here strange, but if it and Malamar are hunting, they would decimate a good chunk of the population here. But when we turn this around, we can see that Squirtle and Totodile are here to help increase the flow of water, primarily being attracted to the energy left at the tower and having minor roles, while Malamar has the intelligence to make commands, to direct Pokemon, and to help avoid strife. They aren't an inherently evil species. Those evil scenarios are very rare special case situations. With Dragalge, it can use its acid to burn through tanker holes, meaning much like Aggron, it may be here to assist with the cleanup efforts, and who knows, maybe it broke things down too much, and that's how Garbodor formed here. And finally, as we swing into the grassy section, we have Bulbasaur, Chikorita, Roserade, and Gardevoir. Each of these Pokemon primarily advocating for peace within any given area they reside in. Bulbasaur already protects small children and Pokemon. Chikorita will grow to become a Pokemon that releases odors that can soothe the mind and prevent conflict from occurring. Roserade is a Pokemon that will hunt for prey, but was originally a Roselia who was incredibly peaceful. A Pokemon that only attacks if attacked first. And Gardevoir is incredibly protective of what it loves. A Pokemon that likely loves its home more than anything else and will serve to protect it with its life. No different than a trainer it is said to bond with. It's all a bold claim, but I strongly believe these Pokemon fit a theme of cohesion, being Pokemon that are here not just for the energy that attracted them, but also to come together across walks of life to restore the beauty of their home. Something that we do alongside all of the other people we have met throughout our journey within the main story of Legends ZA. And, as the old verse does say, once it shone upon us all with all the warmth of welcome sun, but now we weep, to grief we fall, starved of light, now it is gone. And some they go, despair withal, in search of it they reel and run. They quit their hearths, abandon hall, and leave our lands to be undone. And when they're gone beyond recall, this land will be a home to none. This land will only ever be a home to Pokemon. nature is retaking what we took from it. So how about we close this video with the Pokemon that feels like it truly should be the secret mascot of this channel, the Ecology Pokemon itself, Zygarde. I love Zygarde through and through. There's a reason why it's up at the top there alongside Ogerpon, and I don't think anything is ever gonna change how much I love it. The more we learn about it, the better it becomes, and it was already perfect in my eyes. You may have never noticed, but for over a year now, I've had Zygarde in my intro and outro screens for streams, 2 images that I use for announcements, streams, and videos. And my beautiful keeper of the ecosystem gained a new form, a Mega form. And there's a billion theories as to why this happens, but I think it just boils down to the one thing that Zygarde has made clear since the very beginning. It is a Pokemon born of the ecosystem, a creature that protects the flow of life and death, and will continue to do so forever in ways that we may never fully understand. It is through its protection of the ecosystem that Zygarde also receives all of its powers. Its 10% form meant to quickly respond to dangers, its 50% form meant to battle against perceived threats, its 100% form meant to overpower Xerneas Yveltal and any other major threat that it deems world-threatening. And now, its Mega form, a form that you could claim goes beyond, hitting it to 200% just as its new move Nihilite hits a base power of 200, a form and move that would not be plausible without the light of Ultra Necrozma. This is because Necrozma's light shines down upon Alola, becoming a vital part of the ecosystem itself within that region. It brings totem Pokemon into existence, it enlivens the people, new Pokemon forms are found there, and so much more. And yes, I do have an entire Ecology video about Alola that you can go watch, but since Zygarde draws energy from the planet, then it theoretically draws energy from every single form of natural power within this world. Mega Energy, Z-Power, Dynamax Power, Terrestrialization, and beyond. In this way, Zygarde truly is balanced. It gives its all to protect the world, and the world in turn fuels it to continue protecting it. As long as something exists within our world, Zygarde will make it a part of itself. And in doing so, it is nature personified. And through being this personification of nature, it alone is able to define nature as a whole, something that is directly stated within Nihilite's description. This is a Pokemon whose Mega form is born from the emotions of mankind in an unprecedented crisis. But who was to say that this isn't the only time that this has happened? This idea, I will admit, did not start with me. In fact, there are a number of people who thought of this before me, but maybe Zygarde's many forms only exist as a response to the world around it. That without a need, then it cannot provide, it cannot transform. Maybe its 10% form only came into existence when it had to save the people of Kalos from the ultimate weapon when Lysander fired it. Then its 100% form only existed when it witnessed the overwhelming destructive power of the Ultra Beasts, and now this Mega form exists due to a new crisis. And so I will posit this. Zygarde cannot be defeated in lore by anything that is not a literal god. If it exists naturally on this planet, then it is something that Zygarde can tap into, a power it can absorb and adapt as its own, making it the perfect guardian of the planet, a keeper of life and death, for better and for worse. But that is the finale of the Ecology of Lumiose City. The next time I work on an ecology deep dive like this in this series, it will be Galar. So be prepared, and who knows, maybe it'll happen sooner than you think. Maybe if this video, I don't know, I don't want to give a view number, 20,000, 30,000, I don't know, funny number. But for now, I have a number of different ideas that I am super excited for, including a fun little Pokopia video that will explain exactly how their world came to ruin. So stay tuned for all these weekly releases that I do. And with that then, as always, thank you so much for watching. Please do make sure that you do subscribe. Leave a comment on your favorite wild zone, any shiny hunting that you've been doing and having luck with, you name it. Again, comments and watch time are the #1 way to freely support our channel and help boost the reach of a video, other than sharing the video directly. You can also hype the video in the first week of release, which puts it on a leaderboard if it gets enough hypes. It's a whole weird thing still to me. And the last thing, of course, is you can always become a member of the channel for as little as $3 a month to get a number of different perks. It helps support the channel, making sure I can continue making free videos for everyone. And one of those perks is hearing your name at the end credits of every single video, which we're going to go do right now. Thank you to all the members of the channel, starting with the Gods of Hope, Krill, Final Fantasy 14, Heals for Life, Biggins, Vatty, Nip, Buzz and Summer, and then the champions, Nias Costa and Joshua Biggins Wilson. The Knights of the Code, Crumbo, Vatty Lemon, Zoomster, Kelsey Hoover Covers, Luke Sasti, Vio, Shiny Gems, Erebus Boys, Fix My and Krill Final Fantasy 14. Plow, Allen, Heals for Life, Bass Molder, Blue Dalek, and Warren Hemphill, and Nature 9000. Then the Wanderers of the channel. Yagal Cal, Star S, Lumina Malwell, Zach Arrowwood, Rita Yon, Samarfe Nadra, Starbreed, Bob D. Fish, Gangle Frez, Tyrone Jones, Electro Lucario, Live R360, Bex, Nicole Moncayo, Justin Patrick, Just Bad, Brian Millie, CGA, Planet Blob, Evan, Electric Solar, BSL Bay, Ruby, Jalon Dean, Desporty Yampers, Lakes, Keep Moving Forward, Suki Satsuki, 232, The Black Dragon, Knit, Ruthless Hauser, Michael Stein, J. Gill, Jacob Square, Mr. Helagonal Yips, Super Saiyan Son Goku, Venny Samaru, Max Supreme, Shadowhawk 19, Wasp Wisteria, Zakai, Pyromaster, Abdallah Aladi Gaming, Runes, Nut Owl 707, Evil Chan, Micah 626 Gaming, Nicole Manaskin, Kristen, Sandwich, Boss, Emmy, whatever this is, Alolan Figment, Medico, TA73, Sydney House, Miss Zora, Dakota Couch, Bad Sun Ever, Drixel, Carl Jean, Hunter Alice, Hank Kassam, Brecca Connell, Hune, Jappy W, Memento Mortem, Marshy, Edward Kasowski, Fenica Fox, Hag, Adicadabra, King Pie, Jack Frost, Reggie Snivy, Addy C, DJ Monk 23, Squidwater, Rice Smith, Gamer, Just J M, MD, Horsewood Cocktail, Muse Art World, Lumiose Scanner 772, Andrew Frostpeak, Anonymous, Summon, Sloth, Nakanuyan, Ian Ray, Big and C Knight, Corn on the Cob, Jericho, Michael Bales, Unseelie King, Thavorian Skies, Daniel Tracy, Garrett Hoffman, Dylan Peters, Malachi Burkhart, Heather Wisent, Ronji, and Eva Toby Icebig. Thank you all for being. Wait a second. Hold on. Something went wrong. Well, no, that is all the members. Okay, never mind. I thought something went wrong there. I'm tired. It's been a bit of a blitz to get this done. This video is going out, but tomorrow I start the Nuzlocke, so that's a whole thing, and then I gotta do the whole Chikorita solo run, and it's a whole thing. Birthday is on December 11th. Say happy birthday. Don't say it now. That's weird. Why are you saying it so early? Why are you weird? Anywho, as always, thank you so much for watching. Don't think I would do. Please do not shoot each other. I love you, and I'll see you next time. Bye.